project, but it is kind of beyond because the tool and the technology what we are going to use is a kind of unlimited list. You guys might have seen the agenda also of this program. So it is a kind of unlimited list. Some of the tool name uh, that we are going to use here, I would like to give you very, very quickly some of the name. Okay, what we are going to cover. Okay, so would be one obviously would be Kubernetes. That's what we are going to use. Okay, from the AWS service called EKS, what we are going to use. Some small touch base we going to do in Docker. Then we have a lot of observability tool, or I can say the monitoring tool. One could be Prometheus, one could be Grafana, one could be Loki, one could be Kiali, and so on. Okay, and then we have some set of tools related to service mesh. So service mesh tool we are going to use. Obviously, one would be Istio service mesh. That's we are going to use. Then we use some of the GitOps principle. There we're going to use the Argo CD as a tool. Then if you talk about the app, what we are going to use. So we are going to use some very interesting example of microservices app deployment. And whatever we are going to do as a complete project completely based on microservices. And in the microservice, guys, we are going to use a microservice with Polyglot. Okay. And then if you talk about, because this is some related code maybe. So we have SonarQube for checking the code quality and code coverage and vulnerability scanning and many other things. And because we are going to use some lot of thing about containers, uh, mm, so so we can do something container security or port security PSSS standard we will use. And then we talk about the image vulnerability scanning. So there's a tool called Travi and and Aqua security tools and many other tools we can use for the vulnerability and image scanning. Okay, so see, these are few quick tool name. Okay, maybe something plus minus more tool gonna come up when we start doing this project. We're gonna cover today. Sorry. So obviously, guys, this is a project-based training. So so we are not going to learn this tool, but obvious. Okay, but I have created this workshop or this project-based training in such a way that if you guys are new in any of this concept, so you won't feel that you are new. Okay, so I will first quickly explain the use of Kiali, or maybe use of Prometheus, or maybe use of Istio. Very quickly explain to you, so you get the idea why we're using Istio or service mesh. Okay, so you won't feel that you are kind of new, and then we'll quickly implement on our microservices. Okay, so this would that quick thing we do. So technically, for the project base this program, there will be no prerequisite as such. We are going to start step by step, but together is the right keyword here. So the approach would be that I recommend you guys, we have shared you the lab requirement, some of set of tools I think you guys have installed already. So something what we need from your side, you should have a GitHub account, you should have a Docker Hub account, and we have given you some set of tools pre-installed. I think you guys have done it. Otherwise, by chance if you miss it, no issues, you guys can do doing this lab training or lab time. Okay, plus you should have the AWS account, because we are going to set up the Kubernetes, and mostly or most of the part we are going to do on the top of AWS cloud. Okay, with the EKS service. So this is a kind of prerequisite. As a lab requirement, you should have it, because our plan in this training would be, I don't want to just keep on listening to me, keep on watching the practical what I'm doing over here. So I suggest guys from my side, so whenever delivering something here online, giving you the concept, architecture discussion and the demo, listen to me. because whatever I'm doing here, okay, in the screen, everything is keep on giving you in our Google Drive doc live for my team. So they keep on giving the screenshot of my screen plus the command and the code. Okay, so you have those kind of live material with you. Then, and after every logical topic complete, almost kind of range of half an hour, then we give you some lab time. So whatever we have done on those half an hour, you will have to perform it together with us. And to support you guys, I will be here in the chat message to help you. We have a lot of technical team there in the Discord channel. So any error you are facing, I suggest first try to rectify yourself, kind of troubleshooting. And if you're not able to do so, so you can ask your doubt query from the technical team available in the Discord channel. Maybe they might be there in the WhatsApp group also, but Discord channel, they will be there. They will be there. Okay, and that's one point. And we won't provide you recording, guys. Again, I'm repeating, we won't provide you recording because we want you to do with us. Okay, so there will be no recording provided. And again, I would like to commit the project we are going to use, even though if you search this tool's name, what I write on the screen, there will be some more small tool will be there. You won't find a single project blog or the training available in the market that is going to cover all the tool set in one project. But in the real world, obviously, in the industry, we have a one project, and in the one project, we have to use Grafana and Kiali and Argo CD, Kubernetes, maybe Jenkins, maybe Docker, AWS Cloud, Istio, and things together kind of integrate and create something, use something for our use cases. Okay, so that is a point, guys. So let me start, guys, directly with the project. So, and I suggest, and our target would be that um, by the end of the today, everyone have your own project ready, and that is being done by you guys, by yourself. That would be a quick target. That what we are looking for. Okay, so let's speed up. Not to speed up means I'm not hurry up, but because to cover a lot of things. So quickly start picking one by one as a component, and you will see sometime I'll do something parallel. Okay, to organize and manage that time. Okay, so what's the plan? Okay, so plan is because we are going to use these tool set, and every tool set we have to apply on some application. Okay, application could be anything. Okay, maybe social media app or any chatting app, or could be any app. So it is not so much important right now which app we are using, because we are not learning mobile development or the web development. And second thing, it is not important which programming language we are using. It could be Java, Spring Boot, or Python, Flask, or or Ruby on Rail. So it does not matter. Okay, so normally this tool, Prometheus, Kiali, Istio, EKS, Kubernetes are kind of independent on the nature of which programming language you use. So we are not the developer here. We are working as a DevOps engineer or SRE engineers, cloud engineers. So as such, right now, which language we are using, Golang or Python or Node, MCU, Node.js. So it is not important right now. The important is we have an app created by some developer, and we have to completely manage that entire DevOps pipeline by using this set of tools. Okay, that is the important part. So today we are going to use some of the microservices. Okay, and the microservice is help you to. We'll discuss very quickly in a little bit about microservice, but we have one app that I already hosted here. Okay, so this is the app, guys, running locally somewhere in my computer. We'll also give you access of this app to you. Okay, to you. But what is this app? This is just a, you can think, is a book product app. And in this app, by chance, we have stored only one product. Let's go one book. Again, there's a detail of the book. Okay. And plus, we have a login also here. Plus, we have a book review also. One or two review we have here. Okay. So it looks like a single page app or web app organizing your bookstore. By chance, we have only one book at this point in time. Okay. Behind the scene, guys, it is not a one single app. Okay, it's not one single code that's called monolithic. The way this app has been created is completely a microservice. So what I mean by this, so that the book detail, what you see here, it look like it's coming from this page or this URL or this app. No. Okay, behind the scene, this book details information is coming from very different team, very different program, very different app written in some different language could be. Okay, if you see the book review, so these reviews is coming somewhere from the database, maybe MySQL or maybe MongoDB. Okay, and the app who is providing you those books, this book review, it will be coming from very different app. Okay, maybe managed by different team, maybe running in different server, maybe created in a different programming languages. Okay, so this book review is come from some different app. Let's say app is review app. This book details come from different app. It's called, let's say, detail app. And what you see is in the front end here is a complete page that will pick all the information from different app, different services, different managed by different server, different team. Okay, put together one page. So this is also one different app running that will put together everything and show you something extra also. Okay, so behind the scene, this app, what you see is very simple app in the term of look and feel. But behind the scene, okay, this app is not a single app. There's a lot of small app that's called microservices. There is a small app or the microservices, same thing, connect together in some way. That is done by the developers, I can say. Okay, and provide you one single app. So this is what happening, guys. Even though if you go to LinkedIn also, so when you see the search, is a different app running somewhere. The chat is running somewhere else. This is the post running somewhere else. But someone has put everything together in the front of the screen. Okay, so it looks like a single app, but no, it is a multiple different apps. That's called microservices. Everyone has their own responsibility of searching or chatting or posting. We put together in one single view or front end that become a complete LinkedIn app. But internally, the architecture would be something, something like this, something like this. Okay, so the app what I am showing you at this point in time. Okay, so behind the scene, okay, when you see the details, the details, this details is coming from very different app written in a different programming language. In this case, they're written in the Ruby. So with this box is like a server running with an app called detail app. Okay, and this language is they use who have created this app is not created by me. Who have created this app, they use Ruby as a language. Okay, but if you see the rating in the 5-star rating here, there's 4-star rating. So this rating, the color what you see here, okay, is stored somewhere in some database, maybe MongoDB or MySQL. Okay, maybe we can put the static here in this code, maybe by the developer. But this rating is coming from some different app. If you see here, it's coming for this app, writing app, written in a language called Node.js here. And they are the one who is giving you the rating. But this rating is being accessed by these guys. So this is also a different app altogether. This is called review app. So review app is showing you the review with the reviewer name and the time and the number maybe. And they are fetching this information, the review from the rating app. So then this review app is being created by a Java language. Java language. So Node.js as a language is giving you the rating. Okay, only the rating. That's all. Okay, Mohammed. Uh, Java code is giving you only the review. Ruby language is only giving you a detail, and all the information we put together in one single page, and this page is called product page, is written in a Python, some Flask or some language, whatever they use framework. Okay. Now this is not the important point why they use multiple languages. So there's a different point to be discussed. We are not learning access the microservice right now. Okay. I'm just showing you. I'm just showing you uh, what is the current setup where on which we are going to work today. So this is the app that's completely designed on the microservices, and behind the scene we use multiple programming languages to create this app in the architecture of microservice. Okay, so whenever you have any microservice app written in multiple programming language, this is mostly we use. Then this is called polyglot concept. So we are having a app in the polyglot. Okay, that's what we have. Okay, and finally, when you send any request, when you send any request, okay, that's what I'm sending to this product page. So technically, technically, you are hitting, okay, to this app that is created by the Python. So Python is the one who create this front end for you. Okay, so right now in this case it is down. It is down because one minute. I have to launch it for you guys. So some of my setup goes down because of some reason. 1 minute, let me again get it. Start this guy. 1 minute. Where is my terminal? 1 minute. 5 to 4. We'll discuss, guys, how to set up. I'm just showing you the what we are going to do today, but I'll show you step by step in a minute how to set up this and what exactly we are going to do on the top of this guy. Okay, so when I hit enter, I am a client in the browser. When I send a request, send a request, it go to Python, who is giving you a product page. It means this product page is an app only doing one thing for you. So I can say it's a microservice, but it's an app. And if you want to run this app, you need the OS, right? And if you need the OS, now it is your choice. You from where you get the OS. So in my case, we are using this OS as a container. Now it is your choice. You want to run container in the Docker. Or in my case, I am running this container as a pod on the top of the tool called Kubernetes. So technically, the box, what you are seeing at this point in time, this box is, in my case, running as one app that's called Python app or product page is running as a Kubernetes pod. Okay, so if I open one of my terminal, I'm just showing you guys the lab. Don't worry, set up this step by step. But very quickly, I just want to show you what kind of app we have. Because with that app, we can't use all the tool what I explained to you. So this tool we have to implement, right? But for this, we need an app. So I'm just showing you what kind of app setup we have. So there's a command of the Kubernetes that will show you, okay, that how many ports are running. In your case, this command won't work. I'll show you how to set up this in a minute. But you can see here in the Kubernetes, we are running with a pod with this name. So this is the pod or the OS or the container running with this particular app. That's called Python app. And this is the actual one on which we are connected. This, right? Now, but when you connect to the product page, okay, behind the scene, they will go and collect a lot of information. One of the information they will go behind the scene internally, then by the Python, by some kind of API call. They're going to this particular app written in Ruby. This called detail app. But again, this app, so we are running this app in the container as a pod in the Kubernetes. So this is also the pod running with the detail app. And what they're doing, so they are providing the information to the front page or front end of the product page. Okay, so what you see here, the detail of the book, this information look like it's come from this page that's called Python in my case, but it is not the truth. Python behind the scenes sending some kind of API call by the developer written code, and they're picking the information from the Ruby, okay, in the different pod or different container or the OS and providing you here. So this information is coming from this pod, this pod. Okay, and obviously every pod is a different OS, and every OS running with their own app or the program. Okay, this is how it works. Very cool part here is that's where on the top of this we are going to do very interesting practicals and demo. Okay, this review part, what you see here, this review part, what you see here. Okay, these review part is again your Python, your front end from these ports written in the Java. So this is one of the port is OS running with the app called review app. They are the one who is providing. But right now, the way the setup has been created, okay, we don't have one single review app, three review app or three port running. If you see here with three ports running, review one, review two, review three. And why we are running three port, there's multiple reasons. The port is like a OS, and why you want to run multiple OS? One of the reasons to run multiple OS is to do a load balancing. Okay, so what we can do, we can put a one load balancer here. So any client hit, in this case, the client is a Python app. Okay, any client hit, my load balancer will distribute the load. Okay, to for the load distribution. And if you guys know Kubernetes, in the Kubernetes, load balancer is known as SVC or service. Okay, so one of the reasons people copy of the same app that's called replica. Okay, to balance the load. This is one of the reason. Okay, but in our case, the reason is something else. The reason is because of the Java. Java has created the app for the review, and when they create first time, that time they give the review app a version 1, version 1. Okay, and this what they release to the production. That's what they're running here. You can see they are running here version 1. So I can say this product is be running. That's called release to the, okay. But what we found, we found after some time that the review version 1 app is not doing well. Some part they are not doing. By chance, the guy who created this app does not able to connect to one of the backend. That's called Node.js microservice, and this guy has a responsibility of providing the rating. This is also app providing the rating written in Node.js, JavaScript here. Okay, so this is different pod running. Okay, but the review guys, version 1, they might not able to establish the connections to this backend who give the rating from this microservice. Okay, so what they done, they start working on the new code, and after 1 or 2 days, maybe they release one more version called version 2. This version 2. Okay, and there what they do some changes in the code where they establish the connection to this backend of Node. So you can see the arrow. Now this app version 2 is able to connect to the Node. But at this point in time, they establish the connection, but they does not give you better look and feel. They're giving rating in the black color stars. If you see here, they are giving the black color star as a rating. Okay, so again they will start working with a new app. My Java developers who is working in a project called review app. Okay, and they come with one more new version, version 3, and they release this version. And what this version is doing, same thing. They are going to backend, get the review, and then convert the review in the color of red colors star and providing in the red color. Okay, so it is SDLC, software development lifecycle. They release version 1, then they update the version 1 to 2, what 1 to 2 to 3 is called rollouts. So they keep on rolling out the different version, or they keep on releasing different version. Okay, that's what is happening. But the good practice, guys, whenever you are running version 1 of some of the app, or let's say they're working in the production, and whenever you come with the version 2, version 2, okay, so it is a good practice, okay, don't shut down the version 1 wherever they are running and directly launch the version 2, because there is higher chance the version 2 what you are going to launch of the app with the new feature and look and feel, client might not like it. Client might not like it, or there is a higher chance this version might have bug. Okay, maybe version 1 might be doing something better than version 2, there's a possibility. So it is good practice whenever you have any version running already in the market, in the production, for example, and they are kind of stable. That's what we are running for a long time. Okay, so whenever new version come up, because we want to add new features, new facilities, remove the old bugs, maybe whatever they had. So whenever you want to deploy the new version, then we have to properly follow some deployment strategy. Deployment strategies. And there's a lot of deployment strategies in the market, depend upon use case to use case. Okay, so one deployment strategy can be rolling update, can be A/B testing, can be blue-green deployment, can be canary release, and many more. Okay, but here what we are going to use, we are going to use, uh, we are going to use a strategy that is we are running both the version together, both the version together. And when the version 3 gonna come up, so we are roll out the version 3 also, and we are going to run all the version together. And because all the version means multiple app. Okay, same app with 3 the version, and we got to run all 3 version. We need a 3 port. That's what we can see here. We are running 3 port. So this is a review port version 1, review port version 2, review port version 3. But all the ports is giving the same app. That is the reason we have to run this app behind the load balancer. That's called SVC. So all the 3 version is running by default right now behind my service of Kubernetes. Is called load balancer. And if you want to know the service name, then we have SVC command option. I can say here resource. So the service what I'm talking about behind the scene, these 3 ports are running is this review. So there's a load balancer running behind these 3 guys. And how I know this? So when you run the O option, the port O wide, it will tell the IP address of the ports. Okay, and if you notice here, every port has a different IP address. And if you describe your service in detail, okay, the review service, when you describe this service in detail, it will tell you that I am a load balancer and my backend, we are connected with a 3 port, okay, 3 port having the IP address 222.1.0.2.7. Here, V1 version, V2 version, and V3 version. So you can see here in this setup, my service, known as review service, that is equal to load balancer, is running with IP 222, 227, and 10. And all the 3 IP are the IP of my port 1, port 2, port 3. Of review 1, review 2, review 3 version. Okay. And why we are using this strategy? Running all the version together, we will talk in detail. So there's one concept, guys. Today we are going to talk about canary release. So this is not canary release. So where we are going to route our traffic, control our traffic, the way we want to control, how much traffic you want to distribute here and there. Here there. But right now, right now, We're using a load balancer from the Kubernetes. There's a Kubernetes internal load balancer, and Kubernetes internal load balancer has a capability to balance the load equally, and that is called round robin. So Kubernetes is working on the round robin fashion. It means they're distributing the load equally, and that is a reason when I go to a product page and refresh this page again, you can see the reading gone. Why? Because my product page to one of the port. Because you can think in this way. You can think in this way. This Python is not directly connected to Java. Behind the scene, they have one load balancer somewhere, and this load balancer is a service known as this. What I explained to you. So Python is actually internally hitting to this load balancer, and load balancer is sending your request to one of the port. In this case, they are sending here. Version one is not connected to my backend, so that is the reason you're not seeing any writing. But if I refresh this page again one more time, you can see the writing gonna come up, right? Means if I refresh this page again, my request as a client go to load balancer send now this time traffic to second port because they are doing equal distribution of the load, and this guy is pulling the rating and showing you in the black color. But if I refresh one more time, okay, you might not see any change here because sometimes your browser create a cache at the client side. So try one more time, maybe. Yeah, see. Now connected to the by load balancer to this port. It means everyone has almost 33.33 almost percentage as a traffic load to balance. Why? Equal. Because right now we are using a Kubernetes load balancer called SVC, that's called service, and service always give you equal traffic distribution. There's a capability of the Kubernetes, but if you want your traffic to be distributed unequal, that's called vetted routing. Okay, then Kubernetes does not support this. Okay, for this we have to add some more tool on the top of Kubernetes, and one of the tool that we are going to add would be Istio service mesh. There they give you capability to do unequal load balance. Why we want this? We'll discuss in detail when we talk about the canary release concept. So there we will use Istio as a tool. So what I'm going to showing you guys here, showing you here, this is the app we have created by some developer, and on the top of this app, okay, we are going to do and implement lot of tool. Right now, guys, I'm showing you as a diagram here. But if you want to see this traffic live flow, you want to see real flow of the traffic, how, because almost every app is microservice mostly, and a lot of pieces together connected. We have a lot of different apps by different team, different languages, different version of the code running of the same app behind the load balancers. Okay, so mostly that the architecture is very complex, always very big in always or one particular app, let's say LinkedIn or maybe Amazon, for example. Okay, so if you really want to monitor the traffic, how the traffic flowing, how much percentage traffic going, which particular port, and many other things also. Okay, so there's a concept called observability, and there we're going to use a tool called Kiali. The Kiali tool that I was talking about. Okay, we will use this tool to monitor my live uh, traffic. Okay, and if you want to do the traffic management, maybe due to XYZ reason, you does not want to send one third load to this guy, equal load to everyone. Okay, you can only send 5% load to old version, 60% load to this guy, 30% load to this guy, due to many more reasons. Okay, then Kubernetes won't be able to do so. We can use some trick in the Kubernetes, but Kubernetes have no capability for this. Okay, so on the top of this, we have to add Istio service manager tool who can do a proper traffic routing or vetted routing. Okay, so what I'm trying to do, I'm just trying to little bit very quick overview I'm giving you here. the capability and the use of some of the tool here where we are going to use that particular tool. Okay, that's the point. So this complete day would be spent on this app and going to implement a lot of tool on the top of this. Everyone has their own uses and the use cases. But I believe you understood the the app and the architecture of app, what is and how it has been created. Okay, but again, it is not important to know how this app is being created because we are not learning microservice development or the app development. Okay, yeah, anyone want to learn the microservice? So I have my own specialized course purely on microservice where I touch everything about the microservice at development perspective. You guys can join if you want to learn. That's a different point, but here we don't need this. Okay, so uh, so right now this app guy is running on Kubernetes as a pod. So the first practical what we need to perform is to set up the Kubernetes. In my case, I already have the Kubernetes, but if you want to set up the Kubernetes, then what to do? Let me show you step by step. Okay, because after the Kubernetes come up, then only we can able to deploy the app. And after we deploy the app, then we can implement all the remaining tools what we are looking for. Okay, so that is the one point. But one more small thing I would like to tell you here is in the world of container or the Kubernetes, if you want to launch a container or the pod, the minimum requirement is you need the image. Let's go container or the Docker image. That's what you need. Okay. Or here we are not running one single pod. We have a product page, pod, review one, review two, review three, detail, rating, almost five, six pods we have. And we put a different code. So we need those five, six different images. Okay. And who create the images? It's all depend. Okay. So mostly to create the image, what we need the app code. Let's say the app code of Ruby. Okay, and plus if you guys know a little bit about Docker, then we need Docker file. Okay, the Docker file will compile this code, build, add this code in this, and then create the image. This called custom images. So those who know a little bit about Docker, okay, they know this concept, how to create the Docker file and build and create the image. So this is not the Docker training, so I don't want to invest this time here. As a quick, I'll show you one quick command just to show you how you can create this if you want. Otherwise, only thing what you need from the developer of your app, you just need the app code. Okay, or maybe your developer, or maybe you guys can get the Docker file, build and create a custom image. Okay, but in our case, we are not going to neither build the code, neither Docker file, neither the custom images. Okay, so the very basic thing, you guys know Docker, then you can do it very, very quickly. Otherwise, all these images I already pre-created and put in my Docker Hub. Okay, so we have all the images. You can see product page app, book info, review one, review two rating, and the details. So all this app is there in my Docker Hub. You can pull from here. But how I create it, I'll show you very quickly. If you really want to do, you can do it if you want to do. Otherwise, the today's project, we don't need as such. We have this images pre-created. Okay, this is what one thing I want to add. Okay, but after this image created, okay, we have to launch this image as a pod. So obviously the minimum requirement to start our lab would be Kubernetes. Okay, so let me start from here, how we are going to set the Kubernetes. Okay, so before the Kubernetes, very quick, till now guys, what I explained to you, the kind of lab, what or kind of app, what we are going to use in the world of container or the Kubernetes. Very quickly, if I can explain you in a minute what is Kubernetes is. Okay, so whenever you have any app guys or a program, and if you want to run the program, you always need the OS. But you want this OS to be quickly launched, then there's a technology called container technology. With the help of container technology, where one of the product of the container is called Docker or Cryo, So with the help of container technology, we can launch the OS very quickly. And in this OS, we can put the app and run the app. But to run that container, we always need the image. Image is like a bootable OS, you can think. So from the image, you launch or run the container, and in the container is OS where we can run the app. But in the real world, we have thousands and thousands of containers, maybe millions of containers. Okay, so Docker not able to properly handle many things in the terms of management. So what we can do, we can use some kind of COE tool, container orchestration tool, is a kind of management tool which is going to manage the Docker or all the containers. And one of the famous tool for COE is called Kubernetes. Okay, so that's what very quick information about the Kubernetes. Okay, but if you want to implement the Kubernetes, it is your choice. You can install by yourself, or you can use some of the cloud service, let's say AWS, and service name of AWS is called EKS. So I'm going to use EKS that will help us to quickly install Kubernetes in the automated way. But to use the EKS service, you need two things. One thing, you need AWS account. That is again kind of prerequisite for this training. Okay, so go to AWS dot amazon.com. If you don't have the account, go and create the account from here. This is the one thing we need. And second thing we need is, because we are going to use this service called Elastic Kubernetes service to install the Kubernetes. Okay, to use this service, we have some automation tools available in the market. One tool called EKS CTL. So this tool will help you to install Kubernetes with the EKS very quickly. So this tool, guys, we ask you to get it installed in your laptop. If you don't have, don't worry, you can just go and search for EKS installed. Okay, you can find one link here, and from this link, somewhere you can find the link here. This is the one of the link. You can just click and download this software from the release. So because I'm going to run the software from my base system, in my case, my base system is Windows. So I'm downloading this system software for my Windows. Okay, so depending upon the base OS from where you run the command. So in my case, I'm using EKS with Windows AMD 64-bit software download. The download is double click extract, and when you extract, you get the EKSCTL command. And like this, we are going to use a lot of command today. So what I've done actually in my case, in my laptop, so I have put all the command in one folder. So what I did, you can do also same thing if you want, otherwise no compulsory. I go to my C drive, and the C drive, there's a folder called program file. In the program file, I have a folder called Kubernetes. Here, guys, I copy this tool. And there will be many more tools we are going to use today. For example, Argo CD, kubectl, or Helm, many tools we are going to use today. So I copy all the tool in the same folder. Why? Because now this folder where I copy, I set the path. So I go to my Windows, search for env, environmental variable, and I'll just go to my environmental variable, and somewhere here I set the path. Okay, so that this tool I can use from any of the folder. So very basic thing. This is what I did. Otherwise, not compulsory. Otherwise, if you download a tool, wherever you download it, you can go to that folder and run from there. So both the way you guys can use, but in my case, I am putting everything in the center location. Okay, this is one point. So this is how we can install this tool. Download, double click, extract, copy the exectl.exe file they give you, copy in some of the folder and set the path. Okay, so for EKS, this is what two things you require. One more thing we require is when you run the EKSCTL tool, they go to AWS cloud and first they authenticate. Okay, and it means for authentication, you need to create a key. So in the AWS account, you guys can go and create a key that's called access key and the secret key. And this key you have to install in your Windows. So for this, you need one more command called AWS CLI command. Okay. So what you need, you just go to AWS CLI install. Okay. Come up here. And in my case, again, base system is Windows. So I'll go and take the Windows. This is software, double click and install. That's all. Okay. It will give you AWS command. And I'm speaking very quickly here because this is what we have given you already as a prerequisite. Still, I'm re-explaining to you by chance if anyone miss, so they can do it right now. Otherwise, you guys might have done already. Okay, so there's one thing. Now, with AWS CLI command, what we can do, we can copy the key. I'm not talking a very, very basic thing. I believe everyone know how to go to AWS account, and in the account there's a top right corner. Just go to security credentials, and then there's a way to create access key and the secret key. Okay, so this part I've done already, and after I've done, I'll have come to my screen and run the command called AWS configure. Configure, and I have put my access key here from my AWS account, secret key here from my AWS account, and I'm going to do everything in AP South 1, means in Mumbai data center of AWS, and this is what I've done already. So if you didn't done this, run this command, put your key and secret key and do this, right? That's all. So in my case, this is, I have it already. I show you how to do this. So what we require? AWS account. Second, we need a key. Third, we need to install the software. Use the AWS config command to put the key in your Windows. And fourth, we need this command. So this is what we require right now, only for installing Kubernetes. Kubernetes. And how to store Kubernetes? Very, very simple. So from your Windows, you can run ekctl. Okay, then create create cluster. That's all. And give a cluster a name. Let's say this name would be Devops project. So this is just the name of my cluster. That's all, guys. This is one single command, and it will take almost 20 minutes. Okay, and they will go to AWS cloud and create the cluster for you. Because on the top of this cluster, we will do the remaining part. So this is the one of the command, or first command for today. We are starting. Okay, so what I'm doing, I'm also creating note here of all the main command, whatever we need. Okay, so this is the first thing you guys can and do and start with the cluster. Okay, this is one thing. And by the meantime, guys, this cluster is going on because because okay, all the remaining practical will be depend on the Kubernetes. That's what I believe you guys understand. The way I explained to you in this diagram, and other tools also. So you need Kubernetes to be installed. Okay. So what I'm doing, guys, here, because I want you to perform this thing with me. Okay. It take almost almost 20 minutes to perform. So let's take a break of 20 minutes. This is not a break. This is called lab break time. Okay, lab break time. So also, guys, you will go and quickly perform this. But again, I would like to repeat. I would repeat. We are going to learn so many tools. Even though, guys, you might understand, I'm not taking as a kind of prerequisite. Some of the minimum requirement that you should know, I'm first explaining to you. Then I'm going to every step. Okay, to perform. Then I'm showing you how to create the cluster. So same way, I will talk about the other tools like Grafana, Prometheus, Kiali, Service Mesh, Istio, Argo CD, SonarCube, Trivi, and many other tools also we cover. And by integrating all the tools, we will create a very, very powerful and very beautiful project today. And projects will be so powerful anywhere in the Google. That's what I can guarantee. But one more thing I want to add, project is so critical, guys, for the career perspective. If you are the freshers, if you have this project in your portfolio and resume, just by showing the project, anyone will hire you. Okay, that's the power of project. Okay, and if you're working professional, then this would be a very common use case you have to use on daily basis. And by looking at the project again in your resume, you will have a better hike or better projects could be given to you. So project is a very key thing for your hike, for getting the job, improvement, growth. So that's what, guys, we started this series. This is the first series we started for project-based learning. We have many more series gonna come up with different tools and technology of creating the project. But this is what the first series today we started in the journey of project-based learning. Okay. So take 5, 10, 20 minutes, do this setup. I explain everything step by step to you. Okay, perform it, and after cluster will ready, then we go to the next part. Next part will be I'll show you how I deploy this app. Okay, but right now the way I deploy this app, having a lot of challenges here. Okay, challenges here. So we will rectify the challenge, guys, by adding Argo CD and the service mesh. Okay. So right now I've deployed the app in very simple way, but I'll show you the better way. How can you deploy the app with Argo CD by implementing the service mesh also. So what I mean by this, I will do after this break, after this lap time. So quickly, guys, do this. Anyone who facing the issue, whichever the WhatsApp group you guys connected, I asked my team, they will open the WhatsApp group. So you can ask your query in your respective WhatsApp group. Okay, or we have a lot of technical teams sitting in the Discord channel live, so you can ask the query there. I suggest put your tables there as a screenshot, so they can help you very quickly. Okay, so please, guys, do it. Please take 10 to 50 minutes to complete this part. depending on the code, your developer can change the code. So that is not so much important. uh, so Vishal, don't worry. Issue when the topic come up, I will show you how to download and how to install. Till now, what I have shown you, do this till now. Remaining thing would be explained by me. Don't worry about it. So, guys, when you run ekctl command, there's a possibility you might get the error of kubectl command. So, one more thing you guys might need to install. You can install kubectl command over here. Kubectl command. I blame my model. Kubectl. So, if you're getting the error, running ekctl command, an error related to kubectl. So you can also install one more software called kubectl. What uses this command, I'll tell you in some minute. Okay, but while running this command, if you are getting the error related to kubectl, then you can go search this tool and install in your base system, let's say Mac OS Windows. Okay, so you can run this command, it will install this tool and put this tool in your path if you're getting this error. Okay, uh, why not going to use Terraform? Maybe we have to install the infrastructure. I'll give you a very quick overview of Terraform, but it's not important, very important right now. Okay, right now the important thing is I want Kubernetes. So install from graphical, from command line AWS, from ekctl command or Terraform. Everyone will do the same thing for you. So whichever the right quick way possible to install Kubernetes, that's what I've done here. Okay, but if you want to see with Terraform, this is not obviously Terraform training. Okay, but still, if you want, I'll show you very quick code, which code you can use of the Terraform to apply the Kubernetes part here. Okay, but we need a Kubernetes. How you install that does not matter. So, Virendra, what you asking something like rate MySQL? So I suggest don't try to ask anything apart from what project we are going to create today, because still today we are going to create a lot, a lot. So I suggest just we try to stick with the content what we are going to cover. But if you have a doubt, no issue. You can put a Discord channel. We've talked a lot of technical pointers. Maybe after the today's project, they will help you. So Docker Compose or whatever you ask, they will definitely help. Let's please take 10 more minutes. After 10 more minutes, we will we will go to the next part. Anjali, to get the access key secret key, nothing. Just go and log into AWS account. Okay, account by creating the account, and in the account, if you go to top right corner where your name is listed, there's a button called security credentials. In the security credentials, we click. If you go down the page, there's a after one or second page, you will see access key create. You click on the button create, it will create for you. That's all. And when a key created, you can get this key, access key, or the secret key, and put in your Windows by running this command. Because this error is coming because you are not logging with AWS configure command. Okay, so you to first log in by this command. Okay, with the key that you take from AWS cloud. Then run ekctl, then it will work. I suggest guys this query rather than put here in the chat message, put in the Discord channel or in a WhatsApp group, so my team will help you properly. So Piyush, if they're saying kubectl not found or some version, if it is a warning, you can neglect this. It's just a warning. Sometimes we need a latest version of kubectl command. So if they're just giving as a warning, that's okay. You can neglect this. Okay. Or otherwise, you can just go to this site and download the latest version of kubectl. Okay, then you can run the code. In my case, also you can see this warning is coming up, right? My cluster is created. In my case, my cluster is created, is ready. Okay, so if you're facing some kind of warning, kubectl, that's okay. You can neglect this. So take 5 more minutes, then we go with the next part. Uh, So, guys, those who by chance does not know how to create the access key and secret key in AWS Cloud, first go and create the account by aws.amazon.com. Create a new account, and that's what we told you guys already. And you guys might have the account already. And after you create the account, in the top right corner, go click on your name, and there's an option called security credentials. Okay, and here if you go down, there's a access key here, and one access key I have it. But if you want to create more access key or new access key, click on create. I understand, click create, and this will create access key and the secret key. Then what you can do, you can come to your your system, base system, Windows, and type AWS configure command. Okay, and copy this key, put here. Copy second key, put here. Put AP-South 1 here. That's called Mumbai. Because we want to go work in Mumbai, you can put anything else also, but I would like to put this one. I want to work in Mumbai as a region, and enter. That's all. And after you put the key in by this command in your base system Windows, then run this command to create the cluster. Okay. So those who by chance does not know, I just quickly wanted to share this information to you. Okay. I think most of the guys have done this part. In my case, the cluster is created. In the last screen, we see this kind of message is ready. That means cluster of Kubernetes has been created. Okay. Someone will discuss when we talk about Istio. That point in time, I will quickly discuss about the even though you can, if you know the ingress, you come to know very quickly the difference Istio and the ingress. So wait for some minute, please. Yes, Riva, you can also run the command in Linux also. Why not? So all the software what we are downloading in my base system Windows, you can download for Linux also. So if you use T2 micro instance type series, uh, cluster will be very slow, and the application today we are going to load is very high in terms of memory requirement, so it will fail. So don't use T2 micro for launching the cluster of Kubernetes. Think will won't work. Grafana, Prometheus, and Kiali and Istio, Service Mesh, Argo CD, everything we are going to load in the Kubernetes today. So run this command. That's what. And one more thing, guys, this command is going to launch Kubernetes in EKS in AWS. And EK service is not free. Is it not free? So if you keep on watching your bill, they will charge you, but the charge is not so much actually, almost 30 to 50 rupees INR per hourly basis. So just run for some hours and you can shut down. Okay. And I think this is the kind of cheapest. Otherwise, setting up the Kubernetes local laptop, you got a lot of RAM, but EKS is not free. Or maybe you can do some kind of hack after this come up. You can try to connect to support guys of AWS. Mostly, if you ask them to revert by telling some of your use cases, they mostly revert the amount also. Okay, so you can come to the the billing. There's a different bill, not from because of EKS, but the billing you will see almost 30 to 40 rupees per hour or less than, maybe, I believe. They are charging for the EKS as a service. So we see here in this account, okay, so for 1.1 hour, they charge you this one. So I think it is not 30, 40 rupees. It look like less than 10 rupees INR per hourly. And today you're going to run for 8 hours, so it takes almost 80 rupees or 100 rupees INR, or maybe almost 1 USD for today's workshops. I think this got a good deal to use, but it's not free. Okay, that's what I would like to tell you. So last 2 more minutes, guys, then we continue with the next part. So Piyush, you don't need to know about node cluster and pod. That are not required because we are not pure in the Kubernetes training. So you does not need to know right now what is a node, what is cluster. Without this, project will be created, right? And when you want to know, just learn some Kubernetes somewhere. You can get this information. Very simple concepts, but we don't need to know. So I don't want to invest the time giving you some of the terminology that is not important for this work project because we have to cover a lot many. That is the important part. Okay, so guys, let's continue with the next part. Next part, because this command will automatically run for you after 20 minutes. Your cluster will be up. Will be up. In my case, the cluster is up. And to quick check, my cluster is working or not. Okay, so what we can do, guys, if you want to use the Kubernetes, it's called server or the program or the cluster, whatever you want to say is same thing. So if you want to use the Kubernetes, okay, that is going to run a container that's called pod, and the pod like a OS like in the OS we are going to run the app. Okay, so to connect to the Kubernetes, so we are the user or the client of the Kubernetes, and the client side we need a command, and the command is called kubectl. This command we need. So this command is the one who is going to connect to the Kubernetes. And right now I'm just doing everything from my Windows. So this command I'm going to install in my Windows. So how to get this command is just says very quickly in the Google. Okay, and you can search cube ctl install for Windows or Linux or Mac, and then you can give the link here. Okay, and here there is a direct link. You can run this command in Windows. It will download this command for you. And in my case, I downloaded directly into this folder. In my case, I already have this command. And the same folder where I set the path. So this command I can run from anywhere. But this site that we have already given to you, I think yesterday only in your respective group of WhatsApp. Go to this site and download the command. And after this command come up, then if you come to your base system Windows, and if you run the command called kubectl get ports, okay, so it will tell you, okay, that in your Kubernetes cluster or services, there's no pod running. Why? Because a new cluster, there's no OS or pod is running. But this command will tell you one more thing, that we have successfully connected and successfully created. Okay, that's the reason this command is working without any error, and there's no pod because nothing has been launched yet. This is one point. Now, to launch the pod, what is pod? I told you already. Pod is nothing, is a real OS, working OS, that is also known as container. So if you want to do anything in the Kubernetes, for example, if you want to launch the pod, okay, in the Kubernetes, then there is a two different way available as such. One way is Kubernetes has their own command line tool to create a pod or do anything in the Kubernetes. And whatever you want to do in the Kubernetes, for example, you want to create a pod or you want to create a service that's called load balancer. Okay, so these are called resources of the Kubernetes. Okay, so we can use the command line tool that is called that's called kubectl, and then we can say create something. I want to create a pod, I want to create a service, and so on. by different options. Or other way that we mostly use, we rarely use the command line. Instead, in the Kubernetes, they have their own way to create a code. So in the Kubernetes, whatever you want to do, you can create a code for the Kubernetes using a format called YML file. It is, you can think it's more like a program file, not exactly, but more like a program file. And these files are the one where we declare what I want to launch. I want to launch a pod, I want to launch a service, and many other things also. Okay, so that's what we do always. So we always create a file in the Kubernetes, to launch some resources. Okay, so right now as a quick demo, guys, I would like to show you here one thing. As a quick demo, you don't have to perform this demo. I'm just showing you the quickly the difference. Okay, so I can say Kubernetes, I would like to create a deployment. So guys, whenever you want to launch any pod, so technically pod is like an OS, or in OS we are running with the app. So typically we launch the pod with one more keyword called deployment. So deployment is one keyword that help us to launch the pod. The deployment, and let's say my deployment is called my web, just any name you can give. And because pod I told you is behind the scene is a container, and container by some container technology, maybe Docker or Cryo, whatever you might know. And we always launch a pod, guys, with or container using images, using some images. So what I'm going to use, I'm going to use one of the image that is created by me, and mostly we put the images in the Docker Hub by create the account here. Okay, so there's one image, guys, I already have it. Very quickly, I would like to show you very quick demo how to launch. Okay, so this image I am going to use. I'm going to use. Okay, this image nothing is a base Linux installed with PHP application. That's what I am launching right now. So you can see now one pod has been launched. So the way I launch a pod or a container or the OS is a command line. But we don't use much due to XYZ reason. Okay, your command line does not give you quick automation. The Kubernetes is used to launching the OS or the pod, but I want my pod to be launched in automated way, and command line does not give you better way of doing something automation. Okay, so that is the reason we don't don't that is one of the reason I can say we don't launch any resources, let's say pod in this case, with the command line. So same thing we can do with the code. And how to get the code. So those who will learn Kubernetes in detail, where we learn how to create the code from the scratch. So a lot of things to be created in the world of code. But right now what I'm doing, I'm showing you the quickly way how we can create the code of the Kubernetes. So before this, let me do one thing. Let me delete my deployment, my web, this one. Okay, and deployment, when you delete it, automatically delete the pod also, because pod is launched because of this keyword. So I am deleting this deployment. So you can see a pod also been deleted here. So I'm going to show you same thing again one more time, but with the code. And how to create the code, same command you can write. And I say kubectl don't run this command. So this option called dry run means don't run it. Try to assume that you're running, but you're not, don't run it. And what you do, just convert this code into YAML file and store this file somewhere, let's say my.yaml. So this way the output we're going to save in this file. So internally this command does not run, and they convert this command into the code and store into this file. And if you open this file with some of the editor, maybe Notepad, what you see, guys, this is how the file look like. So mostly when you learn the Kubernetes, where we explain step by step how to create this file and many more settings we can do. But right now, There's a quick way to create this file. And in this file, there's some of the important key to note is it's called kind keyword, means what resource you want to launch in the Kubernetes. Then the Kubernetes, there's a lot of resources. Pod is more like container where OS is running. SVC is more like a load balancer. Deployment is the one who will help you to launch the pod, and many more things deployment keyword will do for you. We'll discuss in some time. Okay. And second thing is, in deployment, we are going to write the specification about the deployment. And here replica one means we are only launching one single port. That's what you can see here. Last time only one port they launched. Okay. And then important thing is, when you launch this one port, they launch as a container from this image. And this is the same image what I have take from my Docker Hub, Docker image. Okay. So this is how the file means. Other things is not important right now. But how to run this file is very simple. After you have this file, now you create this file. In this way, you get the file by yourself from the scratch. You can create this file with some prompt engineering of generative AI. Does not matter. After file this file created, to run this file, because file is not yet run, there's no port. Okay. To run this file, you can say kubectl apply f means file name. Which file name? My. So wherever you have this file, you can run this command to apply this file or to run this file. So this is next way or way to do anything in the Kubernetes, and mostly we do in the Kubernetes by the file and the code. Why? We'll see in a minute. And now you can see pod has been launched. Okay. And now we want to delete something, can delete by yourself, or maybe you can use this file to delete everything what we created. So file is a quick way to create, delete uh, the thing. And one of the use of the file is, in one file we can create many things. We can get one more deployment from different image. We can put the services. We can put many things. One file we can put lot many things together, together to create the entire setup. Okay. So this information I just given you guys. You don't have to perform this. Okay. This information I just want to give you as a quick information, as a very basic understanding about the Kubernetes. Okay. Now, why we want to create a file? Let me tell you some of the reason. One is, if you have any code, anything in the change in the future, we can do very quickly. So we can very quickly change some of the code and again reapply because the environment is keep on changing. Okay. Second thing, because the code, and if it's a code, then doing any automation is very quick. And because it's code, in one code, we can write many resources, services, deployment, more code, and lot of things in the Kubernetes. We can put everything in one single file. This is also one cool thing we can do. But the most important thing is that you should know right now, because this is a code. And now it is very common practice in today's world. Whoever create this code, let's say some of the Kubernetes developer is the one who create this code. So it's very common practice, guys, nowadays. Whenever we have a code, so we always organize the code in our SCM tools. mostly the GitHub. GitHub. Okay. And why we put in the GitHub? XYZ reason, there are hundreds of reasons why we put the code. One of the core reason is so that we can collab with multiple the teams or the developer. Everyone can use this code. One is testing team, one is production team, maybe other developers together. They want to collab with us. This is one of the big reasons why we want to put in the GitHub this code. Okay. Second big reason is, okay, nowadays it become a standard practice that any developers who is developing anything put your code in SCM. GitHub, for example. Okay. Or any operations team who would like to deploy anything, they always pick the code from the same SCM. For example, for example, my developer will write this code YAML file of the Kubernetes and push to the SCM GitHub. And my operation team, let's say the Kubernetes guys, will pull the code from SCM and then apply. So technically, you can think this code is kept by developer, they upload in the GitHub. I didn't do, but let's say they upload in the GitHub. And other team who is organizing and managing the Kubernetes, they will first download the code and then apply. So GitHub or any SCM tool, mostly the GitHub, would be always the central place for all the teams. Okay, and if all the team using GitHub, organizing the code for development and for operations perspective, then this come under the topic called GitOps. So GitOps is a concept where we want a single Git or GitHub would be a single place of truth, or single source of truth is a word we use, source of truth. Okay, where my developer is also putting everything in the GitHub, and operations team is completely relying on GitHub. And we are not only using GitHub for managing the code, GitHub we can also use for deploying also. So if you know a little bit about CI/CD, again, we are not going to discuss about CI/CD in this, but if you know CI/CD, okay, in CI/CD pipeline, continuous integration, where we mostly use Jenkins as a tool, for example. And what Jenkins will do, they do testing and build. So the way I explained to you, we have a developer, the diagram that I showed to you. So we have a developer who write this product page, okay, and this code my developer write in Python, then someone, or maybe developer write a Docker file, okay, and then we'll build the Docker file and create the custom image, then push the custom image to Docker Hub that I already did in my case. And if you want everything to be automated, I want this code to be picked automatically, built automatically, put in the hub automatically. So this is one of the part we use in CI world, continuous integration world, where we use a CI tool or the automation tool like Jenkins. Jenkins. Okay, but after image has been put in the Docker Hub, that what I did already, that I'll show you. After we put the image in the where is my Docker Hub? Yeah, it is hub. Let's say this image is what I was talking about, the application. Okay, let's say the product page. Okay, then what I want, I want someone will go to my hub, download this image and deploy. Where to deploy? In Kubernetes as a pod. Okay, so you need some automation tool. They will go to Docker Hub, download the image, and deploy in the Kubernetes pod. Okay, but if you want this thing to be automated, obviously you need the YAML file of the Kubernetes. Okay, YAML file of Kubernetes, and after I have YAML file, we can do it. For example, if you see this, what this file is doing, internally this file, if you again open, internally this file, if you again open, this file is actually going to Docker Hub, downloading this image, and launching as a container or as a pod. Okay, so this file is actually doing what? the deployment. And in CI/CD world, okay, CD means continuous deployment. So this file, what I created here, okay, is helping you by kubectl apply command. Apply command is helping you in doing continuous deployment in the Kubernetes cluster. And mostly we deploy nowadays kind of standard in the Kubernetes or the OpenShift kind of tool to deploy the thing. Okay, but this is deployed because we have a code somewhere, and somewhere mostly is a GitHub. Okay, but again, in the world of CI/CD, in the world of automation, we want everything to be automated. Okay, right now launching this pod is automated because we have file. only thing that is not automated here, where we need a human intervention, is this command. Means someone have to type this command, apply, and hit enter. And mostly, guys, the way I explained to you, mostly my app is keep on having multiple version 1, version 2. In the 10 version gonna come up. 10 times you to come and apply this command with new version. Or by updating this file also, by adding the new version. Okay. So I want this command to be automated also. Okay. So if you want this command to be automated, means what you want someone go and get this command for you, or this code for you. From where? From GitHub. GitHub, they will pull this command for you, or this code for you, YAML code, and they apply this code automatically in the Kubernetes cluster. I want this part to be automated, means I want my CD continuous deployment to be automated. Then only you can have end-to-end automation. Because if you know a little bit about Jenkins, okay, whenever any developer create an app, let's say web app, from web app to building the app or creating the Docker image could be completely automated with Jenkins. But after this, okay, I want this image to be downloaded and apply in the Kubernetes. Okay, I want this to be automated. Okay, then we can use Jenkins if you want to use, but Jenkins has some limitation. I don't know go that action right now, but have some limitation. So instead of Jenkins, for this part, we use a different tool, and this tool name is called Argo CD. Means continuous deployment. That's what we use. Okay, so what Argo CD can do, Argo CD will go to GitHub, okay, and keep on downloading this code and apply on the Kubernetes. It means we don't have to type this command by ourselves always, because not one time setup. Because if you notice here in this file, right now I'm using this image, and let's say this image has a version v1. After 1-2 hours, now new version come up, new version come up, new version come up. Every time you have to come and update this file. Okay, and after update this file, then we have to apply and apply and apply. So I want this part to be automated. I want my end-to-end pipeline work or complete life cycle to be automated. So who will go to GitHub and download the file and apply for you is done by Argo CD. And it is not the only thing, many more things to be needed. Because if you know a little about Jenkins also can do the same thing, but there's some use cases where we can't use Jenkins. For example, very quick example, I don't want to go more deep. Okay, if you want to apply any of this command by yourself or by Jenkins, you have to give the Kubernetes password or Kubernetes credentials. Right now, I'm applying this command because in my current laptop, my Windows, okay, we have a Kubernetes password stored. So there's one command called kubectl config. Okay, this command will go to your local Windows and get the Kubernetes password. Config list, something like this. All right, view, sorry. Okay, so here somewhere these are the details of, because I have currently a lot of clusters of Kubernetes. So here they store my keys and password. The point is in my laptop, because we have my keys stored of the Kubernetes cluster, that is a reason I can able to run any of the Kubernetes command. Okay. Similarly, if you want to do with the Jenkins, same thing, automated way to run the Kubernetes file or any command, we have to give the Jenkins a password of the Kubernetes. And sometimes Kubernetes we use in the production environment, I can't give my password to Jenkins, guys. This could be one challenge again. Like this, there were many more challenges. But Argo CD, they create in such a way that you don't need to give the password. Without giving the password to the Argo CD, this is one tool actually. They can able to go to Kubernetes cluster, and they can apply any Kubernetes. So this is also one of the cool part of the Argo CD. Okay, this is one point. And one more point about the Argo CD that is most interesting is, so Argo CD, guys, understand this point is very interesting. The most important part of the Argo CD is because Argo CD is getting the code always from the GitHub. That is a minimum prerequisite. GitHub. It means whatever code we put in the GitHub, same code Argo CD will apply to the Kubernetes. It means it means now onward, whatever change you want to do in the Kubernetes, you don't need to go to Kubernetes. You don't need to go to Argo CD also. You don't need to learn the Kubernetes command also. Whatever change you do in the GitHub, this change will be automatically applied to the Kubernetes. Okay, it means the entire Kubernetes will be controlled by GitHub. It's very interesting, right? So GitHub is the one who is going to control the entire Kubernetes. Whatever code you change in the GitHub, it will automatically apply to Kubernetes. That is a cool part of the Argo CD. Or anything that is completely controlled by, or any tool that is controlled by GitHub, then this principle are known as GitOps. So GitOps is a concept, a principle where we want the entire infrastructure, maybe of Kubernetes, maybe of AWS Cloud, maybe of OpenSea, maybe other platform. If they are completely controlled by GitHub, okay, then this is called GitOps. And one of the tools that work on GitOps for Kubernetes is Argo CD. Argo CD. It is only for the Kubernetes. For other platform, we have different tools. Okay, so there's a guys quick information about the Argo CD is still a big tool. We have a different training altogether, Argo CD. So, but this information is right now is more than enough to give you a quick information about the Argo CD. So now I am not going to apply this file with this command. Okay, I would like to apply this file with Argo CD. And even though I'm not going to apply this file, I'm going to apply the file what we are working on, okay, in this project. Okay, so for this project, I already have images created that I'll show you, and I already created the Kubernetes file. I'll give this file to you, and we can apply. So this file, guys, I have put in somewhere in my GitHub. I'll give you a link from where you can download this file of the Kubernetes. So if you go to my GitHub, this URL, so I'm sharing this URL to you. Let me go take till here. Okay, so this is one of the URL I'm posting in your current your Zoom link here in the chat message Zoom, this URL, and here in this URL I have given you one file called bookinfo.yml. Okay, and this is what they're going to set up this infrastructure in the Kubernetes that I explained to you. And what this is nothing, is a Kubernetes file. Kubernetes file. Very quickly, let me brief to you. In this file, what we are going to do, we are going to launch one pod of pod product page app. Okay, so if you go to this file, if you go to the file somewhere in the last, okay, you will see, okay, we are going to launch one deployment, means one file, one pod. Okay, and this pod is taking the image, this one. So this is the image, and this image, guys, they always take from the Docker Hub. So in the Docker Hub, I already put this image. So they have pulled this image from my Docker Hub and launch a pod. That's all. And because this app is always run on some kind of port number, so this app is going to be Python, and here we are using port number 9080. That's the one is called port, the port number of the app. Okay, so when I run this file, they create a port. But right now in my app, we don't have one single port. We have a review, 3 review port, 1 rating port, 1 detail port. So I have write multiple deployment by this symbol to differentiate. So if you go up, so we have one more port that's called deployment, name as review version 3, in a review version 3. Okay, and we're launching one more port of this guy from this image. So there's a port, and I just given name v3 to tell this is version 3. So this port is also there in my Docker. Okay, so similarly, if you go up, we are launching one more deployment for version 2 of the review as a container, as a launching as a one port, as a deployment. So one file, one file uh, is deploying multiple ports. For every port is one microservice, and all the microservices connect together, become one single app. The way I show you here. Okay, this is done by this file. Okay, this is one point. One more point I want to add here. Add here. It is a guys very common practice in the Kubernetes. Whenever you launch any pod, we always put the pod behind the load balancer. So we always create a load balancer for this pod or for one particular app. Okay, a load balancer in the Kubernetes known as service. So we create a one load balancer dedicated for a rating pod. One load balancer we create dedicated for detail pod. Why we do so? There are a lot of reasons. Okay, one of the reasons is we never know in the future if we get more hit on the rating app. So what we have to do, we have to add one more pod in the future. This goes scaling. Okay, and that point in time, if you don't have the load balancer, then how can you distribute the load? So the pre-planning perspective, okay, or post-planning perspective, we, even though we are launching one pod, but we are running this pod behind the load balancer. This is one of the reason. Second reason is load balancer is the one who give you capability. Okay, that you want to run this pod in your private LAN. Okay, it's called private load balancer, or you want to expose this pod to outside world. It's called public load balancers. So if you want to run the load balancer in the private world, then this is called cluster IP. So cluster IP is just a concept in the Kubernetes. That means we are running a private load balancer, means nobody from the outside world will able to connect this guy. Only the internal ports can able to connect. So like this, there will be many things, right? So it's a very common thing. That is a reason what I have done here. I have done here for every pod, we have created dedicated services. Services means load balancer. So this load balancer we have created for the pod called review pod. So this load balancer, okay, we created for the review pod. Okay, for example, this is a different pod. For this pod, we have created a load balancer. This is for rating pod. So for the rating pod app, we have a different load balancer. Okay, and typically we always create to the service. So normally service we have to give a port number. Okay, so that's the port number of the service or the load balancer. It could be same as your app port, or maybe different port number also. So in this file you can see we have a 8 so 6 ports, product page, detail, rating, and 3 review. Okay, but we have 4 load balancer, one load balancer for my product page, one for my detail I have one for my rating microservices and only one for my review. Why? Because every guys are same review. Maybe same version, different point. We'll talk about why we have different version. We'll talk about when we talk about can we release deployment strategy. But this is what we have here. So we have 4 services created in the Kubernetes file. So this one file will going to deploy a lot of services and a lot of code. So right now my cluster is kind of clean, empty, nothing is there, no services, okay, and no no what I say ports. Only one service that you find here. It is the internal service of Kubernetes. And this service is very important. It's called internal service or load balancer of Kubernetes. So anyone who want to connect to the Kubernetes internally, loopback IP. If you want to connect to your own system, we use loopback IP, local host IP. Similarly, if anyone want to connect Kubernetes internally, one service want to connect other services, or one service want to connect to other Kubernetes cluster, then we use this local Kubernetes load balance. And we need today, guys, this point, because Argo CD, what we are going to implement right now. Okay, so Argo CD, the way I explained to you, Argo CD does not need Kubernetes password. Otherwise, kubectl command need, Jenkins need. Okay, why? Because this is the Kubernetes setup or the cluster, and Argo CD is not sitting outside. We have to install Argo CD inside the Kubernetes. So Argo CD is a program that runs inside the Kubernetes. That is one of the primary reasons why Argo CD does not need the Kubernetes password because they are inside the Kubernetes. But you tell the Argo CD which Kubernetes you have to control. So you tell Argo CD wherever it's sitting, same Kubernetes you have to control. So there we have to give this local internal pre-created. You don't have to create this; it is automatically created when you set up the Kubernetes service or load balancer. Okay, so that's one quick information. So why and where we need the Argo CD? Okay, so this project, what I'm talking about, this YML file, I already have it. Very quickly, I explain to you. Okay, now this file, if you want to apply, there's 2 choices. First, you can download this file in local computer here and run the kubectl apply command. In the file name, does it work? 100% it will work. It will work. This is one of the way. Okay, let me show you very quickly. So I'll create a row of this file. And let me take this file directly from the GitHub and apply here. This is one of the way. And it will create all the ports and the load balancer. See, they're creating everything. So they get all the port, this one, they get the services. Okay. So one click, entire. One click. One more, guys. All the port has been created. See here, fantastic. And plus service also been created. So this is the one of the approach, but we are not going to use this approach of launching, but this is one of the approach we can use. But one more small thing to note here. Okay, if you see the product page is the one who app. There's a kind of front end for us. They also have a load balancer. This called service. You can see product page service. But this load balancer running with a type called cluster IP, and I told you cluster IP is a type that work in a private world. Okay, so anyone who want to connect to this load balancer IP address, nobody can from outside world of the Kubernetes can connect. Right now, my Kubernetes is working in the Mumbai region of AWS cloud. So I am sitting in my city, Jaipur, for example. Okay, so I have no way to connect to this guy to this IP address because I'm outside of Kubernetes technically. I'm a client of the Kubernetes. So if you want to connect to this product page, you want to do this. So either you can change the type, something that is public, one of the name of the type is load balancer type or node port type, then the Kubernetes. Or other way is just to quick check this service is working or not, or able to connect or not, or able to use this load balancer to connect to a product pod. So this is more like a load balancer. And when you hit to this load balancer, internally they will connect to this app. So for this, there's one more approach. Okay, what we can do, I can create a this comes so something called tunnel. So from my laptop, I will go to my this service known as product page, this service, and they say in this service, I know you are working on port number 9080, 9080, a port number. So do one thing, create tunnel from my laptop. So in my laptop, I'm going to start a port number 80. So anyone who will there in my laptop, so I am the one who is there in my laptop. So if I connect to my laptop, that's called my local host, okay, to a port number 80, internally I reach to this load balancer to this port number. And this tunnel is technique known as port forwarding. So it is just for quick test and quick connection if you want to do with your laptop. So wherever you are running Kubernetes command, in my case Windows, I can create this port forwarding called tunnel. So without without we'll see the error in a minute, but without changing the type, if you want to give access to everyone to the public world, then we can change the type, or we have some other way also. So when I talk about Istio, they give you a gateway to connect to outside world. We'll talk in a minute. but without giving a public access, if you want to test by yourself or for yourself, then there's a very quick way to so, and this error may be coming because of sometimes this syntax works, sometimes you use this syntax. SVC is a keyword, and under this is what we write. Now it is working. So here they say now in your Windows, this is my Windows IP, local IP. If you connect to this port 80, until they connect to this port of your load balancer, and load balancer internally connected to container, and they give you the app. So when I hit enter to this URL in my browser, because this app, okay, you can see this app is working fantastically fine. And the guy who created this app is not created by me. I get from somewhere from the internet. They say your endpoint is where your app is working is called product page. Yeah, this same output gonna come, right? Fantastic. So this is what guys started with today. But I show you very quickly how to set up this. But we don't want to set up in this way. Working fine, but we don't want to set up in this way. Okay. So I'm going to Control C to stop this guy. Still, if you want to set up, I'll share the command to you. If you want to set up, the first command would be go to this URL, get the code of my Kubernetes. Okay. And then go and check the things, and to connect, check connect to localhost. This is the one of the way, but this way is a old typical way. This way we don't want to use because this way is kind of not automated, kind of manual. Why? For example, okay, in this code of YML, what I pull, okay, maybe one of my app wasn't changed because keep on changing, right? My developer changed the app, they upload the new image, the new version. To come to this file, update this information, and then whoever have the kubectl command, we ask them to again reapply. For this, we need this command. We need my credential local laptop. We run this command manually, so things will be completely slow down because this is the manual stuff to do. But without using the key, or the password of the Kubernetes, or without running this command, if you want to apply the new file, because this keep on changing every day 100 times maybe, okay, or maybe right now I'm running one pod of product page, but we want to run many pods as a replica to balance the load. So go and change the number. But to apply the number, again run this command. I don't want to do this. So for this, we are not going to apply this file by ourselves. What we do, we are going to ask Argo CD to do this. Okay. So right now, if you want to do this spectacular, do it. But I suggest do it with Argo CD. So it means you have to first implement the Argo CD to do this spectacle. So right now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete all the port and all the services, whatever we have created. Okay, and if we delete everything together very quickly, so we can delete all, have an all. This all means go to all the keywords and have an all means inside this keyword, what are the things they have to delete everything. So one click, everything will be clean. It's a very dangerous command. Don't run in real world, and they will delete everything for you. Okay, so that's what I'm using right now to clean my setup, so I can do this setup one more time in the better way. Let's call Argo City. Okay, so everything is clean, service is deleted. So this entire service, if you read, they will again recreate this entire of the Kubernetes, but everything remaining would be deleted. So they're deleting. Okay, now let's do the same thing with Argo CD. Before this, you have to install the Argo CD. So how to install Argo CD is a tool. So if you search for Argo CD install, the link from the official document of the Argo CD gonna come up. And here they tell you Argo CD minimum requirement is kubectl command in your local laptop. I have, you need Kubernetes cluster that I have. Then this is the command to use to install Argo CD. Okay, so this is a document you can follow. I am putting this DAC link in your in your chat box. Okay, now one thing you have to start with this line very quickly. I just want to tell a little bit about namespace. So in the Kubernetes, guys, okay, Kubernetes you can think is like a hotel. In a hotel, guys, we have multiple rooms. So in the world of Kubernetes, those rooms are known as namespaces. Namespaces. So whatever you launch in the Kubernetes, we always launch in the namespaces. Even though if you want to see the ports, we launch port or services in the namespace. We see here, they say we have no port in the default namespace. This is one of the namespace we have. So without namespace, we don't do anything. So we can create many namespaces. Whatever we want is the entire namespace of the Kubernetes. So you think Kubernetes is like a big hotel, big premises, and we have multiple rooms, room one, room two, and we are putting everything in the room. That's called namespace. So that's what Argo Study is saying. Argo Study says we need to first create the namespace. It could be any namespace, but Argo Study say I need to create this namespace. Okay, it has been created. Okay, and now in this namespace, I want to launch my thing, and for this they give you this command, and this command will go and set up everything into this namespace. So command is this one. So again, this is a Kubernetes YML file given by the Argo CD guys. They are going to set up everything in the namespace, and what they're doing, they're creating a lot of things for you. Okay, hold for a second. So that's what we're doing. Okay, so they launch a lot of things in the world of Argo City. Now, what they're done behind the scene, in this namespace, they launch many things. For example, port. For example, we want to see the port. Now you can't see any port because by default this command we always show the port in the default namespace. But I launch everything in this room. So for this, you have to use the keyword n namespace, and which namespace? Argo city. Okay, so these are a lot of internal Argo CD ports. Again, guys, this is not training. Still, I'm trying to give you very quickly as much as information I can give you in this project learning, so we can logically understand what is going on. Okay, but Argo CD is still a different training. Kubernetes is a different training. GitHub is a different training altogether. But we don't need to know everything right now for this project. Whatever we need minimum, I am explaining those minimum component to you. Okay. So this is one thing we have done. So this is a command you can find in Argo C document. Still, I am putting this command in the note. Okay. Now, because we are going to run do multiple things in the Argo CD, and by default, my current namespace is default. Means whenever I run any command, they always show you thing from the default namespace. Maybe port, they show for default room. Service, they show you from default room. Okay. But if you want to change your default namespace from default to Argo CD, because we have to do a lot in Argo CD, so I don't want to type this line again and again, then we have one command for this. Okay. And the command is this one. So I'm changing my default namespace. Okay. Default namespace. Now, when you run any command, they will run in this namespace. So you don't have to type n again and again. So they're showing you in Argo CD namespace, these are the port running. In Argo CD namespace, these are the services running. If Argo CD have anything, so they have a lot many things they're running automatically for you. Okay, so this is what we are doing. Let me share this command to you. Okay, and guys, Argo CD is also giving you giving you a web portal where you can manage everything about the Argo CD very quickly. But to log into the web portal, you need a password. And for password, guys, you have to first log into Argo CD in the command line by this command. So in the command line, you need to log into Argo CD by this command. This command will help you to get the password or the initial password of Argo CD. But for running this command, you need Argo CD command first. So we told you guys already to go and get the Argo CD command installed. If you don't have it right now, so go to GitHub in the top. And in the GitHub, guys, we have given you, I think, the direct link. You can go to release. And here they will give this command. But here somewhere you will find the Argo CD commands. So in my case, I'm using Windows. So this is the Windows Argo CD command, exe file, click, download, double click, install. Okay. So my team has given you already, but if it does not have it, okay. So again, I'm just sharing this link to your, again, in this Zoom meeting. Go to this link and download this command. After download this command, you can run this command. It will log in Argo CD internal server running inside the Kubernetes to your Windows. Okay. In my case, they say Argo CD login is not there. It should be. It should be 1 minute. Argo CD 1 minute. 1 minute, guys. I have in my laptop. I know this. Yeah. So I've set a different path in some other location. So after you do put in your system, you will get it. But in my case, I have it. Okay. So I am running this command, or wherever guy you install it, just go to that path and you get this command. So this is what one thing we have to do after getting this command. Okay. And after getting this command, then they give you a command, okay, to get the admin password. Right now, I'm going to log in with the Argo CD in the graphical portal. I'll show you how. Before this, you need an initial admin password. So they will fetch the admin password, and this is the password for me. So this is the password you need. I'm just guys sharing everything is step by step. You just run as it is. Instead, I'm explaining to you what we are doing here. Okay, this is the password we need to log in admin account of the Argo City. How to connect to Argo City portal? They give this command. Again, they're running some service locally in the Kubernetes. So we are doing port forwarding or tunneling in my local Windows. So I can access the app of the Argo City in this URL. So this command you finally run, that's all. Now you have the Argo CD running. So if I go here, this will show you the Argo City page. They're running HTTPS. So I run accept, proceed. That this Argo City, that's all. Fantastically. So this entire Argo City running inside the Kubernetes. Okay. And to log in, I have to give the user admin and password. Everyone has a different. In my case, the password is this one. Copy and paste and log in. Fantastic. Okay. So that this is what the Argo City come up. And right now, because this Argo City running inside the Kubernetes, so so if you want to launch any app of the Kubernetes, okay, the way I show you initially, this YAML file of the Kubernetes, you don't need to run this command, neither you need password. Okay. Only thing is this code, that is my book info app. Okay, they will pull automatically from the GitHub and apply for you. Before this, the minimum requirement you need Argo City. Now, after you have Argo City, okay, guys, I need 10 more minutes. Then we go for quick lab break. Lab break, and then I'll share these commands to you. Apply as it is, step by step. Facing any issue, my team will help you. Okay. Now after this, what I'm going to do is next spectacle here. Now I want my this app to be deployed in the Kubernetes. That's what we've done already, but we have done in this typical old way. But I want to do in different way. That is called using GitHub. And how we are going to do. So for this, now everything we are going to control from a GitHub. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use my GitHub account. Those who don't have the account of GitHub, please make sure you should have the GitHub account. So mostly all the practical will be completely depend on the GitHub. So go to this GitHub, create the account if you don't have it. Then in the GitHub, just go and create repository. Let's go folder. And here I'm just giving a repository. Let's say this is a Devops project based learning format 2025 batch 1. Just a folder created, and that's all. Don't click on add file, don't click. And create the repository. Okay, and now in this repository we're going to upload the file, and this upload file I will upload from my local laptop. So because I want to upload from a local laptop, my Windows, so I need a git command in my Windows. So for this, you to install one more software that I think you have done already. So git bash. So git bash is one of the software that you can install in your Windows. Okay, and this software for Windows or other OS also, double click, install, and when you install, then you will get this program, this called GitVas. So this will give you Windows terminal, more like a Linux terminal, but here they give you Git command that we are going to use to upload anything from local computer to the GitHub. Okay, so this is what you need. One more tool, I have it. Okay, now in this tool or terminal, I'll go some of my folder. You can go any folder, it's no matter. I'm going to create one more folder locally, DevOps project 2025 batch one, just a folder name, nothing special. I'll go to this folder, and now onward, guys, in this today, all the code, whatever I need, we need a lot of code. I'm going to put into this folder. It's empty right now. But before we put, I'll connect my GitHub to local. How they give you these commands, copy an entire command from here and paste here. So technically, my local Windows is connecting to the GitHub. So anything I copy in my local computer, I can upload again and again. Okay, and in your case, they will show you one pop-up to ask the login and password. In my case, is already asked you initially when I used my laptop previously, so they are not asking the password. But after you do so, you can see now they're connected and thing is working fine. And they get one file here, readme. So this file is automatically uploaded. Okay, so these command you can go and run. You don't have to type. You can go and take the command directly from the GitHub. Okay, only thing that I want to upload in the GitHub is my this one. Okay, I already have in the GitHub, but I am again downloading first my local laptop, then uploading. Okay, to give you a context that this file, let's say, created by my developer. So again, you can think in this way. Some of the developer or Kubernetes guys has created some of the developer or your DevOps engineers have created this file. In my case, called book info.yml in your local workspace. This called folder in your local laptop, let's say in Windows in my case. And after they create this file, there's a Kubernetes file, okay, and they upload to the GitHub. Okay, this go push to the GitHub. Okay, so this file I have given you already pre-created, but yeah, when you will learn Kubernetes in detail, then you come to know how to create this file. But almost the important point I explained to you about this file. Okay, so in my case, the same location, I am downloading this file with the curl command. We got copy somewhere, and then I'm copying as output into the file with the same name or different name, whatever to give. You can give here YML or YML, does not matter. So this file I downloaded from somewhere. Okay, so I'm sharing this command to you as it is. You can type. Okay, and this file I explained to you already most of the part that this file is going to launch a deployment with one pod from this image that is created by somehow is a product page container we can launch from this guy on this port. Okay, many more things we have. But this file, we are not going to apply with kubectl command. This also we can do. App will be launched, but I don't want to do this. I want this file to be run by Argo CD. And Argo CD, the minimum requirement is your file should be there in the GitHub. So that is a reason. That is the reason I am going to first add this file in the GitHub. Git add. Then I'm doing git commit. This is a very basic command of git with some comment. Dot means all the files. and the git push, the pure basic command of the git. Okay, of the git. Okay, so let me run the history. So this command you need to run. I'm just giving all the command step by step to you, so you won't miss anything when you practice. Finally, this file, what I have downloaded, is uploaded into the GitHub. So when I refresh, you can see come up. Okay, and whenever file gonna come in the GitHub is a Kubernetes file that's going to deploy your app. Now you can configure the Argo CD. They will take this file and apply for you. Okay, and again in Argo CD is a one-time setup to do so. So how to do in the Argo CD? This is a final demo. I go to Argo CD and there's a button called app here. So in Argo CD, this concept is called app. So we have to create the app in the Argo CD. For us, app is nothing, is our project. So this project we want to deploy in the Kubernetes, but with the help of Argo CD. So we have to create an app here. App we can give a name. Let's say this is a Linux World Book Info app. Anything you can give as a name. Okay. Project name we can give a default here. Then what you want Argo CD will keep on going to GitHub again and again and pulling the new code. So it means now onward, what I can tell to my Argo CD. Now, what your duty is, you have to keep on going to GitHub, and when you see any new change come up in my code, pull the new code and apply it for me. That's called sync policy. Okay. So if you want manual, means you have to click button somewhere again and again, or if you want everything to be automated, then click on the automated. It means now any code change in my Kubernetes file by your DevOps engineer or the developers, as soon as a push to GitHub, new change, new deployment, new replica, new image of the Kubernetes, as soon as they go to GitHub, okay, Argo CD will automatically sync this guy. Get this code and apply it to where Kubernetes. Means we don't need to go to Argo CD, neither we don't need to go to Kubernetes. Everything is completely automated in terms of deployment. That's what is called Argo CD. Continued deployment. That's what we add automatic here. Now you tell the repository, means your Git URL, where you're going to upload the code. So for this, you have to give this URL HTTPS of the GitHub and put the URL here. Then you tell the path where your code located. So my code located in same folder where this path is, same location, current location. So current location we normally give the dot. The path is dot, means current location. Current dot slash also same thing, no difference. But sometimes if you folder some other folder where your code located, you give the folder name where the code located. So in the Argo CD, you have to tell two things: where source is my code, GitHub, and where the destination is always Kubernetes. Okay, so destination is Kubernetes. And because Argo CD guys is working inside the Kubernetes, that's called local cluster. So they know where the local cluster is. So they know this, right? And you know what is this? Is nothing is the service. For example, okay, we run this command kubectl get service in the default namespace. So Kubernetes has its own internal load balancer. This one. So anyone who is running inside the Kubernetes, they want to connect to Kubernetes, they use this guy's IP address, and this is what is happening. Kubernetes.default service. Okay, a namespace. And again, because you're going to launch this app for GitHub, So you want to launch where? In the Kubernetes. Which Kubernetes? I given the path, this Kubernetes. Even though guys, Argo Studio has a capability, you can create multiple clusters also. So there's a lot of reason we have to create multiple Kubernetes cluster. Okay, and one Argo CD can connect to multiple cluster also, 10, 20, hundreds, and all the list gonna come up here. Whichever you want to launch your deployment, you can deploy. So one Kubernetes cluster for development purpose, one for testing purpose, one for production purpose. So multi environment cluster also we can create with the same ekctl command and connect with the one Argo. Okay, and one more thing. When you launch, you need two things: which Kubernetes you want to use, and in the Kubernetes, which namespace you want to use. Everything launch in the namespace. So in my case, in the Kubernetes, I'm going to launch in my default namespace, or you can launch anywhere else. So right now, we see I don't have anything in the default namespace, empty, empty. So if you want to launch in default, you can use default, or otherwise you can create many other also, and you can put that. That's all, guys. This is a one-time setup in the world of Argo City. Nothing is special. I just give name, project name is default, sync policies automatically. This is what I write. Source is my GitHub URL. In your case, you write your URL, okay, where my Kubernetes code is available, and my destination is my own cluster of Kubernetes, and I will launch my app into default namespace. So right now my default namespace is empty. Let me give this command also to you to check. Okay, and when I create this, now everything is automated. One app is created in the Kubernetes. You can see sync is going on. Okay, you know what they're doing? See, which is very beautiful. See, this is a very beautiful animation given by Argo CD. Because I asked them to sync automatically. So Argo CD behind the scene going to GitHub, download all the code, try to understand the code, which is the Kubernetes code, and whichever the Kubernetes code would be, they run the entire code, deploy it for you in the Kubernetes default namespace. Completely automated. Neither we need to give Argo CD my keys of the Kubernetes cluster. Neither we have to apply by manually with kubectl command, apply command, or kubectl create command. Everything is completely automated. Here, this app is what they launch so many ports. Here, these are ports. And according to our diagram, this is the detail port they launch, product page they launch in PHP, rating page, and service review. They have 3 review pages. Right? Review 1, 2, 3. Okay. They launch. And if you also notice here, they launch multiple services also, review services. So guys, I think I have some disruption in between for a minute. So you didn't miss anything. I paused that point in time. Okay, so I have some network connection, I believe. But this is what you can see here very quickly. Argo CD do everything automatically. It go to GitHub, download the Kubernetes code, okay, and apply this code in the Kubernetes automatically. And they show you this beautiful visual here. Okay, so again, if you go to applications here, this is the Argo CD, one of the application we launch. Okay, in my case, because of the internet disruption, my connection might be lost here. Let me apply one more time to connectivity with Argo CD. Okay, let me refresh again. So this application is healthy, fantastic, and this is the complete application. And this is a review load balancer. And if you click on the review load balancer, okay, the load balancer symbol, if you can see here, this sync and everything working fine. So many things you can see here right now is not required. Okay, and that's what working. And if you see review load balancer behind the scene, there are many other things also there, but this is what the minimum thing you should know. But where they launch everything in the Kubernetes. How I know? Last point in time, there's no port running in default. But without coming to Kubernetes, without running this command, everything's completely automated and launch the app. So yeah, they launch all the ports. Okay, they launch all the services of your application. Completely automated. It means, it means now onward, if you want to launch more services, more port, do any changes here, any version come up, you don't need to come to Kubernetes command line, neither Kubernetes tool, even though you don't need to come to Argo CD also, because they keep on doing auto sync. Okay, even though you don't need to come to GitHub also. Okay, only thing is you have to sit in your laptop, that's all. And wherever you have your workspace in your laptop, okay, this is my pure laptop. Go to this file, go to this file, okay, and any version you want to change it. Anything you want to change. And after you change, upload it to GitHub with git push command. That's all. And as you upload, this code will go to GitHub. And after this, everything will be completely automated. Your continuous deployment will be completely automated. What happened? When you upload, it go to GitHub. And this guy is keep on monitoring by the Argo CD. Almost they have an interval of 3 minutes almost. Okay, so every 3 minutes they keep on going. We can change the time by some internal way of Argo CD. So every 3 minutes they're going to GitHub, and whenever they find a change happen, they automatically sync and they apply to Kubernetes. They apply to Kubernetes. That's what you can see from here. It's completely automated. That's what I would like to say. But in the other way, what you can think, it means, okay, your GitHub is the one who is controlling everything. So GitHub is your single point of this called source of truth. Whatever GitHub say, Argo should rely, and whatever GitHub say, that's what Argo should apply in the Kubernetes. It means without knowing any Kubernetes command, without knowing the Kubernetes password, your GitHub will be the one who is doing the complete deployment in the automated way. That's what we can think in this way. And this concept is nice guys known as GitOps. GitOps principle. It's a concept where GitHub is the one who control everything in the terms of operations part or in the terms of deployment. Okay, and to quick check my app is working or not. So because my service is running in the cluster IP, private IP, so we can do this check. And if you want to check, you can do port forwarding the way I showed to you already. Let me do it one more time. Again, this is I'm doing manually, but this part also we can do automatic with Argo CD. How? I'll show you in the next go. But before this, let me show you very quickly manually. So my service is this one, product page. Okay, this is my service name. And the port number, I'm using 80 in my local computer. This port number should be free at this point in time in your local computer. And the port number of my load balancer is is working. Again, it's failing. Why this command is failed? Last time it worked because in my uh, in my kubeshell command, I say my default namespace is Argo City. In Argo City namespace, this service is not there. This is there in the default namespace. So you write also one more thing here. The namespace where you can find this service is default. That's all. Now it's working. So let me share this command also as a quick last command. In this example, practical is this one. And now when you go to this URL, you connect your app. Fantastic, right? And if you want to connect to a product page, they give one endpoint that's called product page. You will connect to the app. Fantastic. Okay, working absolutely great. Okay, and behind the scene, you can see we are connected to the one of the review app. If you refresh, if you refresh, yes, change, right? Sometimes there are caches. So if you refresh, they're changing. The colors means they are connecting different port. So till here, what we have done the same thing. Okay, so I can do in this way. This is more like a manual way. Okay, if you do this, your choice, but don't do this way. Okay, what we will do, we are doing in a automated way or better way. I can use automate. Maybe the better word. I can say GitOps. So for this, you to install the Argo CD first. A one-time setup only to do Argo CD, and then inside the Argo CD portal, whatever application you will create, that will be make it auto. Okay, so guys, this is a lot of information I given to you, a lot of practical. Now take almost half an hour and do this step by step. Every command I didn't miss anything. Don't do this. Okay, skip this part. If you did do this, so then delete it first and start from here. Start from here, step by step. You perform it, and for you guys, what I'm doing, I'm just putting all the command in my same GitHub, so that in my README file, so you can directly copy paste the command also if you want. So all the command I have put in my GitHub. This URL I'll share you in a minute. Okay, so they're gonna come up. So this URL, guys, I'm sharing you, where you get all the command, all the command. Okay, so guys, do this practical. Okay, and again, who are very new in this tool and technology, we don't need to learn, understand every point, because the DevOps is a big world altogether. I'm putting everything almost together here. So we don't need to learn everything or understand everything. At least we should get some vocabulary. The Argo studies tool, this could be happen, this could be possible solution. So at least knowing is also very important. That so that if you go to any interview, any use case gonna come up, so at least you have the idea in the mind. Okay, this kind of use case where I want my deployment to be automated without giving any key and directly control from a GitHub. So we have at least Argo City with us to do the things. Okay, so knowing is also very important. Okay, it's not always important to understand the commands and this process. Okay, still I have given the entire steps to you, but again, knowing is also very important. Okay, so also take in this code. So this is one of the tool, guys, I explained to. So we have created a long list today. Okay, of of Kubernetes or Argo City. So many more tool is yet to cover. Everyone has their own use cases. Before going for the next tool, Next tool, these are the prerequisite we have. Minimum thing is obviously Argo study. Sorry, Kubernetes and control to be done by Argo City. And on the top of this, we keep on adding many more tools also. Okay, so guys, go and do this setup step by step. In half an hour, we will continue with the next part. There's a lap time, guys, not break time. Okay, do it right now. Any issues, please connect to our Discord channel, or you can ask me here also. Okay, that's all, guys. Yes, you can use Flux also. So Flux is also the kind of competitor, Arvind, of Argo City. So that's what we can use if you want. So Weber, Argo City core is not recognized because Argo City command is not there. So go to the link what I have given to you, or my team has already provided you, I think yesterday in your group. So install the Argo City command first, and then you can use Argo City login command. Then it will work. Anushka, yes, this document we provide, right? So this is what the step-by-step document I provided already live in this GitHub. Just go and get these command from there. So, so in the if Argo study have any mistake come up, so we have some test cases we can first test in some testing environment. There's a good practice to do. Otherwise, Argo CD have a rollback concept, okay, or error handling concepts also. So we can do everything in Argo CD. They can handle. Is after saying they will auto apply the change. So so now onward, as soon I keep on pushing to GitHub, my apply in the Kubernetes will be automated. Everything will be completely automated. Sajid, what you have to do, you have to do only these things. Whatever I write, this thing. So these are the only thing you have to do, or maybe click on the row here that will give better clarity of the command. Okay. And this command, when you create a project first time in your GitHub, they give this command as it is, you can apply. No, Argo City is not the replacement of Jenkins. Okay, the way I was trying to explain you, Jenkins great in CI part, continuous integration part. That's what we use. Should use the Jenkins. But in some of the example of continued deployment part, Jenkins can be useful, but they are not full-fledged, foolproof in multiple example. One of the example I told you, we have to provide credentials to Jenkins, then only to work in continued deployment part. Okay, this is one of the things. There were many more other things also. So in this cases, CI part we can use with Jenkins. CD part we can go for Flux or Argo CD. Okay. Arvind, right now we are not going for that project compute cost planning. Okay, we don't need to go for this. Only thing what we need right now, cost planning, if you know AWS, you can do it by very, very quickly. Right now, just you need to run this command, that's all. So whatever we need in today's project, this is enough. Behind the scene, this will create a two worker node, means two issue instances with some RAM and CPU. Okay, not so much bigger or less. So whatever they launch, that is more than enough. Okay. And otherwise, you can just go and calculate the cost planning. There are two available in AWS to do so, but there's not good reason to talk in this training. Guys, if you run Argo City login command, if it's failing, so one of the big reason is you to first change your namespace. If you don't write this command, then this command will fail. So that is the reason, guys, every command you write in the same order. Otherwise, some of the thing will fail. This issue in the Argo study installation pretty simple. It's a software. Double click, install it, or you can find Argo CD install. Okay, Argo CLI install. You can find some links also. So I believe nothing should be very tedious for installing this tool. Okay. So some more way also, guys, they give you. You guys can use these way also, depend upon the operating system. If some of the way EXFI is not working for you, you can come to this side, depend upon the operating system. Uh, for Windows, you can use this way. Okay, that's also you guys can try or download the latest version. Multiple way available. Whichever work for you, you guys can install in Ditway. Okay, I'm talking about Argo City command line uh, tool. Okay, so that's what you can try. This is also the one commands you can run. It will install for you. Depend upon the OS to OS. Which OS you want to install, you can install for me. And this link I have given to you directly. exe file, download, double click, install it. This is also one of the way. I'm not able to pull Docker image. You don't need to pull Docker image, Riddhi. It will auto pull from the Kubernetes YAML file. So you don't need to pull the Docker image here. Okay. So only thing is you have to take this file and upload to GitHub. Then Argo CD will pull automatically. Okay. So you don't need. So log, if you want to see the logs, you can see kubectl logs command of the board if you want to see the log. No, it won't show the error if you run the Docker pull command and the image name of what image name I have put here is the image name. So if I give the image name, but an image name is not enough actually. Image also have a version. So we click on the image. Okay, so here this image has a version, this version. You type image name, colon this version, then you pull, it won't give the error if you want to pull. What part of team will define viral is again Vara Prasad is depend upon team to team, organization. Someone have pure Kubernetes team create the Bible file. Sometimes seen the developers are the one who create the Bible file. Sometimes SRE Devops team are the one who create Bible file. So there's no fixed responsibility. Company to company, team to team, it vary. Okay. So obviously Bible file should be created by the one who know Kubernetes in detail. They are the always eligible. But now who know the Kubernetes in your organization will can take this responsibility of creating the YAML file and uploading into the GitHub. How to create Docker image or use yours? No, you can use mine, Ritesh. Right now, creating Docker image would be a next go. Means it would be take us in the different direction of this training. So otherwise, you can, if you does not know Dockerfile, there's a lot of tutorials available in the market, or you can join some of my Docker training where you can learn to make our things to be very quick. I have given this Docker image pre-created here. Okay, but if you want, I'll show you very quickly in a minute in some time how I create this image. So Gautam, if you're getting this error, the one of the possibility is your cluster is not up, your pod is not yet started. Okay, and other reason could be the port number what you're giving, let's say 80 port is already used in computer by some other program. So in this case, this is one of the some possible reasons. In this case, what you can do, you can change this port number to 81, 82, something like this. So after the ones, after download Argo CD Windows, install it. That's all. After install, then this command will work. After install, this command will work. Is guys anyone who want to create your own repo? I suggest create your own repository, or otherwise you can use my repository of where I am putting the code of my GitHub. Okay, so I suggest create your own the way I show, so you can do more customization on the top of this. Otherwise, you can create your own repo. You can use my repo. There's a possible, guys, if Argo CD command after install you're not getting it, so just check when you install the software, they copy this command some folder, go to that folder where the Argo CD command available. You can run the Argo CD command from there, or just close your terminal again, start the terminal, or maybe get bash terminal. Okay, you can get the Argo CD command from there. Okay, then just try to do this combination, it will work. So, Prasad, if you are middleware admin and if you want to explore the DevOps, so in DevOps there's a lot of tool, and every tool is a independent tool. Like Docker is independent, Kubernetes is independent, Terraform, Ansible, Prometheus, Grafana, Argo CD, Jenkins. These are individual. If you been the expertise in all this tool, then you could be a pure core DevOps engineer and apply for any DevOps job and role. For this, one of the ways we in Linux World have one complete specialization program purely in DevOps deliver me. Both are available. One we are going to start soon the live training you can do with me, and other way is we have a recorded class in Hash portal. So one of the way you guys can join, and I think this is one of the biggest DevOps course available in the market. So so you can connect to our team, Prasad, and my team will help you for further detailed uh, course agenda. So I think a lot of guys install the Argo City working. Those guys not able to install Argo City, just Google something. Argo City CLI install. Depend upon the operating system. You can depend OS to OS. This they have different commands that you get from the net, or put your error in the Discord channel. Some of my team will help you very quickly. Testing we are going to start soon. Uh, that is called um, Istio service mass, and all the remaining topic will be depend on this very beautiful topic, service mass. In almost 10 to 15 minutes, we are going to start. By the meantime, have this setup ready. Due to XYZ reason, if Argo City is not you're not able to work able to implement it, so I have given you the ultimate way, alternate way also. Okay, so if Argo Studio is not working, you can also launch your app in this way. Okay, it look like simplest way, but it's not most scalable way. But thing could be done. Okay, so try Argo Studio work. We guys show you everything step by step. Most of you guys have done already. But if it's not working, file it. Try 10 to 15 minutes. Otherwise, you guys can implement in this way also your app. Pratik, we already shared the Argo City steps, right? So please follow my GitHub. We have shared you already. So, Nilesh, if you run this command, curl command, it should not give the error. Okay, this command should not give the error. If you want to download uh, this file locally, it should work. If it's giving the error, then possibility would be sometime when you download in some folder or Windows maybe there we don't have permission to download. So go and use the different folder or open this URL in the browser and download from there. Copy or open the browser and do Control S to save. This is also one of the way to do so. So, guys, my team is also shared you the Google Drive link where whatever I'm doing here, the diagram, all the stuff what I've done step by step, they keep on sharing the screenshots there. So if we miss some of the part while I'm doing something on the graphical, those screenshots will be there in the Google Drive link that we have shared in the morning. I asked my team, they'll share one more time that link to you. So, for example, Argo City, what I did, how I created. It is there in the Google Drive link. So just quickly scroll and get the process and how we are doing. Okay. So Sanatan has said here, if Argo study is not working, you can give the entire name, then it work. Okay. So in my case, I use the name only Argo study command line. But because you download exe file, then you type the company name, Argo study -windows -amdistributor.exe. I think in my laptop actually I rename it actually. That is what I use Argo cd command. So if you download the exe file, then your command name would be would be uh, this name. This name. Let me add here. So instead of Argo cd command, you can write command. It's called Argo cd exe, and then the remaining options. So I can use or this. So I think in my laptop I rename already. So first I downloaded this, I rename, but both the thing is same. So wherever you're running Argo cd command, instead of this, you just type this because this is what you downloaded. Okay. How to open Argo cd for login? Anjali, this is the command I have given in the doc. Just go and please get it from there. This doc. Okay. And guys, in the Argo cd, very quickly, if you want to revise, so in the Argo cd, when you log in, click on the new app, give any app name. Project name, if you click here, they give you automatic default. Sync policy will be automatically. This is what you write here. And then in the source, you give the URL of the GitHub wherever you uploaded. In my case, I uploaded my code here, this file where you uploaded. So give the URL, okay, of this guy. You can use my GitHub also. But I suggest you can create a URL, then you can do many changes in the future. So copy this URL and put here. Path would be dot slash, means current folder. Destination would be your Kubernetes, and namespace is default. That's all. Spelling is AULT. That is the only thing you write, and then apply and create. Okay, this is what I did in Argo City. Then it will come up automatically, and when you click on the screen, it will show you the entire topology automatically created. Okay. Argo report is taking so much time to sync. It is not expected. I think if you're taking more than a lot of times, 2 or 3 minutes, maybe something you did mistake, maybe giving wrong URL of the GitHub, or that would be one of the challenge, or because they are deploying in the Kubernetes, so Kubernetes resource is limited. So this could be some of the reason. Otherwise, within a minute or 2 minutes, they launch. So yes, Ankit, obviously, right now we don't need Jenkins because the image what I am using is pre-created by me. But who will get these images? Your Jenkins, right? So here the role of Jenkins is gonna come up. This is CI part, continuous integration part. So I can ask Jenkins, go to source code of my developer, get the code, build the image, upload here. So this is one of the example where Jenkins could be used, or many more area also. But we don't need today. That's what I given you pre-created images. Okay. Service account right now is not so much important for us to know, but service account we use in Kubernetes to give some power, rule to some pod. So whenever we want to give some board role, a power, or some restrictions could be, we use service account. We don't need right now. Whenever we need in the future, maybe. So guys, next topic is very important. Service mesh is to we are going to add on the top of this guy, and then you see some very beautiful power full concept. We'll start in some few minutes. Anyone facing issue, please put your errors in the Discord channel. My team, or the technical team, or the guys, anyone who have done already. So you guys can also help the other one to troubleshoot their issues. Uh, in the Argo CDs, so whenever I create an app, okay, app, what happened? My connection might lose. Okay, so guys, whenever you create an app, the project name that you give is a default. So what is project in the Argo is just not important right now to know, but you have to give a default project name. And if you click on the project name, if you click here, they automatically give you pop-up. This is Intel project name to be created. Okay, so that's what you have to give here. But here, what you give in the destination is a namespace. This is a Kubernetes namespace that I was talking about. So you want to deploy a project in the Kubernetes, but which room, which namespace? Okay, so you can create your own namespace, hello Linux world, or we have one default namespace already there in the Kubernetes. You can launch your app there. That's what I write, default. In the source piece, you have to give the link of link of your GitHub. So wherever your YAML file located, this YAML file of the Kubernetes in the GitHub is located. So give the link from here. There's a GitHub link you have to give. Okay. So, Rijawardhan inside my technical team is not responding us. I think this should respond. Where you connected in the WhatsApp group or in the Discord channel? So, Sayed, if you're listening to me or by the team listening to me, please go and check the query. What is Wa is asking. Project page is not loading. Which project page are you talking about? Harshvardhan, Argo City, nothing. Just you to go and download from the link this exe file. Okay, and technically this is actually command. Okay, wherever you download it, let me show you again. Wherever downloaded, so this has been downloaded, right? So wherever downloaded, it is downloaded in the Windows in the download folder. Or I can go here, download folder. Okay, so go to download folder. command line. Let's say this is my command line. Okay, go to one minute. Let me open new terminal. By any of your command line, let's say git bash or cmd. Okay, go to download folder, and when you type Argo cd, whatever I download with the name, it's called Argo cd Windows. So I write Argo cd Windows is a command, or maybe you can write dot slash. It's not coming up automatically. This is a command. That's what the command is. In my case, I use Argo cd, but in your case, your command is this. And after this, whatever I given you a command, you can run. All the other command of Argo cd, you can run. You can see the help. They give you many more command. See, it's working right. There's no issues. So many more command you have. For example, I can see applications, how many applications we created in Argo cd. And again, Argo cd will help. You can see the list of the applications. So it is working. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So you can list the applications. For example, I write list. So in the Argo cd, this is what the application we created, right? So what we created in the graphical, same thing can be listed here. So you don't need to run this command. I'm just showing you this command is working. Only thing what you do, download this exe file, Windows AMD64. This is nothing, is a command. Wherever you download is a download folder. Go to download folder and then use this command. Okay, by writing dot slash. Or if you put in the path, then you don't need to write dot slash. It will work directly. Or you can put in the path of Windows and rename with Argo cd. Then it will work the way I am working. So this command, or this command same. Or let me write here dot slash. Okay. Or let me also write, first you go to download folder and then type this. Okay. Same thing. Here also you can type this. So this or this. No change, no difference. Okay. So now just try this, it will work for you. So I think this is the small thing I'm not talking because it's part of butterverse thing. I think you should know this. So I'm not touching this small part. But if you're facing issue, we are helping. Argo name is just a name. In Argo Studio, we can create a multiple application. You obviously to differentiate, we give the name, right? That is the name. Nothing is special. So Argo Studio has a way to manage multiple cluster. Okay, so multi-cluster setup in Argo Studio. So for this, you have to first connect the cluster. There's a one process in Argo Studio to perform. Obviously, we're not discussing here, but if you go to settings, there's a cluster. Right now, I'm create to my own internal cluster of Argo Studio in cluster. Okay, but we have a way we can add many cluster here by some command line. Okay, all the cluster name will be listed here. And when you have other cluster to be connected with the Argo CD, same Argo CD, then while launching the application, we can give the destination, which cluster you want to launch. Dev cluster, test cluster, production cluster, HR cluster. So that's how we can give the destination. Okay, 5 more minutes, we are starting one of the very interesting topic, service mesh STO. And you can see the so beautiful concepts to be implemented. So anyone who's getting the error in port forwarding, okay, so you can change the port number for 80 to 81. Okay, because the possibility the same port is used by somewhere in your system already. So guys, we start service mesh istio. But before this, some quick announcement for you. So Preeti, if you're listening, over to you.
Thank you so much, Vimal sir. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this Build Your Live DevOps project.
9 a.m. We are dedicated for the Docker. We are starting from very basics and touching all the important aspects of the Docker, what we really want in the real world. So we are only covering those concepts step by step with complete practical. Then we are calling some specialist guys. This is what the content delivered by me with complete hands-on. And then we're calling some special guys who are expertise dedicated on Docker. Maybe they are Docker captain, they are Docker head in India. So we are calling some gun who will quickly give you their insight from the due to XYZ region. If you are facing issue, my team will help you. Or otherwise, there's alternative way to launch the app without Argo CD. It this one. This is what we can use. Don't delete, but only launch and use. Okay, so that's what guys you can do uh, till here. Now the next point is very interesting that we are going to start is service mass issue. Okay, so I we will do a guys lunch break almost in half an hour. So before half an hour, I will very quickly give you the context and some setup so we can use our lunch break with two-way lunch break with the lap time. So two things we can do together in parallel. So what exactly we want here? So at this point in time, if you run the command called kubectl get ports in the namespace called default, okay, and these are the port running. Different port microservices become the app, and our app look like this. The way I show you already look like this. The point is in this app, okay, because this part, if you see here, is coming from is visible here in the product page, okay, but it's coming from not from the product port, is coming from this port, maybe let's say written Ruby as a language by managed by different team. Due to XY region, this part is not coming, or some error is coming, or coming very slow, loading very slow. Okay, so launching the app, guys, one time go, one time game. But after app launch, okay, there will be a lot of different kind of troubles gonna come up. Sometime app is not coming up, some kind of fault happen. Sometimes they're coming up. We were expecting something else. Some different star gonna come up means they are hitting to the different version. Right now they're showing version 2 with black star, but we're expecting version 3 here. Why is not coming up? Okay, or maybe they are coming slow. What is the issue? Okay, so by looking at the app or by looking at the code, it's very harder to troubleshoot and understand what is going on behind the scene. And because we work on microservice architecture, we have a lot of port here. Maybe you have more bigger complex architecture, many ports to be there. So understanding the flow of the packet, because behind the scene everyone has their own IP address. So my packet from here go here or they'll here. So we have to understand the flow of the packet, flow of the traffic. Okay, that's called observability. So you want to observe what is going on at the network level. Okay, and this is not the only thing we want. We want to do many more things here. For example, the way trying to explain you in the initial morning time. Okay, we started with the version one of my review app, version one. Okay, so my developer has the way I explained to you. My developer has launched version one. After some time, they want version two. They then roll out version three, and I'm putting all the version behind the load balancer, not removing. version 1. Okay, why? Because we have no guarantee version 2 might have bug, or version 3 maybe have a bug in the future, or my client does not like this. So what I want here, I want to create some deployment strategy of my pod of my revision app or revive app, for example. Okay, and what strategy I want to use? So one of the strategies, guys, mostly we use whenever multiple versions, if you want to run together. Okay, so typically, what we mostly do, we are running with version 1 from long time, is stable, is working great. My company come with a new feature, new facilities, new look and feel, and they want to launch to the real world. Let's say version 2 of the app, but mostly as a good business strategy or other strategy, we don't want to launch this app. Let's say global. Let's say your company is global. The V1 is working globally, everywhere, every country. Okay, new version is a good practice. We don't know does not want to launch globally because we does not know how my customer gonna react. It could be bad reputation for the company. Okay, so what we do, we take a smaller area, some area, maybe some particular country or some particular city or some particular account of our users or some particular IP address ranges. Okay, so we will release this app to smaller set of your audience. So let's say you have 100 audience. So still my 98 audience will still see the older version, and two audience or two customer, let's say 2%, I want to show the newer version. Okay. So technically what we're doing, we are controlling the traffic, we are controlling the load, and we are only sending the traffic to the 2% of my customer. So that we can take the quick feedback, and anything you want to improve, we can improve. And after we improve, then we will slowly we increase the traffic to 20%. Now 80% will go here, then 50%, then 50% go here, then 90%, then 10% go here, and slowly we will send all the 100% traffic to new version, and old version will remove. Mostly use, and this strategy, guys, is known as canary release or canary deployment strategy. We have many more strategies also in the market. One is called blue, green deployment, where we entire shift the traffic. So my V1 is working. Okay, after we put the V2 somewhere, we test all the way, and entire 100% with traffic switch for blue to green. So there's many things. But let's talk about the canary release or canary strategy. Here, what we want, I want my all the version V1 or let's say V2 to be live, and I want my traffic to be sent to this guy. Okay, so obviously we need some kind of load balancer in the Kubernetes Cisco service. But the challenge in the Kubernetes is your service load balancer in the Kubernetes work with round robin. Okay, they have no way to send the unequal distribution. They always send the equal distribution. So if you two version running behind the scene or the two port running, they always send equal to 50% and 50%. If you four, then 20, 20, 20, 25%, that's it. So in the Kubernetes, there is no way in the Kubernetes internal process to send the equal traffic to send the unequal traffic to the port. For example, if you're planning to send 90% traffic to V1 or 10% traffic to V2, okay, so Kubernetes does not give you anyway. We can do some trick. That's a different point. We can launch 10 port of V1 or 2 port of V2. So kind of trick we can use, but there's no any sophisticated way or right way to achieve this process. So if you want to do a traffic routing, it's called traffic routing or traffic controlling. In the world of load balancers, it's called vetted routing. If you want to achieve, so Kubernetes does not give this way, or Kubernetes does not also give you a way to see what is happening behind the scene. Where my packet is going, I want to see how much the packet is going to this app, how much time they're taking, why they're taking a lot of time. So this is called observability. So we have no better way to to see the observability of my app. And when I say the word observe or observability, it's a big word actually altogether, because it covered a lot many things. So one of the things is, if one port is connected to other port, and this port connect to other port, this going to other port. So I want to see my when my anyone hit to do this app, my packages go here, and then after this they go here and they come back. How much time they took? 1 second, less than 1 second. Here they took 2 seconds. And why I want to know? Okay, because I want to know, because when this port will go to this guy, it will take 0.1 second, and this take 1 second. It means we have some issue here, maybe some network issue, or my port is slow, app is slow here. There could be some issue. Maybe have limited resources here of RAM and CPU. But this side we are going very fast, and because because if one thing in between slow down, 1 second is very high actually. We always want nanosecond, millisecond, not nano millisecond. my my thing to be accessed. And after this, we have many more port. If this guy slow down, the other guys also slow down. This is called cascading effect. So one of the guys will slow down, one of the guys fail in between. It will impact the remaining part, what they come after this. Or plus, they also impact the first one also, because the first one also slow down because this guy. So it will create a cascading effect to slow down the entire app. So it's very harder in the microservice world, who is creating this cascading effect or impacting the performance. So you have to go very deep to observe what is happening at the network level or the port level or the service load balancer level. But Kubernetes does not give you this visibility, means observability. Okay, so that's what we want. But we want many more things. Okay, I want to see the logs, I want to see the matrices and tracing. So we'll talk as we go ahead in today's class. Okay, but right now the things what I'm talking about. Okay, I want to routing my traffic with proper vetted routers, or I can say the load balancers. I want to see what is happening behind the scene as a network level or port level observability of the how the packet is going on. Kubernetes has no way to do this. Okay, so what to do? So for this, we have to do and take the help from other tool that can be work with Kubernetes. Okay, so what we can do, what we can do, for example, okay, if you know, in the Kubernetes, whatever we launch is a pod, and pod is mostly kind of equals to container, but not exactly. Pod is like a wrapper. Inside the wrapper, this they are running with a container from the image. Okay, so let's say we are running with one pod, and let's say we are running one more pod, port number A and port number B. And according to our example, this port uh, could be, okay, the port could be, where's my diagram? Okay, is a Python port product app, and second would be Ruby, let's say detail app. And they behind the scene, behind the scene, they connect to each other by some networking, and this networking is given by Kubernetes or maybe what a content engine they use behind the scene. So technically, internally, this container is connecting this container, kind of direct network given by the Kubernetes. And Kubernetes has no as such way internal to see and look what is going on, how much time they take for this request, what traffic is going on, the traffic is encrypted or not, traffic is authenticated or not, many things. Kubernetes has no such a way properly to be controlled. Okay, so what we can do, instead, we ask these container to communicate to each other, especially in the world of microservices, each other. We can create a different kind of architecture. The architecture could be something like this. Because in the Kubernetes, we have a pod, let's say one more pod, let's say one more pod, let's say one more pod. And the pod is nothing is a wrapper. Technically, the things that is connected to each other is a container. So these are the containers we have here. Okay, so let's say this is a product container, this is a review container, this is the detail container according to our example. Our example. Okay, and now now these container we are not asking them to communicate directly. So what we can do in the same pod, we will launch one more container. And I just want the guys in one pod is just a wrapper. If you launch one container pod, then it is called single container pod. But in the pod, if you launch one more than two container in the pod, that's called multi-container pod. That is workable. It's work, no issues. Okay. So same thing. I will launch one more container here, one more container here. The main container is this one where my app is running. So the main container, also known as app container. Okay, but the secondary container is we just use to help this guy. What help? Now we restrict this port somehow and say if you want product, if you want to connect to my review guy, I won't give you direct way to connect. You need to first go and connect to this port internally or container internally. This container behind the scene will connect to this container, and this container will send your packet to this container. So if you want to product, if you want to connect to review, okay, we won't allow you to connect directly, because if you connect directly, then we have no way to control your network traffic. To control your network traffic in the terms of observability, you want to monitor, you want to do authentication, if you want to do traffic mirroring, if you want to route the traffic here and there, if you want to do encryption, whatever the case would be. So these are the special container, okay, who have a capability to take the packet, okay, and send wherever they want to send. But because they are the special container who specially designed, okay, in a way so they can see about the network packets. They can see the network packet is not encrypted, they can encrypt. If packet is not authenticated to the destination, they can authenticate. They want to mirror, they can limit the the threshold of the network. Many things they can do. Okay, these things. And normally, guys, these container is kind of proxy. So they are also known as proxy containers. Okay, or this container actually helping the main app container. So they are also known as sidecar. Sidecar container. You know, sidecar. Your motorcycle. Some motorcycle have sidecar, right? So there's a kind of support for this container for doing some extra use cases. Here, the use case I want to do some control on the network. Okay, and same thing here also. If my product want to access to my detail page, so this guy is the one. Product will go to this container. This container will send the traffic to this container, and they send it. So this is the proxy for this guy. This is the proxy for this guy. And if you have hundreds of ports, every port will add extra container. Okay, so if you have lots of port, for example, lots of port microservices. Okay, and every port we will put this proxy program or sidecar program as extra container. So technically they are the one who help us to internally send the traffic to anyone and everyone. That become a mesh topology created. And because every traffic is going via this program, this is a proxy program, and a lot of proxy program available in the market. If for this kind of use cases, what I'm trying to explain you, one of the very famous program is called NOI proxy. So it's a very famous program, have a lot of capabilities to be implemented. And why proxy, especially used in the world of container. Okay, uh, container as a proxy. And this is a program run as a container. We put inside or inject inside. It's called injection inside the pod, and they work. It's used by almost all companies. They're very powerful program Envoy used by all the top company in the world. Okay, designed by Lyft as a company initially. Okay, so and most of part observability. This is what I was talking about. We can do this. Anyway, okay. Now, because every traffic between any of the app is not connected directly the way it was, okay, now they're going via proxy. It's called Envoy proxy, and Envoy has a capability to do all the things what I was talking about. It means in the entire microservices, wherever your packet is going here and there, it will go via Envoy proxy. Envoy proxy have a way to record, to observe, to see. Okay, so Envoy proxies keep on getting this information, and now this information, if you want to store somewhere, if you want to present somewhere in a visual way, in a graphical way, so Envoy proxy will send this information to some visual program. So they show you some graph visuals, they store somewhere in database. So if you want to present as a visual, then we have one tool available where Envoy proxy can send. Okay, one of the tool called Kiali. So spelling would be Kiali is a tool where Argo proxy can send the data and Kiali. Okay, so Kiali, your let's say Kubernetes is just getting the link Kiali. Okay, so it's a different tool altogether in the market. If you see image of the Kiali, so they show you this kind of beautiful visuals, okay, about your traffic going between the pod. Okay, so they are showing you a lot of beautiful visuals. Let me open the new tab. Okay, by chance this is the same example come up what I using the book info app. So same thing, so they can see the traffic is going, how much millisecond they take, how much traffic has been distributed with the tool called Kiali. Okay, so we can have a topology view, we can see the health, we can see what is going on, any issues we can check. Okay, so this is how it work. Okay, but we can use for many more region also. Okay, we can again now because of this proxy, because my traffic will go via proxy. Okay, so we can control this part also the way I was talking about. That data is not going directly, they will go via proxy. We can tell now 90% traffic, whatever going via proxy, go to version 1, 10% will go to version 2. So Kubernetes does not support this, but my Envoy proxy is one who is capturing packet. They are the one who decide where to route the packet. So they will decide where to send how much packet traffic. So unequal distribution means weighted routing. We can do it here very easily in the very comfortable way. Okay, very comfortable way. So because of this Envoy proxy, we can very quickly easily implement canary strategy also, or many other blue green or other strategies very easily. That in the Kubernetes is not possible, or we have to do some hard way to implement. But with this Envoy proxy, we can do very easily. Okay, very easily. But to implement the Envoy is a kind of very internal engine. If you want to work directly with Envoy, you can do so, but you have to do many things to be implemented with Envoy. But to make the Envoy setup very easy in terms of usage or in the terms of implement in the world of Kubernetes, because you can use Envoy without Kubernetes also. But in the Kubernetes world, if you want to use Envoy in simplest way and very easily way, so on the top of Envoy, there's one program created that internally manage the Envoy very easily, and that program is called Istio. So Istio is software, okay, that use Envoy APIs behind this, managing the Envoy for you. And but what Envoy is doing, they are setting the service mesh. And why I'm using the word service, we'll discuss. But what is mesh, I explained to you. I explained to you. So H2 is a tool. Is a tool. Okay, and this tool will give you, okay, your sidecar setup is called proxy, simplified way. We had this in the use Envoy or Envoy proxy. Now they will aware the network application, what is going on. Okay, and they are working on the top of Kubernetes, so they are extending the capability of Kubernetes. That's what this is, to extend Kubernetes. Okay, and they're Envoy service powerful, all the things that I wanted to explain. So Istro is again very powerful tool, used a lot for observability, security, and many things, because now everything is being controlled by Istro. Entire packet will go via Istro. Okay, so on the top packet, they want to get a copy of the packet, that's called mirroring. They want to route the packet here and there. You have to monitor the packet by Kiali kind of product. Okay, then everything could be done very easily in the simplest way. Okay. And there's a company, the contributor of the Istio top company are the contributor, and many other things also. Okay, and so that is a thing, right? So I think I've given you very quick information about Istio. Istio has its own vocabulary like gateway, destination rules, virtual services. We'll talk as we go more deep into this topic, but I think this quick information is enough to understand what is Istio. What is Istio? Okay, so that's what we will do here. So now, if you notice right now here, the application what I launch is a pod. But in this pod, we are only running one container. This one means, you know what, one container. But if you want to control this pod running with a container, for example, if you want to describe one of the pod, let's say product page. Okay. So when you describe this pod, you can see in this pod, we are running with one image only, means only one container. The app container. And all the content connect to other container directly with the help of Kubernetes. Okay, Kubernetes. So we have no control much on the traffic. So what we are going to do, we are going to add one more container to every pod. So you can see 2 by 2 in some time. And every pod has a 2 container or more than one container, then it become a multi-container pod setup. That's what we use a lot in the real world. Okay. Before this, we need Istio software. And how to install Istio? So for this, again, Istio is also a tool. And to install the Istio, there's a multiple way to install the Istio. Because here, traffic management, security, observability, a lot many things they give you. And there's a multiple way to install the Istio. And one more thing I want to add, and on the top of Kubernetes, you want to add some new thing on the Kubernetes. For example, Kubernetes has their own keyword called pod for deployment. There's an internal keyword of Kubernetes. But if you add many things extra on the top of Kubernetes, they will give more keywords. For example, right now we talk about, does we have virtual service or not? Yes. Okay, if you see, there's no. The VS is virtual service, is not. So also one more keyword, but it's not there because this is given by Istio. So when you install the Istio, these keyword will come to you. That will do something for you. What they do, we'll discuss. So these are known as, we are extending the Kubernetes, and this concept called CRDs, custom resource definition. So Istio kind of tool, they're adding a lot of extra keywords. Other tool will give different keyword. For example, right now, if I run the keyword called application. So if you run only Kubernetes, that's called pure Kubernetes, nothing extra. This keyword is not available in the Kubernetes, but right now if I run this keyword, it is available. There's no error come up, but it's available. And if you run without the default, they run Argo CD, namespace, there, here. So who created this keyword? You Argo CD. So when you install the Argo CD, they give you some extra keyword that's called CRDs. It means whenever you create any application in Argo CD, this can be listed directly in the Kubernetes also. This is what we create in Argo CD. So these CRD come from, or keyword come from Argo CD. Similarly, this keyword will come from Istio. But Istio is not installed, so that's what you can see the error. How to install Istio? There's a multiple way. You come up here. They give you a way to install. But right now, what I'm doing, I'll click on the Istio release page. They take you to GitHub again, and here they give you a way to install. Okay, but I'm guys using installing the Istio with a command called istioctl. This is again one of the simplest and faster way to install. And for this, again, I'm installing from my Windows. So I'm downloading the software called istioctl, not Istio, istioctl Windows AMD 64. Okay, so click this software, guys. It will download zip file, double click, it installed. So it extract, I can say. So this part I've done already. Okay, I'm just giving you a direct link. Direct link. Okay, also putting the link here. Okay, so I done already. So in my download folder, okay, so this is what I extracted. And here in this tool, this latest version, if you go to bin folder, you can find this command, istioctl. And I want to use this command multiple time maybe. So let me copy this command and let me put in the one centralized location. It can actually run from there also, but I'm putting into same location where I'm putting all the Kubernetes command. Okay, over here. Continue, and we are copying. So this is kind of, it has been installed. Okay, and now this command we will use to install the what I say, Istio. Now, how to install the Istio is pretty straightforward, very simple. One single command, and Istio will be installed for you. So for this, what I'll do, I'll open a terminal. Right now, from the Istio CTL command, it's working. We come in the path. Otherwise, just close the terminal. Again, open the new terminal. Get bash or CMD or Windows, does not matter. Okay, and then for this Istio, the minimum requirement would be Kubernetes should be there. It is there. And if you notice one more small thing, if you see the namespace, Istio will store everything in the space called Istio namespace. Istio is not there. They will create for you. But how to install? The command is called istioctl or exe, same thing. I'm going to install this guy. That's all. One hit enter, they will install for you. But is to give you multiple profiles actually, because they have a lot of capability. I told you multiple names. Okay, so if you go to Istio, they give you multiple profiles. Okay, depending on the capabilities, default profile, demo profile, minimum profile, remote profile, and they tell you what they do. Okay, so if you go for demo profile, they give you egress gateway, ingress gateway, STOD. STOD is a main core, is the one who actually controlling. So you can think, you can think in this way. Okay, your envoy proxy is a program they injected in the inside the port, and the envoy proxies keep on collecting data and giving to the system. It's called STO program. It's called STOD program. So STOD can take some decision. That's what we can see here. Okay, and there are other capabilities also. What are these? We'll see something in a minute. So I'm going to install the STO, okay, with the demo profile. Okay, so I'm going to set the profile. Whatever, that's all. We'll hit enter, and one click, the entire STO will be set up for you in a minute or 2 minutes. They said you want to install this. I say yes. That's all. So one click, and you will see they are installing everything related to STO in your current Kubernetes cluster wherever your system is connected. Okay, that's what they're doing. And after this, your STO related internal all the component, whatever STO need, will be installed in your current Kubernetes. Okay, so then very quickly, one of the things you will see as a difference, they will set up this system namespace. And if you go inside this namespace, in this namespace, STO will launch multiple pod, whatever STO need behind the scene. And one of the important pod, what STO need behind the scene is STO D. Previously in the older version, if you ever work on, they don't have a studio. They have a very different small component. Having everyone has their own capabilities, but now they put everything in one single binary in each studio. So they launch a pod. They also launch a services also, load balancers. And one service that we are going to use in a minute called Ingress Gateway. What is use of this, I'll tell you in a minute. But this is what is automatically done by the Istio program. So technically, Istio has been installed. That's what I'm to tell you. Has been installed. Okay. Now, after Istio installed, but Istio guys is not doing anything. So again, if you go and check your app, main app, okay. So there's nothing is there. So Istio is there, but still they are running with a single container. There's no proxy being added. Proxy being added. Okay. So for this, because in the Kubernetes world, guys, in one Kubernetes we can get multiple namespace for different team, for different app. Not every app I want to monitor with Istio. So whichever app you want to monitor with Istio or managed by Istio, I can say, okay, we can tell to that namespace or that room that I want to monitor you. You can think this is a hotel Kubernetes, and there's a different room, and whichever room we want to put the CCTV camera, that room to be monitored. You can think in this way. So for this, what we have to do, there's a command we have to use. There's a kubectl. There's a namespace. Namespace. In my case, default. You can use other namespace also. Why I'm using this? Because my app is running here, which I want to monitor, my microservice app. Okay. And this guy, I'm going to set a label as a declaration that I'm putting a CCD camera here. Means that in my case, I want to use Istio injection to be enabled. That's all. It means it means now onward, anything come into this namespace as a pod to be monitored by Istio. Okay, but it is only for the one who will come now onwards. So it means whatever you have as old one, nothing is to be monitored. Okay, so for this, so technically this is what the pre-plan is mostly. We have to first inject, then we launch the pod. But I know I've done this part initially. So what I'm doing, guys, to injecting the Istio proxy, this called envoy proxy or sidecar proxy. Okay, so what I'm doing, guys, I'm deleting all the pod, all the pod, delete pod all. So they did all the pod in the default namespace. And what happened, you guys know about Kubernetes. One of the cool thing about Kubernetes is, due to XYZ port deleted, port deleted, they will relaunch automatically because the port is launched by deployment. So any fault happen, they tolerate the fault and they relaunch for you. And when the next time they relaunch, they see that this port is being launching in the default namespace and is injected by STO, means STO want to monitor. So this time what you see, you see they will have 2 by 2, means one port, 2 container will be running. Here, fantastic, right? 2 by 2. Okay. So if you follow properly step by step, you don't need to delete. But because I show you first normal launch and then I injecting, that is the reason we have to delete. That's all. And now very quickly, if you want to describe your port, one of the port, let's say same thing, describe this in the default namespace. Okay, you see you have 2 port running. Say one is STO proxy. Name is STO proxy, but technically internally they are using Android program. And now if you see here, we are running with the 2 container. 2 container. One is my main app, product app, app container, and the second container, what we are using is, what do you say, is STO. That's what we are using. So one port, 2 container is called multi-container port setup, and the second container what we're using is a proxy. Okay, and this kind of concept is known as sidecar. Sidecar design pattern. So in the world of port, there's a lot of design pattern. The port design pattern in the Kubernetes. Okay, so a lot of design pattern available for multiple different use cases in the multiple core container. One of the design pattern what we have used here, you can find somewhere a lot of name used here, is called sidecar. Otherwise, adapter administrator sidecar also there. Okay, that's what we have used. This is concept name. Okay, that now my port will be completely monitored by H2. Okay, and now because H2 is monitoring this guy, how? So these port, any traffic they're going between this guy to that guy is complete going via Envoy proxy. Envoy proxy keep on sending the information to the STU program somewhere here. Okay, to this centralized program. Now this centralized program will use the information and do something. For example, they send the information to Kiali, and Kiali will present this information as a dashboard. Or this program will do many things to can release, traffic control, authentication, many things. Whatever you think is a big tool altogether. Even though I have one entire complete training institute, with a lot of things to be covered. But I think I've given enough knowledge what they can do. Okay, so right now do this setup, guys. That how to send this traffic to Kiali, and how to Kiali can be set up, and how can I visualize my traffic, real traffic going on in the real time, and what Istio virtual services, destination rule, ingress gateway. We will talk after the break. So let's have a quick break of 1 hour. This 1 hour break is for lunch break. If you're from India right now, IST time zone, or same time, this 1 hour is for this setup or the previous setup, where we stuck. But if you see, guys, everything is on the layer of each other. So whatever you're doing from the morning is on the top of this. We keep on adding multiple things, right? And so that's what is. So this is what we can, you guys can do. Let me share this entire setup again in your in my GitHub. I don't know where it is. So again, in the README file, let me put the entire setup. Okay, same file. You can go and check step by step. Okay, so that's all. After 1 hour, we will move to more deep into service mesh, then Kiali, and then Grafana, Prometheus, and many things we come up on the top of this guy. That's all. Any query, guys? If you have, you guys can ask me. Yes, no, no, Amit, operator is different thing, CRD is different thing. So when you install the operator, they will do install the CRDs. Okay, so when you install the OpenShift operator, okay, they will do something for you. Operator is a kind of package, and internally they will install the CRDs. So entire setup, Rizwa, what you asking is there in my GitHub. This link we provided you. So step by step you follow. I explain every line, every code. Okay. So this setup we explain to and share with you guys. So guys, take a 1 hour total break, lab and lunch break. Do this setup. After the 1 hour, we will continue with the part. Any issues you're facing, please connect in the Discord channel. My team will help you guys. That's all. So we'll connect you guys at almost 3:30 IST time. Bye, take care, guys. See you. That's what we are going to start. Okay. So right now, what we can see as a quick note. So in my Kubernetes, we are running with our application actually. Okay, and what we are, guys, whatever we are doing for our application. Okay, and for this application, we have created a keyword that's called virtual service. What is this? We'll discuss in a minute. And this virtual service keyword was not there, but now it's come up. Come up, and if you see in your default namespace, this keyword is there. But what this keyword is doing, we'll see in a minute. But this keyword is called CRD, come from Istio. There's one more keyword called destination rule. Again, come from Istio. There's one more keyword called gateway that again come from Istio. So when you install the Istio, they give you these many keywords or the CRDs in our system. What they do, and that's what we will see in a minute. Okay, so right now the application that we have, the main microservice application is this one running in the pod, and every pod we injected with one more container. It's called sidecar container or envoy proxy or istio proxy, whatever the term you use is the same thing. Okay, and these pod have their own services. Okay, and these services, guys, is running with the cluster IP, means these services for these pod is a private, so we won't able to connect from outside world. But if you want to be connect from outside world. And again, one thing, there's a lot of containers, guys, running. Which container you want to connect from outside world? So there's no good reason to connect this backend to the outside world rating or detail. If I want anyone from outside world will always hit to my front page in Python, this co-product page. So only this pod running behind this service, I want to connect from the outside world. Okay, it means this pod I would have to expose to public world. There's two way to expose. One, we can change this type in the Kubernetes. This called a node port or the load balancer keyword. The Kubernetes has a capability to do so, but I don't want to do with Kubernetes because I want the entire flow from end to end will go via Istio. Even though I also want to monitor who is coming from outside. So if you want to monitor everything coming from outside also from end to every port wherever they're connecting. So I want the entire view or the visibility of entire traffic coming from outside. So in that context, I don't want to use Kubernetes load balancer that give you public access to you. If you do so, you have a public access, but you will lose the visibility or the monitoring part to some part of the of the application. Okay. So for this purpose, Kubernetes has given a keyword called gateway. Gateway. Okay. By this keyword, we can tell through the Kubernetes to the Istio that now your traffic will go via Istio and send this traffic to this service, and this service will connect to this port. And because go via Istio internal keyword, so they can monitor what is happening in your entire application from end to end connectivity or from the public connectivity. So technically, okay, if you just see this diagram, or let me have this diagram one more time, a clean new diagram wherever I have it. It is okay. So when you look at this diagram, format. Look at this diagram. So this is what the applications, guys, we are working on. Okay, working on. So the setup what I have right now, and we have right now, is we are running this pod. Okay, and we have an app container. Also, we have some envoy proxy. So this is what everywhere we have. But before this pod, we have a service is again from the Kubernetes service that is sending the traffic to this guy. Okay, so this is what you can see. This service we have or load balancer is a Kubernetes but. So what I want to add before this, I want to add one more kind of load balancer. Okay, that work most like a load balancer, but they have many more capabilities. Okay, that's what I like to add. So anyone who know the concept called API gateway, like AWS Cloud, other way also, this is what we are going to set up right now. Okay, and this API gateway will have a capability. Okay, that anyone who would like to connect from the internet, means the public access also we can do. We can do. Okay, so anyone who know the API gateway, this is what we are going to do. Very quickly, in a one quick note, if you by chance does not know, so whenever you connect to google.com, this is actually API gateway you're connecting. And whenever you write /search, the path you write, so they understand behind this and they connect to one of the service called search engine, the Google search. The same name google.com, right? And /mail, same name, but it's /mail, they connect to your Gmail service. So here Gmail is being loading. Okay. So this is one of the use of API gateway. So every company have the API gateway, and by tapping the URL in the last, this called endpoint or route or the path, you will redirecting to one of other services by the team or the microservices could be. And mostly API gateway also have internet access, not always, but mostly. Okay, so it's to give you giving you a capability, capability to create to create the gateway. Okay, gateway. This is what they will help you to create. Okay, so why we getting gateway? There's two reasons. One, we will like to have an internet connectivity. Okay, and for internet connectivity, Istio has given you one more thing. So if you go to service and Istio namespace, there goes to system. Okay, so when you install the Istio, they will create one public load balancer for you. This called ingress gateway. This called load balancer, public load balancer, having a IP address, IP address, and this is a public load balancer having a public IP because I'm running in the AWS cloud. So AWS give you public load balancer behind the scene. Okay, so if I type this URL, okay, right now nothing is coming up. Okay, or even though in this URL, if I write product page, that is my endpoint of my app, nothing is gonna come up. Okay, so Istio guys has given you this uh, public IP or public load balancer, but nothing is going to this guy. So what I will do here, this load balancer will be kind of sitting here. This called service or load balancer, public load balancer. And I say when any traffic come to you, and guys, any traffic that coming from outside to inside is called ingress traffic. So it works like an ingress controller coming to you. You send this traffic to API gateway. API gateway will send to somewhere. Okay. So this is what something like this. Even though this is a long discussion to be discussed, but I'm just trying to make it very quick in the terms of in the simplest way. I just trying to explain you. This is what I would like to do here. And for this, we have to set up a gateway here. Okay, and how to do this? So again, Istio has given some kind of YAML file for this. So whenever you have extracted the Istio in your system, in my case, I extracted to download istoctl folder. Okay, and here guys, they give you some sample file. That is what we are going to use. So first of all, I'll go to this folder in my command line. So cd to double quote because we have spaces also maybe here. And here, okay, there's a one folder called maybe sample folder, I believe, or so there's one folder is to sample, and there's a book info folder. Okay, folder, and here there's a folder called networking folder. I'll give the right file to you. You don't have to search. And there's a lot of files they give you as an example file of Istio, and I'm looking for this file. Okay, and this file we have to apply in Kubernetes. Now it is your choice. You will have to apply with kubectl command, or you want to apply with Argo CD. Okay, so you have to think in this way. Any setup that you think you have to do once, then you don't need to use Argo CD. You can apply with kubectl command. It's one-time setup, like Istio is one-time setup. Okay, but anything that you think you have to do and change again and again, again and again, then rather you apply kubectl command, we can use Argo CD to apply those changes. Because Argo CD is taking the request from GitHub and changing anything in the GitHub is very simple. So we update the GitHub, Argo CD word will automatically kick in and apply it for you. Okay, so this is how you have to think. Not always you to need Argo CD, but if you think some app or some setting in the Kubernetes, you keep on changing again and again, then you can use Argo CD. Let's do this thing with Argo CD. And for us, right now I am managing the Argo CD from uh, my local system. So in the local system somewhere, okay, in this folder we are managing the thing. So let me do Control C. I don't need this program now. This folder, and this is a guy's local workspace. And what I'm doing, nothing. This file I will have to copy there. So let me take the path, or maybe let me take this file, booking gateway. I will have to copy here. So path would be would be C drive. Okay, and in the C drive we have a users folder, user folder, user. One minute. One minute. So path. Wow, we can write here because this is slash C. Okay, then users, and let me copy paste. Makes sense. I'm just copy pasting. Nothing very unique. And because in this path we have special space here. In my case, so I'm putting in the double quote. So I'm copying here. That's all. So you don't need to go and this. I'll provide this file to you in a minute directly. Okay. So this file gonna come up. So you don't have to go and look anywhere. So I'll give this file in a minute. So right now I am into workspace. Some of my developer has created this file of Istio. And what this file contain, let me show you very quickly. This file is going to create a gateway. And what they write, anyone who come to this gateway on HTTP protocol, on any of the domain name, whatever give to this gateway, they can take the request. This is what the gateway do. And according to our example, gateway is sitting somewhere here, somewhere here. This is what we are creating. But this gateway is connecting behind my actual service that has a real IP address or real load balancer from, in my case, it's Kubernetes, and Kubernetes EKS. So they have using ELP load balancer of AWS Cloud. Okay, so that's what they're doing here, selector. So they say, okay, so in the Istio namespace, whichever ingress gateway you have, I would like to use this. Okay, in the front of mine. So this how it has been selected. So if I show you very very quickly, so if you see the Istio, you don't need to run these command, right? So I'm not sharing this command to you. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. So Istio ingress is what real load balancer that I'm to use for the connectivity purpose. Okay, so this is one thing. And because this is the gateway or API gateway, so API gateway guys always has the API the way I given the example of Google. So I can say whatever IP of this guy, and in the IP, okay, in the IP, okay, means in this gateway, what I'm creating here, this gateway name, gateway. Okay, so in this gateway, any URL match with this called match with HTTP protocol slash product page or slash login or slash logout. Okay, we send this request behind the scene to this service on this port. And what is this service? This is what the service is. This service. And I told you guys service was working on 89080, right? Okay, so this is what is happening. So technically, this API gateway is a program. Okay, and this program, guys, is not a real load balancer, but work like a real load balancer. So that is the reason this program is also known as virtual services. So this is what we are creating, a virtual service here. Okay, So what we write here in the gateway, it is just a way to connect to real load balancer of AWS cloud in this case, in our example. Okay. Then any traffic come to this guy, they send to, say this gateway send to this virtual service. In our case, it's called API gateway in my diagram. And they say, if any traffic match with this URL, this endpoint, then this packet we will send to my destination to this one. And this is nothing, actually, this is your actual service of your of your application. Means if you just run actual service, this one. So that's to send this guy to this one. This is how it works. So this is what, guys, the file we have. According to application, you can change in application which folder path you want to route, what are the port number they are having, what service name you are having. Okay, accordingly you can change this part. But I don't have to apply this file. There's two ways to apply. We can use kubectl apply command. Okay, it will work. Okay, so anyone who don't have an Argo CD, you can apply in this way. With Argo CD also is work, obviously. Okay, but I want to control this guy from Argo CD because there's possibility in the future I would like to change some of my new path, new port, maybe something, maybe here. So better Argo CD can manage this. So only for this Argo CD, we have to do nothing. We have to just upload this file. That's what the power of Argo CD is. I just click add, commit, let's say gateway, it's just a comment. I say get push. That's all. That's all. As soon as you put in the GitHub, so again, if you see this message mostly come up if you do some deck change in the GitHub. So in your case, you might not face this, but let me first pull any changes happen in GitHub directly. I don't know why I changed somewhere. I don't know. Let me new change. I'm just giving comment, save, close the file. You don't need to, guys, do this. Okay. But if you're doing something local management and by chance if you do some changes also in the GitHub, wherever we are managing this, where my GitHub is. So 1 minute. Okay. Actually, I just keep on changing this file, right? So that's what we do. First load, get the new data, and then you can post. The key is the concept of GitHub. Uploaded. Now you can see in this GitHub, there's a new file come up. And this is the same URL. My Argo CD is continuously, well, my Argo CD is continuously monitored. Okay. So what we'll see, guys, you will see. Okay. Last time Argo CD sync at 12:39. Okay, in IST time, so like 3 to 4 hours. But we didn't do any changes here, and because the sync is auto enabled. So if we wait for some minute, and normally the default time, again version to version of Argo CD will change, but the default frequency time of Argo CD is 1 minute. Let me refresh this page. Yeah, say auto sync, right? I didn't do anything. See here? The automated sync, I didn't click anything. So they have 3 minutes at the frequency time. So you keep on checking. And they found this time, they found something changed. Here, there is a comment come up, right? What a comment we had, maybe gonna come up. I write the last new merge time pop-up come up. I write some comment. So they found the comment and they applied. And finally, what you will see, you will see there's one more uh, service would be add somewhere. So yeah, this is a gateway everywhere. Fantastic, right? So without touching, without going to Kubernetes, without knowing the password, without clicking anywhere, automatically your new component of Kubernetes has been added to the gateway and virtual service. Even though you can confirm also, last time there is no gateway we have. Okay, 1 minute. Cube CTL get gateway we had. So even it's not showing because I have set my Argo series default namespace. So we have created a default namespace. So you can say gateway created, right? Fantastic, automatically. And if you see the virtual service VS, just keyword or short form, is also been added. Means if any traffic come on my gateway, okay. So this virtual service, this virtual service is look for in the URL if some client write this URL or this URL or this URL, let me say this one, then only the traffic will go to this load balancer that is running with a running with with this load balancer. Host means technically is a service, this service, and this service behind the scene is connected to this port. So this particular port would be accessed, and this is your main front end of the application. Okay, it means even though my this guy is running the private world, but now my application will be exposed to the internet. Internet. So anyone who know my public IP that is given by the STO in Grace router or the controller, this is the one. So that's what I write here. And last time guys was not working, but when I hit enter, yeah, fantastic, right? I got the public connectivity. Same thing we can do with Kubernetes also, those who know Kubernetes, but here I'm doing via the gateway of Istio. And because going via Istio, so every traffic that is going via this is been also been monitored. And not only monitoring, because Istio have a lot of capability of encryption or authentication and many other filters also. So anyone who know L7, layer 7 application firewalls, filtering, that's also we can do. A lot of things we can do with the support, envoy support, almost everything. As a public URL, it means if I give this URL to you, so you could be anywhere in the world, does not matter. You can access my application. So I'm just giving this URL, guys, at your chat message. I suggest, I suggest everyone hit enter, and you can just see this site. But this site, guys, actually, according to my diagram, you are here in the top. You are going by my service controller running somewhere in the AWS ELB service, if you know it. Then go to my gateway, it go to Kubernetes services, then head to my product page. And product page internally guys connected to many other microservices, and they fetch all the data and provide it to you. And one more thing you will see, guys, some will say a different rating, some will say a different rating because they are doing load balancing equally at this point in time because we didn't change anything in the in the load balancer. Okay, so I highly suggest, guys, if you can hit enter. Why I'm asking you guys to hit enter, because when you hit enter, my site has a lot of load gonna come up, a lot of traffic gonna come up. So I will now going to use some tool that is help us to monitoring the traffic. So if you have better load gonna come up from your side, okay, so I can show you some interesting graph and visuals of traffic is coming in. Okay, so that's what I can able to show you. So but fantastically we have created we have created uh, gateway or the virtual services of this tree and explain you the use case of it. Now it is time to move to a topic called observability But guys, now if you guys want this file, so this file I already uploaded in my GitHub, so you can take this file from my GitHub also. Okay, so if you want to use this, take this file. So even though, let me share this link directly to you. So this file you guys can get. So first, curl this file, store in some local, in some name. Let me use the same name. Okay, and after this, do the same thing. You don't have to use cube things. Just again go git. That's all. Okay, that's what you can do. But you do download in the folder where your local workspace is. So where the GitHub you connected, same folder download and then push. If Argo CD is working, then they auto apply. If you have no Argo CD running right now, then other alternative would be this command. This command will can do without Argo CD. Okay, so now this is working fantastically. Fine. Now we will move to very interesting topic. The topic name is observability or visibility. That's what we are moving. Now, according to my last discussion, okay, if my traffic is coming from my client, they go somewhere, then go somewhere, then go to this port. This port is going to one of the review system, for example, this one, they will go to this rating system. They also go to this guy. Okay, and then this entire app will open. Open. Or maybe due to some reason, this app is opening slow. Okay, and this, if app is opening slow, guys, then it's very hard technically to figure out okay, why is it opening slow? Because there are a lot of pieces. We have a network wires, we have network devices, we have this port, we have backend, we have database. Which component make this guy slow? And which component guys make this guy slow? That is mostly known as the bottleneck. Finding the bottleneck is very hard actually in this bigger architecture or any complex architecture. It's very hard. Okay. And because if it does not know the bottleneck, you can't claim or blame to any team because there's a lot of team involved. I can't tell to my security guy, network guy, database guy, because of you, something is not working. So in this world of distributed world, this is kind of distributed world. Okay, distributed architecture, here microservice, distributed architecture. If something is not working, it's very hard to trace. So that is the reason, guys, there's a lot of tracing tool available in the distributed world. Okay, who can trace the entire end-to-end flow of your packet. For example, when I hit enter, there's one request, and this request is sending a lot of traffic from here there, and collect together become one output. So there's a lot of tracing tool or distributed tracing tool available in the market who can collect the data, correlate, and tell you the entire visibility, end-to-end visibility, what is happening. Okay, so for example, they can tell you they can tell you that when you hit enter, when this client hit enter, then this app require 1 second to process. This app require 2 seconds to process. This app require 0.1 second to process. This network wire connections transfer take 3 seconds to process. This take 1 second to 4 seconds. Every entire end-to-end report they give you, so you can properly troubleshoot, take decision, and which are taking time. You can ask that team who is who is been allocated for this task, so they can rectify the issue rather than we ask everyone. So there are a lot of tracing tool available. Okay, if you if you search distributed tracing tools list, so a lot we have. New Relic is very famous. Datadog is there. Jenkins is there. J, silent is good, agar is there. A lot of tool we have. Okay, especially in the world of microservices, especially with the Istio, agar is very famous tool to be used. But only thing for the agar or any tool, they needed data, information. And here we are collecting the information with a proxy. This is called envoy proxy. Okay, so anything, it again, this is kind of monitoring or the observability. What is happening? This is called observability or the monitoring. We need a data. So here in our case, data collection part and collecting everything what is happening is because it's going via envoy or proxy. So we have that entire visibility is what is happening. So they collect the data and providing to these kind of tool. One of the tool could be Agar we can use. But this is one thing. Okay. Second thing, what we can need in the observability world or the monitoring world. Okay. Let's say there's a pod. Pod is like an OS. And because the OS, they're using some RAM, they're using some CPU, they're using hard disk. Okay. So I want to check how much RAM is being used for free, because obviously it will impact the performance if you have more RAM has been used. Or maybe I want to check, I want to check, okay, how much time this application hit. There's a possibility this review one is only the one who is hitting continuously. This new version is not hitting. That's what we want to hit, but it's not hitting. Okay, so when I want to check how many time this application hit in a day, how much RAM use, CPU use, this concept is known as metrics or metrics monitorings. So again, we have a lot of tool available who can help us to monitor this data. Obviously, data to be collected by someone, in my case, envoy or some other guy also. Okay, but we need a database for the metrics to store, because without store, how can you further analyze? Okay, and here what we need a data. So in this world of monitoring, especially, we need a data. For example, RAM is used 2%, but when? At what time? So we always store time. So we always need a database that's called time series database. So again, if you search in the market, how many time series databases we have for, especially for for TSDB or time series databases for metrics monitoring. So we can find a lot. We can find a lot. Okay, one of the famous name of the time series database is Prometheus. So Prometheus is one of the name. Otherwise, you can find a lot. Of Grafana is also very famous. InfluxDB also very famous. Prometheus is what we are looking for today. So for this, we can use Prometheus or Prom. Okay, so Prometheus will get the data from somewhere stored in the database. Is like a database. Okay, and then Prometheus also give you their own command, because a database, so they give you own command called promql, like like SQL command. So they have own command line query tool, promql. So you can write a query and see the report that at this point in time, how much had happened to this port, how much memory used by this guy, and so on. That's what we can do. But I think the query is not always very sophisticated. We want something to become continuously as a report, as a graphical, as a visuals. So if you want to create a visualization on the top of data, what Prometheus has created, then we have one visualization tool, create graphs and visuals. It's called Grafana. So Grafana mostly work, not always, but mostly work with the Prometheus to create this kind of beautiful visuals on the metrics what is created by Prometheus. Okay, or what we can do mostly, guys, when you run the pod, pod is running with the application, they're running with app server, web server, database server. So they run, they fail, whatever they do behind the scene. So every time they generate a log, log. So log we use a lot for troubleshooting purpose and many other purpose also. So So mostly the application generate a log, store somewhere in fun file or store somewhere, put in the console. Okay, so we want some tool will go and collect the log or aggregate the log, store somewhere in database. Then on the top of this, we can create a analysis, a report, many things we can do. So again, we have a lot of tool. One of the great tool always is Splunk, obviously, no doubt. Otherwise, we have ELK stack. We can use Loki and many tools available in this world. So monitoring or observability is a big world altogether. Altogether, every topic like only Loki, only ELK, only Splunk, they have a specialized training available. So those who are part of my DevOps training, they have watched this. This is independent in big tools altogether. Okay, but whichever tool you want to use to collect the log, so we can troubleshoot or analyze, you can do so. Okay, and those things, guys, you can install in Kubernetes also. So because the very common thing we use, so in the Kubernetes, we can install this tool very easily. Okay, and again, there's a multiple way to install. For example, if you would like to install Prometheus, Prometheus install in Kubernetes. Okay, so we can install this tool with this tool Prometheus with kubectl command. But normally, guys, in the world of Kubernetes, there's something that is because installing means when I say Kubernetes installation. So Kubernetes they have multiple things. They have pod, they have services, they have deployment, and many other keyword also. They have PVC, PV, SC, lot of keyword there in the world of Kubernetes. So if you want to install Prometheus, so a lot of keyword, a lot of resources you have to configure. So if you do it with with kubectl command, is very hard to make it. We can do it, but hard to make it set up. Okay, so that is the reason in the world of Kubernetes, they are in the world of Kubernetes, we have packages available. For example, in Python, we have package available. We install pip. Like Ruby, we have gem. Okay. Similarly, Kubernetes also have a lot of packages available for every product wise. Prometheus, we have different packages. Grafana, we have different packages. And those packages of the Kubernetes are known as chart, chart, and those chart we install with the help of Helm. So if we search for Kubernetes, Helm chart, okay. So you can go to this side is like a central repository, okay, and which package or chart you would like to install, they give you a way, or you can also create your own chart and many thing you guys can do. Okay, so Artifactory Hub, you can search. For example, I would like to install Grafana, so they have a Grafana package or chart available. Okay, and here they give a command how to install it. That's all. They two command done. That's all done. Before this, only thing you require in your laptop is to be install the Helm command, obviously in the Windows where the client is there. So in my case, Helm command is already there in my laptop. Otherwise, if you don't have the Helm command, okay, just go and install Helm. Okay, so it's a client-side command. So wherever you're running kubectl, same system, you need the Helm command. So go here, somewhere, some version where you can find the link. Or just go somewhere, they will tell you the link and go install it. The Helm command. And after Helm command, then run this two command, only these two command, and then your Grafana package to be installed. But here, guys, we are setting only the repository. So those who know Red Hat, we set up Yum repository. So we are setting the repository. By installing, we have to use this command. Or for installing, we can use this command. But as soon as you run this command, the Grafana will be installed. And Grafana install means Grafana need a lot of resources of the Kubernetes like port, services, secret, PVC, many config map, many things there. Everything will be configured in one go. Okay, that's what you guys can do to install Grafana or Loki or Prometheus or Agar or many ELK stack or many other tools also. That's what you can use. But in my case, I am going to install this tool in a little bit different way. Okay, how? So right now, guys, we you can install this way. This straightforward two commands, and it will work for you. If you want to try, you can try. Okay, but in my case, what I'm going to do, we have downloaded guys Istoctl, and in the Istoctl, guys, if you go inside this, they have a sample folder, and here, guys, they have given a folder called add-ons somewhere. Okay, so what we are going to do, okay, what we're going to do, we are going to install with that on folder. So technically, I would like to go to this folder, open my git bash. Okay, and if you just check at this point in time how many ports we are running in my istio namespace. So you can see they are the port only for the istio, nothing called Grafana or Prometheus. And if you see the service, they are running only for the istio related thing. Okay, but now what I'm going to do, first of all, I'll go to this folder wherever guys you have downloaded this. Even though, let me write this, your folder could be different, guys. This is my folder. Still, let me write this thing as a command. And here, okay, this add-on folder. And the add-on folder, okay, there's a lot of pre-created YAML files available for setting up Grafana, Agar, Kiali, and Loki. So this is also file available you have, or you can download from internet, or can use Helm chart. There's multiple way you can install. Okay, so what I'm doing, I just come out from this screen outside. I'm into this folder where we add on folder. Okay, and we are just writing kubectl command because Kubernetes things. Like as a kubectl apply, and we have a files available in this folder. So if you only want to install Prometheus, just write Prometheus. Only Prometheus will install. If you don't write anything, they will go and take all the files and install everything for you. So one click, all the tools, what I explained to you right now, has been has been installed. Kiali also is here, has been installed. Okay, so Kiali also kind of live visual tool. I'll show you in a minute. It's a very beautiful tool to be used. Okay, it is your choice. You can also upload this guy into Argo City. Argo City can also run this thing for you. But I told you guys something that is one-time setup is not good practice to use Argo City. So this tool we install only once. We rarely change anything. So we can apply initially when we're doing our setup. Okay. So let me hit enter, and you will see they are running these files, and they are doing all the setup whatever given in those file, and a lot of things they have done for you. For you. And now if you run the port, okay, you can see the log ports they started. Kiali, Loki, Prometheus, Grafana, they are started. And if you see, they also have their own services or load balancer, whatever they have given. So they have Loki, Prometheus, distressing, Grafana, they have their own services available. Okay, for example, if you want to connect to Kiali, so they have the load balancer. But because this cluster IP, so you can't connect from the outside world. So either you can do port forwarding to this guy, or change to this guy to load balancer. So whatever the way you want to connect, you can connect. Or instead of instead of port forwarding in the kube shader command, there's one more way by chance available here. Available here. Okay, and because I set up this guy with from I istio command, because this file is given by istio. That again, it's not dependent on istio. By chance they give you just to quick check. So they given one more way. So if you run the istio command, there's option called dashboard, and you just type your service name. In my case, let's say Kiali. That's all. Okay. So internally, they automatically go and fetch the Kiali service and do a port forwarding and connect to a local system. So one click, everything they do for you. So it's a quick command to test. Otherwise, other options you guys know. Okay. And what else, guys? You will see Kiali. Yes, it's so beautiful. You see, this tool is very, very beautiful tool. Beautiful tool it is. Now, what this tool is doing is a Kiali. Okay, the entire ecosystem, the entire Microsoft architecture. Right now, this architecture, guys, or app I'm running in the default namespace. And default namespace, guys, is injected with Istio. Means Istio is collecting the data from Envoy, and Envoy is sending to Istio, and Istio is sending to Kiali now, and Kiali is presenting this data over here. And here you can see the default namespace and running of the 4 applications, means 4 port. 4 port means one is product, review, rating, and detail. And what you can see here when you click this name or this name, you can see the details that we are running the 4 ports in the default namespaces. Plus, they also say the product port is running behind the gateway, right? This is what the gateway we use, or virtual service we use. Okay. Plus, the interesting thing is this line, traffic graph. Here, guys, this is what I'm looking for. I have seen the it is presenting the entire visibility of your. Okay, this is a real app. Okay, I can see the entire visibility, and this is what the diagram whatever I created here. Same diagram. Okay, they create in the real time. They're real. For example, if I launch one more port here, they will show you in the real time one more port will be launched, and they show the entire connectivity also. And how they know the connectivity? By looking at the data coming from the Envoy. So this arrow, what you see here, this is one time. So it means your product page is sending the data to review. And review, they're sending data either V1 or V2 or V3. But V1 has no connectivity rating. V2 and V3 is connectivity rating. So this information they learn, they collect from the real-time data over here. Okay, and because review is a kind of load balancer, connect with 3 port. So these are 3 port. Port also known as a workload. So there are 3 workload we have. And right now, guys, they give this graph in this way. And there's now a lot of settings we have. For example, if you go to display and if you want to see the traffic distribution, you can see this is what we can see. So in my case, if you notice one interesting concept, in my case, if you just see the review load balancer, okay, my traffic has been load balanced to V1 and V2 and V3 because 3 port running as a review. I told you already. But 50% traffic go to V1 and remaining 50 go to V2, V3. Okay, it should be equal. Why? You know why it's happened? Because I ask you everyone to open my app. Or maybe you're hitting first time. So maybe here that's what the setting would be. You are only first time you're hitting to V1. So most of the traffic guys of all of you guys, what you send me would go to V1. But here I can see the real visibility of my traffic, so I can tune something by doing some changes in Istio for this traffic. Okay, so that's what we can see. We can change the namespace also. If you want to check other namespaces, you can write here. If you want to check more thing, other packets and bytes you want to check, you can check. More information you can write here. I can see the traffic rate. I can see the response time here. See, this is what I was talking about. So if you notice here, the V3 service is the one who taking 13 millisecond, V2 is taking 23 millisecond, V1 is taking very less second, 4 millisecond. Why? Because V1 is not getting anything from backend. They are directly giving. So obviously they take less time. But V2, V3 is taking more time because they have to first go to backend and get the data and give back to review. So I can see in the real time with a lot of statistical thing you can do here. I can do a traffic animation also. Okay, so here this is how the traffic flow is. So my traffic is flowing in this way, in this way. Or I can replay this traffic. There's also way we can replay, we can record the traffic and go in history to replay. So a lot many things we do. Again, we are not purely in Kiali training. We can see traffic of last 2 minutes. This is the report of my last 2 minutes. Last 2 minutes we have something here. Last 10 minutes of traffic. And if you want to update the traffic every second, the traffic is also keep on coming. So this graph will every 10 second update. So I can see on the real time. So if you guys are hitting to me, you can see some, if you have this line to become very speedily slow, that kind of way to tell here about the performance and how much traffic is coming up. Okay, so those we think we can do. We have different kind of layouts available here. Which kind of layout you want to see the visuals? This could be a good layout, dagger boxing layout. And again, we have different kind of graph. If you only want to see the service graph, means they only show you services, because service is the load balancer that will connect the port behind the scene. So we can see the service level graph, Kubernetes, or workload graph means only the pod they show you, at the pod level they show you, or you want to see the app graph, they present you. So whichever you want, in the app graph, guys, in review they hide all everything, all the three versions. They present to you. Okay, and this is a version graph. Now from here we can analyze a lot of things. A lot of thing here. Okay, for example, what we analyze that now guys, you can look at like some last now 10 minutes. Okay, my traffic is equally distributed. Okay, it's here equal distributed because of the load balancer of Kubernetes. They always equally distribute. But now I know my version 1, version 2 and 3 is working fine. So I want to send 90% traffic to V3 and 10 or 5% to V1 or V2. We can do it more like, can we release the X20? Okay, so we can do so very easily, even though the Kiali dashboard also give you way. So it is because of this service. So if you click on the service will give you the details here. Okay, traffic and lot of things. I said traffic injection, request timeout, traffic request routing, traffic shifting, lot of concepts we can do over here. So the service, okay, you can do click on the service. This is a detailed page of the service. That's called load balancer gonna come up. So there's a detailed page of the load balancer. So they have to do many things. So if you do request routing or if you want to do traffic shifting, see, this is what we do. So here they are equal distributed, right? Equal distributed. Okay. And now if you want to do canary release, now we know version 1 is kind of old. I don't want very less traffic. I want, or maybe version 1 is a new one, old one. uh, Version 3 is very new, so 3% traffic I want to send here, 17%, and this or maybe vice versa, whatever I want to do. So out of 100 requests, 6 requests will go here, 17 requests will go here, and 77 requests will go here. Unequal distribute, right? We can do. Okay, and it is not done by Kubernetes. Behind the scene, it is done by Istio, Istio, and this is called virtual services. So if you go to Istio very quickly and search, check for virtual services in the default namespace. Okay, this is what virtual services. Okay, this is one we have, and there's one more concept called destination rule here. So we have no destination rule, but as soon as you let's say preview, so internalize this is a graphical way, and here they're going to create a destination rule. Right now I have no destination rule. Okay, and what they created, now anyone who hit this service of Kubernetes, okay, and we have connected with 3 version behind the scene. Okay, and on this 3 version, if you see the virtual service now, now if version 1 we are sending 6 traffic, the weight. Version 2 we are sending 17. And version 3 we are sending 77. It's a weight means like a percentage. So when I do any traffic distribution, in the case of let's say canary release, the virtual service is the one who who decide how much traffic to send, or where to send, which version. So this version definition is given in the distance rule. Okay, and this is also, guys, this code you can run by yourself. Run by yourself with kubectl command, or run by Argo CD, or you can create from here also. So finally they will going to run in Kubernetes. But we want, it's good practice to run using Argo CD because this is the that is the right now my current traffic distribution would be. In the future I want to change. Okay, so if you want to change, you don't need to come to Kiali, neither kubectl command, neither Argo CD. I just change in my GitHub, everything will be changed. That makes sense, right? So right now this code is given by this guy. So let me do one thing. Let me take this code. Let me take this code and I'll copy into our folder, local workspace. Let's say the name would be let's say virtual service.yaml. Okay, so I am copying this code created by Kiali. That's okay. No one, anyone can get. Does not matter. Okay, and plus I'm going to get this one, this code also, and paste. Fantastic, right? We can apply from here also, but I'm not doing so. Okay, I'm not applying from here. Cancel. Still, they have a equal distribution of last 10 minutes, or last 5 minutes, last 2 minutes. Equal distribution of the traffic. Okay, so this code we will have to apply, but I don't want to apply from here. So same thing. Git commit traffic, for example, is just a name, and then get push. That's all. So Go to GitHub. That's all. Now your developer, your team is just managing the Git. This is called single truth of source of truth. And whenever Argo should kick in, you don't need to kick in. They will auto kick because we have sync enable automatically. And as soon as they kick, you will see you will see your virtual service is being created automatically. Is the old one. You can see one more new created. Okay, and distance rule also been created. And as soon as they create, okay, then the automatic traffic will be distributed unequally based upon what you write. It's a weight. Okay, a weight. So Argo City is here. So just wait for some minute and automatically they kick in. Or just right now, because this demo we always show you. So I would like to don't wait for 3 more minutes. I don't know when the 3 minute complete. So I can do it manually for a minute. I can click on refresh. Refresh means they go and get the latest code from the GitHub. That's what they're doing here. Okay. GitHub. Maybe my this application is a little bit slow. It should maybe Argo City is running somewhere. Maybe this might stop. Okay. This Argo City. And this could be possibility they might be slow or might not working because I keep on loading lot of place in the Kubernetes, and Kubernetes is taking resources from the node of the Kubernetes cluster. If you load so many resources, so if it does not have so much memory resources available, so that could be one of the reason why it kind of slow down. Okay, so we can wait for a minute to see this. But now, I think now you understand the power of Argo City. Now, what is Kiali and power of history or other things. So this thing you can't do with Kubernetes. You need a tool like Kiali. In some minute, you will see this will be created. Here, created fantastic. Obviously, this web portal is not coming up, but Argo City is running behind the scene. This is just a web portal. You access or you don't access does not matter. Argo City is working behind the scene. So you can see this destination rule created. And if you describe this destination rule, this is what I upload in GitHub, right? This is what come up because of Argo City. And you can see the VS also created virtual services. You see this one new come up, right? What apply in the GitHub, this will come up. And because we apply in the GitHub, it means, see, it's so beautiful. This is called Devops principle. Now GitHub will decide how much traffic it will go. So it's so beautiful, right? Means means okay, okay. This information come from GitHub and apply. It means anyone who have my GitHub account, I don't know where it is. A lot of pages open. So anyone who have my GitHub account, where it is? 1 minute. Okay. So if they want to change the flow, traffic flow, they just go to my GitHub, okay, and change. That's all. I mean, they just come to my GitHub and change this file. And as the value of the file change, I can change from here also. Means I change here, and my entire traffic in my application will be changed. That's so beautiful. And second beautiful thing about the GitHub guys is they are maintaining the versions, right? So if you do any changes here, they get new version, and it means when you apply new version in Kubernetes, if something is not working, So I can do rollback in the GitHub, right? So we can do very quickly rollback because GitHub work in a code, and we can do very quickly rollback, go to any point in time history. As soon as we roll back, the old changes what you had previously will be changed. So entire power of GitHub or Git principles we can apply in entire infrastructure. So that is, guys, the core uh, fundamental behind GitOps concepts. Okay, now this traffic is being now going this way. Now, if you go to Kiali, if you wait for some minute, you can see the difference right now also. Okay, so last 5 minutes. Okay, now almost 7% traffic here, almost 11% traffic here, or 82% traffic here. If you run for more longer time, you can see the distribution what we ask. And this traffic is coming from you because you are hitting to my public URL. So your traffic is coming to me, and you can see the distribution completely changed. And completely done by Istio. Istio is implemented in the Kubernetes, and Kubernetes getting data from Argo should be getting data from GitHub. So finally, GitHub is the one who is controlling the operation. That is a reason it's called GitOps concept. So it is such a wonderful concept, guys. Okay, so now take your time, guys. Install the lot of information I given to you, but nothing much to do. So first, go and install the gateway, check the connectivity, then install the add-ons, get the Kiali, and get these two files. Okay, these two files I already uploaded. You can take from my GitHub, or I show you the quick way to create the file from Kiali. You can take the file from there. Okay, so do this practical, take 10 to 15 minutes, practice this, then we move to next tool. Any query if you have, you guys can ask me. So this is what's canary release. So right now what we did is called canary deployment. Okay, it's called canary deployment. Or a new version come up again, this pod we launch behind the service, and I will update my destination rule. The new version come up, and then I upload my virtual services, send this much traffic to the new pod. So what I show you right now, is a pure good example of canary release or the canary deployment or the canary strategy, same. Okay, so how to get this file from Kiali? Nothing. Okay, we apply the virtual service per service. So this is the review is a one service of Kubernetes. So when you see any triangle, this is a service of the Kubernetes. In the service, if you want to do anything from the Istio, then on the top of service, you have to add one more service called virtual service. You can see the symbol change here. You can apply virtual service here. So click on the service wherever you want to apply. Okay, the service, then you can see the options, traffic or request routing. This is what I click on, request routing. But right now here only they have only one port behind the scenes, so nothing called traffic routing. But in the review we have 3 versions. So click on the review and then do whatever change shifting you would like to perform. And many more things we can do, but just I show you it's some interesting part. So nothing, Stu nothing is a command brain. It is just to automate something very quickly. Okay, so Stu is a kind of automated program command given by Istio. Rather, you run kubeshell command for or write some extra command for this. Okay, you can use Istio command to do something very quickly. Yes, Suman, we can also do the green blue approach. Idea simple, right? What is blue green approach? The two port is running. First port is getting 100% traffic, second port is getting zero traffic, and switch it. That's all. The next version will get 100%. First version will not get nothing, getting nothing. It's called blue green deployment, right? So let's take 10-15 minutes and do it. So with it, you can do right by yourself. I explain the concept 0-100, but that's all. So not what to show, nothing to show here, right? So I show you the more complex example here. 15-7%, 80%. Make 100%, make one 0% is blue green. Okay. So we can do by yourself. This is small thing. So guys, I'm adding these command also in the GitHub. It's hard to find. Here it is. So let me open new tab. And in the readme file, okay, so I edit everything. Fantastic. So it's been added, guys. You can go and check from this GitHub. So back to this 10-15 minutes. Then we go for next part, Kiali. We have seen here. So so guys, if you have installed istio.ctl, then they give you wherever you downloaded istio.ctl. Okay, when you extract istio.ctl, okay, then inside this go to sample. In sample, there's add-on. I show you, and in the add-on, guys, they give you these files to run. Okay, go to this folder and run and get this program installed. One minute, some guy saying that this files is not there in istio. I think, guys, in my case, actually, guys, just download this software, istio.ctl. We have one more software available called istio. It's not istio.ctl. So don't download istio.ctl. If you want to get this file, just download istio software. So same location, the location that I show you. There's two software available. One is istio.ctl and one is istio, only istio something. This folder actually has these programs available. Okay, so don't install istio.ctl. Only istio is to have istio.ctl also available, plus tools also available, samples also available. Okay, so that's what you do. So where I ask you to install the istio. So in this location, there's two software available. So the first one, what you find, istio or something .version of Windows. Just download this. That there you can find these files available. Is the one I think I told you. So in istio software, you can find both There's extra files also and stoctl command also. No, istio you can't download from stoctl. Just go to hers, this URL, and download manually by double click and extract, then use it. Okay, you might see everything is empty. Why? Because to see the data, you have to send some load, send some load, and but right now in my case, you guys, a lot of guys are sending a lot of requests. So I by chance already have the load. Otherwise, if you want to send a load, you can use your own curl command and get a script to generate the automatic load. So this is your application running somewhere. Okay. So if you want to connect, then what you can do, you can open your git bash and you can use curl command to connect this URL. Same page would be open. Okay, see output gonna come up. Or maybe it does not want to see the output on the screen. You only want to connect because your plan is to only generate the load. Then what you can do, you can send this output to the null, is like a garbage. So the output does not come up. And if you don't also want to see this data also, because you only want to connect, then you can use S, means silent option. Then technically, when you hit enter, every time they send one request. Okay, so that's what you can do. Sometime when you connect to any website, they might not be connect. So if you write hide everything, we does not know it is connecting or not. So what we can do, we can also send one kind of header, and we asking wherever you connect, send me the HTTP code. 440 not connect, 200 connect. So they only 200 means this is connecting successfully. Just to confirm. Now this command keep hitting enter, enter, enter. Every time you hit, they will connect to app behind the scene. And you can put scripting also, write a while loop because like a cell colon, it is a infinite loop we are going to connect, and copy this command, paste here, and done. That's all. So it become infinite loop. So with the speed of computer, you are sending a lot of requests. It is technically generating load. Even though in my Kiali application also, it is connected. Okay, so when I hit enter this command, I will have a lot of loads here, a lot of requests sending. You can see a lot of traffic start sending over here. So if you see last 10 seconds, traffic will increase. Okay, so keep on running for some time, or keep on running. After you're done, you can do Control C to stop. Control C to stop, they will stop. So to generate the load by yourself, you guys can run this command if you want to run. Okay, so this is what you can, is like a shell script. We have done. Okay, so if you do run for some time, then Kiali, you will see some data start popping up. Select the region, namespace, other things also. You can see some data start popping up here. No, Grafana is different. We'll see Grafana with this. You can see the difference. Grafana is for metrics. Kiali is stressing. Okay, so guys, let's move to the next part. Okay, to the Prometheus and to the Grafana. Okay, so let's see the Prometheus. Okay, so I explain you what is Prometheus is, and in our case, Prometheus is working. So if you go to uh, the namespace of Istio system, okay, you can see Prometheus is also working in our case and Grafana also working. Okay, so let's see how Prometheus will help you. But one more thing I want to tell you guys, right now we're talking about DevOps and I also touched to GitOps also. That was actually not the plan, but we are touching a lot about GitOps also. But now there's one more kind of ops guys we have in the market. It's called generative AI ops. So if you want to use generative AI LLM model like ChatGPT, integrated with DevOps, then it's called generative AI ops. And this technology is so powerful. Right now, I'm running a lot of files, running a lot of commands. Okay, but in generative AI, we just write a prompt. Okay, for example, I can write a prompt. Hey, can you please go and launch EKS cluster in AWS? They launch for you. Can you go and set up the Istio for me? They go and set up for you. So they can you go and set up the virtual services for me with this load balance or this traffic? They will do for you. Okay, so with very beautiful technology. It is not only generative AI like ChatGPT, it's generative AI integrated with DevOps. That's called generative AI ops. We can achieve. We also use one more term for this. It's called prompt ops because with the help of prompting or prompt engineering, we are doing the DevOps things. So it is kind of current or the future market where we don't need these command skills and the code skills and other things. Just by prompting, prompt engineering, everything could be automated. So that could also be uh, possible. It's so beautiful. It's so foolproof also. Okay. So recently, guys, I think today only I have launched one entire program in Udemy. Okay. So if you go to udemy.com and if you search my name, I think it should be up. I believe could be up in Udemy. Okay, this is the complete. Yeah, this one is up right. So today only we have launched. Even though we have many other programs also, guys. So in last 2 week we launched multiple program. 3 program we have launched. 3 to 4 program in my last 1 or 2 week, and everyone is doing great here. That's nice. But today this is one more program we launch in Udemy. This is complete just today only. Published on one, but today actually the update. Okay, so this is complete DevOps, integrated AI, entire everything about any tools of the AI. The we are completely gone and and automated with the the prompt. So from code pipeline to Jenkins to Terraform to Kubernetes to everything. So complete automatic with this. So if you want to learn, it's a complete practical, hands-on training. Anyone who would like to uh, join, you guys can join this program, complete hands-on and step by step we have given. My point is, I'm just going to tell you, this is also, I'm sharing this link to you. This is also uh, very different way, a new way of making everything automated. Okay, so this is one small thing I would like to share. Not a small thing, interesting thing would like to share with you. Okay, so let's move to guys the next part. Prometheus is already installed. Okay, and to connect the Prometheus, either you can do port forwarding or we have I stewctl command that will help me to directly get the dashboard of Prometheus. So both the way is a kind of same. So let me go to the Prometheus dashboard. Let's see how it look like. Guys, can hold a second. Hold for a second, please. The um, Prometheus dashboard. And explaining Prometheus is a kind of database. They keep on getting the data of the Kubernetes and your application and storing in the database. And to to access anything uh, about the Prometheus, so they had to write a query here in the Prometheus language. And for query, there's a button here, search. Okay, search, or maybe I can write, for example, I'm looking something about memory. So I can have MEMO. So you can see there are a lot of memory related keyword gonna come up. Okay. So example, you want to see the memory of Envoy, how much memory allocated to Envoy program, or how much memory allocated to container RSS, or many things. There's whatever happening right now in your Kubernetes, they are collecting those data, and these are known as known as metrics. So these are metrics name. Okay. For example, I want to check the memory allocated to Envoy. I click this keyword, enter. They give you the list. Okay, list. So this is what the memory allocated over here. So there's a different information come up with the time. So this is what you see here, the time stamp actually. Okay, so at this point, so whenever they're collecting the information, they are showing you data with time. Or if you want to see something about, let's say, total requests coming to Istio, because Istio is keep on sending the request. Okay, so if this is what you are looking for, so we can just type something Istio. Again, there's a lot of thing about Istio related thing come up. So maybe I type Istio request byte count some. Okay, or Istio request total. Okay, enter. So they say at this point in time, this is what that request gonna come up. This point in time, this is what the request gonna come up. And here they are showing you this is one event. Okay, at this point in time. Okay, and even though if you if you notice here, the total what are they are collecting? So total 30 results gonna come up. Then with 30 requests in my stew program or service gonna create it. Okay, but what we can do if you want to see the total request come to product page, product page. So if you see here, there's a lot of keyword: destination, app, destination service. So the key value pair. So you can say destination service rating, destination rating product page. You can further filter also. So any output gonna come up. If you want to further filter, then in the Prometheus we have curly braces. It means you want to filter with something. So I can say destination. In my case, is service, and service name. What I am looking for is this one. The product, product dot default. Those things, right? I can copy this and let me paste here like this. You can filter also. And now when I hit enter, last time there's 30, but if we click here, 15. So for the ISTO perspective, we have 15 requests on the product page. So it's very interesting. We can collect. So this is what we are collecting metrics, and they by chance give you some better, not better way, some quick way to say graph. This is what the graph they created based on the filter. So some basic graph you can create in the Prometheus. They're not meant for graph, but they are meant for getting the data. So if your requirement to see the total number of requests coming to product page or product service, this is what you can see. Or you can further filter because product page is sending request to a lot of destination, right? Your review version 1, version 2. So here you can find somewhere destinations or you can find some related destination versions, something. This is just an app. So the keyword for my destination app canonical version 1. There's also one. This is the destination version I'm talking about. So again, if I click here, there's like copy and that comma here is like an and operation. If I put a comma, it's more like an and. If I execute, the 13 requests going to version 1. Okay, and version 2, 0 request, and version 3, 0 requests. So while one might be have all. So we can filter with time also. We can change time. Many things we can do. So point is, this is what called prompt QL queries. Again, there are a lot of advanced complex query we can also write. Again, we are not learning purely from this, but I'm just showing you. Okay, so this is how we can do here. But they given you a lot of operations also. So, for example, I can put everything in square parentheses, and there's a lot of function available like rate. I want to find the rate. Okay, and rate means, for example, if a requirement, to tell me the rate of request from last 5 minutes, every 5 minutes. So you can write in square bracket 5 minutes. Execute. So they will present you the rate, and technically the 5 minutes to write inside this parenthesis. So here they are kind of aggregating the result per 5 minute wise, and this is mostly by looking at it does not make sense. But if you convert into graph, that doesn't matter. So this is whether we have peak and down and peak and down as a rate. So like this kind of queries we can write in Prometheus. Now for this Prometheus need a data. It's called metrics. So this metrics is given to the Prometheus somehow, obviously with the help of some envoy or some other way. Okay, and then Prometheus we can use this query platform okay to write these queries. So there's some few query I write over here is interesting queries. Otherwise, this approach what I I told you. With this approach, you can create many queries. These are the lot of metrics keywords available. Depending platform to platform. Here they are showing everything about the Kubernetes and whatever we need in the Kubernetes. You can pick those things. Okay, so that's what, guys, is a quick information about Prometheus. I think this is a core part we should know about the Prometheus. But here they are only showing the output as a number. That's all. But it makes more sense if you present this output in the graphical way, in the visual way. there the Grafana gonna come in play. Okay, so how to use Grafana? So just take 5-10 minutes, practice this. Okay, and then we move to Grafana. So take 5-10 minutes, then we move to Grafana. Actually, guys, Envoy is not some guys asking. Envoy is not giving the data. Envoy is sending the information to the Istio. Okay, so Istio is the one who is sending the data to Prometheus. Okay, and there's a concept called in the Prometheus called scraping. So Prometheus has some scraping agents that is there in the studio. So from there, scraping the data. So technically, it obviously go via Envoy only. Well, I think somebody asking you to write endpoint this one slash product page in the last. Then it will work. Okay, I think this might be one of the reason. Yes, Shivam, the diagram what we are creating here in my case here, everything will be shared. So my team will soon create one entire reference document. Maybe in 2 days, maximum, you will get this entire document step by step with this command, with this the diagram. Everything will be provided to you guys. Is working answer. Nice, very nice answers. So guys, see, let's go for Grafana. So Grafana is very beautiful. Again, we have a Grafana running. So to connect to Grafana, We can again use pro forwarding, or associate will give you a direct way. We can just write a Grafana and connect. But Grafana is a visual tool. Behind the scene, they backed with Prometheus mostly. Okay, so this is how Grafana look like. So here, this is the Grafana. And in this case, Grafana is already connected. This is called data source. So wherever data is come up, it's called data source. So Grafana does not know typically as such to collect the data. They always depend on any databases. In this, they are collecting from the Prometheus. So if you click on the data source, you can see they are connecting to Prometheus. Also, they have also Loki also connected Prometheus. Okay, so that automatically they have it. And now, if you click on the Prometheus, okay, so this is the detail how they connect and all the things. But there's a button here called Explore. So whatever guys you have done in the Prometheus query page, same thing you can do also here. You can also write your query directly here. But here in the Grafana, writing the query is very, very straightforward, simple. You can just tell your matrix name. Let's say I am looking for for istio. Okay, metrics, all the metrics, whatever there in the automatic come up here in the Grafana. Okay, so istio request, let's say byte count. Then you can filter with what. Okay, for example, you want to filter with the destination or with the chart, with the instances. So all things what you see there in the promises, they come here in the very straight, clean way. Okay, and the version I can write, these are the auto with the pop-up, right? So if I have filter with V1 as a version, so guys, the query automatically created. So what you create there in the Prometheus, it automatically created it. Okay, that's what we can do. Here we can do inspect the query. If you want to add more query, okay, you can keep on adding. Okay, all the thing we can do. If you see they are loading and they will show the output. This is what the beautiful graph they created. A lot of different kind of graph here, bar, pointer, stack line, whichever graph you would like to create based on this query. So technically, Grafana work on the top of Prometheus. So without Prometheus also, we can write the query directly here with single this page. Okay, and the output of this query will be converted into graph very, very easily. And now what we can do, like this, we can add many queries, how many port is there, how much memory used, a lot of graph we create is called panel. And all the panel will add into one big page that's called dashboard. So we can add a lot of panels and add to dashboard, depending upon what you're looking for. So either you can get dashboard by yourself, or here in the Grafana, they have given pre-created some dashboards of the Istio. Okay, and here there's a different kind of dashboard, whatever dashboard you're looking for. For example, I'm looking for service dashboard. So here they can see there's dashboard there. And these are real data, guys, not the fake, the real data. From last 15 minutes, this is the dashboard is, or let me check for last 1 hour. Okay, so sometimes a client request volume, server requests, because sometimes a lot of guys connected to me slow and down. So this is a real data populated directly from the Kubernetes with the help of Prometheus. So like there's a lot of graph we have. This is the graph they created. We can further filter. So we are getting the data for the detail service, but when we want to see the data for the product page. So this is the detail for the product page. Okay, so we can filter many things here. Or we have many more dashboard. For example, you're looking for the workload dashboard or control plane dashboard. Let's say work load dashboard. Okay, so there's workload request duration, incoming request, okay, total response time, and any error, and many says how much size, memory, a lot of things they give you over here. And again, you can filter. Let's say mine, you can filter by namespace, default namespace. Your workload would be what? So you have multiple. Workload is more like a pod. So this is the data for this pod version 3. Okay, source lesson. So many things you can further filter based on the uh, on the requirement. Okay, so if you're looking for the as a product page, so they're giving the product page, I think, and the data will last 30 minutes. Or what we can do, we can also write auto here. So this uh, application will auto load. So any new data come up, you can see in the real time it is coming. So if you guys, a lot of guys hitting me, hitting me, you can see the graph is changing. They are changing on the real time. So at this point in time, this much request is coming up, or even though I can run my that script to increase the load. So we can see there are a lot of transaction is happening. So in the real time, we are hitting. I can see these are changing, right? So I can see on the real time the load in my V1 app workload, and this is updating every second, 5 second, and showing the output of last 30 minutes. Okay, so or again see performance dashboard, CPU wise, all the wise, memory wise, byte transfer. Also, let me also do auto refresh. Okay, of last 5 minutes. You can see this changing, right? But right now, a lot of guys are hitting me. So this real time status happening in my Kubernetes cluster, in my respective workload, whatever we are collecting. So it is a pretty beautiful tool, very beautiful tool. We can create a lot of custom dashboard by yourself. But for this, obviously need a Prometheus query command, the way I show you here very quickly. Then add a panel, create your own dashboard. So whatever you want to put in the one central page to see the status, what is going on, you can put here. Okay. So let me do Control C to stop this program to checking the traffic. Okay. So guys, this is a very quick information, and I think I one interesting information about I explained to you. Even though we have guys multiple data sources, one of could be Loki is the one who actually uh, collect the log, that what I was talking about. So Grafana can be used to explore something related to uh, logs also. Okay, so anything about a log, whatever they character same way we can filter. Okay, that's what we done. So depend when we can add many data source in Grafana, MySQL, MongoDB, many other data also they support. But Prometheus and Grafana mostly work very well together. Okay, so just take some time, guys. Just explore this tool. Some of the interesting part I again told you. Okay, go and explore this tool. Okay, how to access this? Pretty simple. We just use historical dashboard of Grafana. Okay, that's how we do. We access this guy. Okay. So take a time and explore this tool. There's a lot of default guys dashboard available. So Grafana has their own central uh, hub. You can search on Google, and where they give you a lot of pre-created dashboard. One way is you can go and come and write your own query and then add as a dashboard the way I was talking about that one in time. Okay, 1 minute. That's what we can do. So you can create your own custom dashboard by adding the queries and keep on adding in your own dashboard. Or other way would be when you talk about the dashboard, by chance they give you some dashboard here, but you can also add a new dashboard by importing. So here you can go to Grafana dashboard portal, and there's a lot of dashboard pre-available by the community. You give the URL or the ID of the dashboard. Okay, so a lot of dashboard available, or multiple things for Jira or Telegraph and Kubernetes, Prometheus. Okay, many more. Node. Okay, so whichever you feel like you need any dashboard, for example, this Argo City dashboard, for example. Okay, so here you just if you want this data, so they have the ID of the dashboard, or copy ID to this one, or let me copy this is ID. In the Grafana, you can type this ID and load. Entire dashboard is loaded here. Okay, and import. That's all. Here, come up, right. So entire dashboard gonna come up. Depend whoever created this dashboard, they will have thing come up. Now dashboard come up, but if you should have some source who can collect the data, if Promise is collecting the data for Argo City, then this dashboard will auto fill with respect to areas. So there's a multiple way to get the dashboard in Grafana. Okay, that's what we write. So we can use stress. And there's a lot of stress tool available. AB tool is there. We use I own while loop. Okay, many other tools also to be implemented. Loki will create the only monitor the log. That log is being generated by app. If app is not generating a log, then obviously Loki does not able to capture this by the uh, log collection agents. Then nothing will be stored. So obviously your app should be there to collect the log or send the log. Okay. Okay, so Kiali once time the flow is enough. So Kiali, I think I explained a lot. I think Pratik about the Kiali. Um I told you already, Envoy is kind of helping in forwarding the metrics to Prometheus. Okay, I can say this. Envoy is sending all the traffic to Studi, and Prometheus is scraping the data from the Studi. So technically, Envoy is the one who is finally helping. So if I say Envoy is sending answer, but they're because they are doing a proxy because everything going via Envoy. So finally, they are the one who helping. So you can think in this way. Okay. So guys, have a quick look of Grafana. Anything you want to customize, if you comfortable with some of the query what I explained to you in Prometheus, or you can create very quick queries like kind of graphical tool, adding as a dashboard. You can create your own dashboard. Otherwise, you can use some of the dashboard is pre-created. Yes, Arvind, you are right. Grafana now is means it is meant for metrics visualization, Kiali for tracing. Okay, so now you understood the difference, right? So Kiali is for tracing, visualize, Okay, backed by mostly Jagger or Agar, and uh, Grafana is for metrics monitoring, mostly backed by Prometheus. Okay, so both are two different things in the world of monitoring and the observability. Yes, we can do so. We can integrate Grafana with CloudWatch, CloudWatch metrics. So we have a way and plugins available to do so. So that's also we can do. So almost anyone who is collecting the metrics, okay. So Grafana could be integrated with this. So um, uh, if require monitoring network traffic, don't require contribute deployment. The ingress controller has no use in any of these, Arvind. Ingress controller we just use right now to connect the outside world. That's what I use. Has no relation with network traffic management, neither with blue grid device. So there's a independent component. I just connected together to have one flow. Yes, obviously in the Grafana, every language has their own query language, right? Right now in the Grafana, because we connected the Prometheus, so they are Grafana using PromQL language. If you go to MongoDB, they will use Mongo language or MongoQL query languages. So depend upon what database you use, that Grafana will call that language in their query language format. Okay, now guys, let's move to a very different topic. This topic is related to security. or I can say this topic related to DevSecOps. So in the world of DevOps, if you want to implement security, then this topic could be known as DevSecOps. Big world altogether, but we are talking DevSecOps most respect to Kubernetes perspective. Okay, so the idea is what we are going to learn right now. If you notice, guys, today we started. Today we started with DevSecOps. Today we started with setting up the Kubernetes, and there's a lot of way to set up the Kubernetes. I use some kind of automation tool like EKS to set up the Kubernetes. Okay, one other way could be you can also use Terraform. Terraform is a kind of robust tool to set up any cloud platform or any other platform, maybe Kubernetes also. Okay, so we can use Terraform to set up the vanilla Kubernetes your own way, or you can use Terraform to set up Kubernetes with EKS. That's also we can use. So we can very quickly search for Terraform. Terraform. Come on, EKS um, example. But in the Terraform, guys, everything is module. So whatever we do, we have a modules available for, because Terraform support almost every platform or every cloud platform or any other platform. So you have to first uh, install the Terraform module for AWS or maybe for EKS by using this code in the Terraform by using Terraform init command. And after this, then whatever you want to do in EKS, so they have a code. Whatever to do, you can apply. Okay, so if you want to set up the the EKS cluster using Terraform, then we can write a Terraform code, and you can find a lot of Terraform code and multiple locations to create the code. This could be maybe one of the code to write. So again, this is not the Terraform training, so nothing much I will have to discuss. But my point is, my point is, we have a lot of tools available to doing the automation in the world of generic tool uh, that work in almost all the environment. Terraform could be used if you would like to use and customize your cluster or customize your any platform whatever the way you want to customize. For example, here we're setting a lot of cluster add-ons also in AWS, sorry, in EKS, like CNIs and many things we can add. We can tell our instance type, how much node you want in the Kubernetes. This is called worker node. So all things we can customize here and run with Terraform apply command to by installing Terraform command. Okay. So point is there's a lot of way to install the Kubernetes. But the point is that what I want to tell you here is in the Kubernetes, you guys might know they have a master node or multiple master node. They have multiple worker nodes. These are real machines or virtual machines. Okay. And on the top of virtual machine, we have some container engine like Docker, for example, or Cryo, for example. And on the top of this, we install Kubernetes programs, so Kubernetes daemons and services. So if you know Kubernetes, we have Kube API, Kubelet, Kube Scheduler, Kube Controller, etcd. A lot of things is there. Everyone has their own configuration. Then on the top of this, we load a pod that's container in the worker node and container launch from the images. So it's a big infrastructure technically if you talk about the Kubernetes. And the point here in the world of security, if you have anywhere some kind of vulnerability come up, that might lead the entire damage. So vulnerability maybe come from your base operating system, your hardware, not hardware. Hardware can be damaged, but maybe base OS, maybe from network, maybe from some configuration mistakes in some of the configuration file, maybe come from image has is vulnerable. by some kind of maybe malicious or vulnerabilities. There's some bug maybe there. Okay, so it could be any challenge. Maybe it's come from Terraform also. Terraform is the one who can do IAC, means infrastructure code automation. They will completely set up the infrastructure. Okay, it could be from anywhere. So we can't track everything. We can't manually check everything. So we need some versatile security tool, scanner tool it is, that will be help us into keep on scanning the security issues for the Kubernetes and Kubernetes related component. Maybe config file, maybe virtual machines, a node, maybe images, okay, any other packages, dependent packages where Kubernetes depend on or always depend on for the Kubernetes. That mostly come under the category as bomb is a concept where any tool that depend on the OS package, other software dependencies, and one dependency has other dependencies, are like a complete hierarchy of the dependency come under category as bomb. Okay, or it could be we have an image we have downloaded from somewhere, or maybe in the image, Docker file is the one you create an image. So when you create the image, something you write, but something you get from the base image, from the from keyword in the Docker file, if you know. Okay, it's called supply chain issues. Supply chain issues means my image different other image, other image different other image. So if one of the initial image has some issues and or vulnerabilities that we track with CVEs, common vulnerabilities exposures. So so entire system can be damaged. So it's a big area where thing could be damaged. So we need tool specialists for the for the um, Kubernetes who can able to track or scan everything about Kubernetes from end to end. Okay, so there's a company called Aqua Security. Okay, and they have a tool especially designed for the Kubernetes. Okay, and the tool, what I'm talking about is called Tree. So it's a very powerful tool. Okay, powerful tool. If you search for Tree Kubernetes, this is what I am talking about. Okay, so the Tree, and if you run this Tree tool on the Kubernetes, and they send the entire report about complete thing about vulnerability and the misconfiguration of the Kubernetes cluster. So here this is, so you report, these are the vulnerabilities they have in these services, in this port, in this namespaces, and these are some of the misconfigurations. Okay, with the levels, so severity level. Okay, for example, in the deployment, they say we have two critical severity. Critical is very high, and low is kind of not required. Okay, so this is kind of a report we can do. We can also filter with based on critical report. Guys, can you hold for a second, please? Okay, or we can also scan per namespace wise. Okay, or we can also scan per deployment wise, per app wise, per port wise. We can see the output as a report in JSON format. So this report we can send to a developer, my team, so they can further investigate. Okay, or either you can use this Trivy tool by yourself manually, or you can use Ask the Jenkins. So every time any deployment happen, okay, then my Jenkins will keep on running this TV tool and keep on sending the reports. So there's a lot of way we guys can integrate this tool. This called TV. Okay, and how to install this? So go to getting started. Okay, so it is mostly for for the Kubernetes. So for this, you can install the software and install a tree. Okay, if you want to install the software on the top of on the top of Red Hat Linux system, different OS, they have a different way to install this tool. Even though this tool we can install as a container also on the top of Docker, that's also we can do, or we can install this tool uh, directly inside the Kubernetes. Okay, so this tool is come as a chart like package, and we can use Helm to install this tool directly in the Kubernetes. This also we can do. So multiple way we have, whatever way you would like to use. Okay, you can use, so Docker many other way also. The core use of this tool is is to scan the entire Kubernetes infrastructure from kind of end to end. That's what we can use tree. Okay, so if you want to use with Helm, install the Helm. I told you already how to install. Okay, just go to some site of Helm and download this. And after install Helm, we can use Helm list command to see how many Helm repository you connected to. So we have no. So I can copy this. So we have added one new repository in my Helm locally. Okay, then we can update and search. So we are updating. So technically, more like I'm telling my Helm from where to get the software from. The software location is called repository. And Helm is a command for the Kubernetes to install the software. Like in Python, we have a pip command for Python library. In the Kubernetes, we have Helm command. So actually, this is for when you create your own chart. That's what they show you. But this is what we can see. So we have the Trivy scanner tool available. And if you want to install Trivy, you can use install command for this. So Trivy has been installed. So they are saying Trivy has been installed and they give you the cluster access, but they will run as a pod. Right now they launch in the Argo City because right now my current namespace is Argo City, so it does not matter. They launch this Trivy in the Argo City. Okay, or they might also have a service for the Trivy. Or what we can do, we can install Trivy in one other operating system. So the cluster IP you can uh, forward. You can have the portal, or if you have a Trivy command line tool available, okay, then you can directly scan. Even then, Trivy you can also scan the images also. So in Kubernetes we use image, right? We can use the image. We have used the image. So so what we can do, we can first ask the Trivy to scan my image for any vulnerability. Okay, then we'll use in my Argo City deploy. So Trivy is one of the stage in the Jenkins actually. So we don't use Trivy in the CD part, continuous deployment part. We use Trivy kind of tool in the in the Jenkins CI part. So first we have a Docker file, we create the image, build the image, and before we upload the image into Docker Hub or some other tool, maybe AWS ECR services also you can use so to update your images. Okay, with Docker push command obviously. So before update, we can ask Trivi, they can go and check your image quickly, and based on the report, if you're getting a lot of critical warnings, okay, then we can ask our Jenkins file, okay, whoever created this, we can send the report, ask them to recreate this image to try to remove any vulnerabilities. And how to remove the vulnerabilities is a long topic to be discussed. Mostly in DevSecOps training, we discuss this, but we have a way to rectify the vulnerabilities, or we have a rootless images available. Many other way also we can do this, but we can use this tool to to check the vulnerabilities. Okay, or we can also get the maybe more software TV somewhere here. Some example also can how to integrate with Jenkins. You can find, these are what I was talking about. These are the things Trivi can do for you. Can do for you, and there's a multiple way. This Docker also you can use to quickly get the Trivi. These are the binaries available. Okay, for the Trivi, and this is how some of the example from which you can get a report. So this is a command to have a complete report of the cluster. Okay, so that's what we can do. And if you have Trivi available for a lot of Linux systems, available Linux and Windows also, they have. So in my case, I don't think so. I have installed Trivi. It's not there, but you can go and get the Trivi installed for Windows. Okay. So this is Trivi software. So from the Aqua Security, and Trivi is not. There's the many other tool also, especially for XYG other different use cases. This is the binary we need. So let me extract this. So here they give you Trivi as a tool. So mostly in the CI pipeline, this tool we use. So even though let me copy this tool in my central location. Over here. So this is the TV we have working fantastic fine, and now we can do a lot of options. They have scan the content image, scan the local file system, scan the config uh, file, scan the images, content images, and many more things as bomb, and many other things also they can do for but depend upon where you are running the Trivi. If you're running local file system, then obviously Trivi should be there in your node, that node where you want to look to scan. Okay, those things, right? But if you want to create a report, okay, of a cluster, if this work here by taking this argument, okay, uh, getting, I have to check what keyword to write here. So they are creating a report about Kubernetes cluster. So like this, we can also scan the configuration. But for this, mostly we install in the worker node. If you want to scan the image, then you have to install Trivi in the system where you do Docker build. So because Docker build has a one where you have local image stored. So it will pick the image from there, and then they scan it. So it all depends, guys, where you are running the command. And if you want to create a report of Kubernetes, so from the client side we run, but they can only create a report whatever client can able to access. That's what they are can able to collect. So it all depends where you are doing this scaling. Okay, but Trivi is not the only tool. If you're only looking especially dedicated uh, for Docker images, the Docker has the own inbuilt tool. It's called Scout. Very recently tool given by the Docker. Okay, so whenever you want to do any supply chain security or soft as bomb, okay, it's more like, you can think this way: one is image different other image different other image, like supply chain. And any of the base image has a vulnerability. That vulnerability come to you. So Scout is a great tool to analyze your image, that again we can integrate with your Jenkins pipeline. And again, installing this tool is very straightforward. There's a Jenkins internal module, sorry, Docker internal module. Okay, so wherever you have the Docker installed, you can run this command there. So it will give you Docker extra option. Docker run, Docker image. They give you Docker Scout command, Scout command, and then after you run this tool, now any images that you want to scan, then you got a Docker Scout and run the further command. For example, this one, Scout repo. This one actually is CVs. CVs nothing is a Scout is maintaining some vulnerability database by the Docker guys. Okay, so what are known vulnerabilities they have? They will tell you, okay, these are the vulnerability you have in your images. Okay, filter for per per. This is what, how can you after build you can check, and they will go give you this kind of a report. And in this report, guys, we can write some scripts for them, shell scripting. And based on your certain condition, if you think this report is giving vulnerability, okay, where we have some critical vulnerability one, then we can say this image is not right. So this script I can write in my Jenkins pipeline. And at this condition, if we have any value more than one as critical vulnerability as a severity level, then we will cancel this pipeline, we'll fail it. So we can't go ahead. Because after Jenkins CI complete, then Jenkins somehow contact to Argo CD and ask the Argo CD to launch the new deployment. But before we do, we can check these vulnerabilities by this kind of tool, add in the Jenkins pipeline, and accordingly perform it. So right now it's taking some time because this is completely scanning my Kubernetes, but they can see the report of Kubernetes, whatever they can access. So this tool also we can use. One more thing we can do, guys, because uh, the example what I used today used today is this example. At this example, we have Node, Python, Ruby, many languages code we have. If you are interested to see the code, what I use behind it, actually in my system we have no space available by chance. This could be one of the reason. Let's slow down. So let me guys stop this tool because they are copying a lot of things in my system to store database. But this is what will give you the final report, this command that I think you understood. Okay, so so if you want to see the code of this app, so in my GitHub I put this code. So is a book info. This is one. So this is the entire code, guys, of this app. So we go to this URL. This is a source code. In the source code, guys, this is the code for product rating, review, and detail. And if you go to product page, so this is a complete code written in Python. That is what I told you. Okay, so the Python code, if you want to change some code, you can change if you know the Python development. Okay, but this entire code is been converted into image with Docker file. So if you know Docker file, you can understand this file very easily. So very quickly, if I show you, this is what the Docker file we use, and this is the file I used. Okay, to build the image, and this image I uploaded into my Docker Hub. That's why I told you. Okay, so this is the image we use. But who created this code? Your app code developer. Docker file could be done by you or by the developer. But this entire code to be built automated by Jenkins, because CI part. Okay, so doing the Jenkins building this image, we can write some more steps in the Jenkins. We can ask Docker Scout to check the vulnerability of the image what you created. Then we push. And if you have some critical or other vulnerability, we can stop the pipeline, ask my guys to do some change in the Docker file, or to use different base image, because maybe this base image has a vulnerability. So we use different base image and many other things we can do. Okay, as a practice. And this is one point. But there's one more concept, guys, here. Okay, because when you talk about the Docker file, when you talk about Docker file, okay, so whenever I write a code, this code also has some good practices. For example, one of the good practices, when you create Docker file, whenever I want to go to any folder, instead use cd command, use workdir command. If you don't use this practice, then there could be some issues gonna come up. Okay, so Docker file, we have to use some better practices. Or if you write a code, let's say you write a Python code. Okay, so it is good practice when you write a code. We always test the code with that particular programming language. For example, the Python code. So we write some unit test cases. We written in some testing framework. In this case, unit test framework of Python to test. So testing is always good practice. So again, we ask Jenkins after we before we put this code into image of Docker, first test the code. If testing working fine, then image create, and after image create, then again test for the vulnerability. So again, this is not the right now the plan would be, but this is what we we do in the world of Jenkins. Okay, and like this many more thing we do. So any of the one who is part of my the TGS program, so these are the many things we will add in the pipeline of Jenkins that integrate with Argo, Studio, and Kubernetes. But why I'm saying this right now to you, because when you write a test cases by the testing team, they might not be test everything of your code. So this concept called code coverage. How much code has been covered in testing part? Some of the part you missed in testing, then there will be vulnerability gonna come up. Or we have to use some better best practices. Or maybe the code what you write has some vulnerability or bug. So who will check all the things? So we have a different tool available for this. Who will test the code coverage? Who will check the the vulnerability for you? One minute, guys. So I think my system has no further space. Who check the code bugs for you, and so on. Okay, so 1 minute. Okay, so for this, again, a lot of tool available. But there's one very powerful tool that you guys might know, is called SonarQube. Okay, so what we can do, we can use this tool called SonarQube who do code quality, security, testing for a lot of things. Okay, almost all the programming languages They support, plus they also support Docker file and many things also. So mostly we integrate the Sonar Cube also uh, with the Jenkins pipeline, because we are putting the code in the image of Docker. But before this, we have to check the Sonar Cube, the reliability of the code, security of the code, vulnerability of the code, and many other things also. How much coverage is done in the test cases. Then I want my image to be built, and then we do security scanning of the images. Then we upload into the final Docker Hub, and there my Argo city will start. Okay, so that also, guys, we can do here. So there's a lot of thing we can do in this itself. A different tool, a big tool available in the market. Okay, so if you want to quickly launch the Sonar Cube, so what I am doing, let me close this Kiali. so so if you have a Docker installed, I think I have one VM running where I'm running with the Docker. So they give you a Docker image also. We can launch very quickly if you want to launch. So this is one of my VM running in the cloud, Linux VM. So I log into this guy, and this system I am running with the Docker. So my Docker is running, and I downloaded one image that's called Sonar Cube. Sonar Cube already, and I'm using this command to run the Sonar Cube. So 351 is a command. That's all. So there's an image. I'm launching the Sonar Cube as a Docker container. And they're running on the port number 9000, 9000, and it will give you a Sonar Cube portal. And my IP address, let me check again. Yeah, this one. So at this IP address, if I go to 9000 port, so this is how Sonar Cube come up. It is a kind of a new setup running somewhere. If you want, you can launch obviously in Kubernetes also. Why not? Okay, so it's gonna come up. Now here we can create a lot of quality gates, quality checks of my code or the Docker file. Okay, but understand one thing: it is they are the one who are checking before the code or before the image creation. So before the image create of the Docker, they are going to check the Docker file, and this guy is going to check check it's slow, maybe there's a lot of things connected. Uh, they are the one who is going to check the source code of Docker file, source code of app, and if you find everything working fine, then you can convert into the image. This is called Docker build. And after image create, then you can use preview or Docker scout tool to check the vulnerability. If everything is work good, then we push the image to the hub or repository. Then we will ask the Argo CD to kick in to to uh, deploy it. Okay, so this is what we we do, right? So 1 minute. So maybe this will connect very quickly. Maybe program stop because 1 minute. Let me clean my Docker. It's a big world, guys. I think now understood. I'll try to show you as much as practical possible. So this is So I think whatever IP would be, I have to check again. But so it connect normally very quickly because maybe we might have some limited resource, something to be there that takes some time. But in the connect, and after connect, they will show you all the profiles available. You can select your language, connect to the source code where the code is available. In my case, GitHub, and then apply. They will check for the vulnerabilities and the bugs in the code or Docker file. Okay, and then then they give you the report. And mostly we don't use SonarQube. It's called SonarQube server. We normally use SonarQube with a SonarQube scanner. So there's one more tool available called SonarQube scanner, and those scanner we mostly run with Jenkins. So in Jenkins, if you know, there's a plugin you can go and find. This called SonarQube plugin that we connect to SonarQube server. Okay, so when I want to scan any code of Docker file or Python, SonarQube scanner contact to SonarQube server. They scan, and SonarQube server send back the report, and accordingly Jenkins will take the decision. So we continue with the pipeline, or so break it, or want to send a mail or notification, they can do so. Okay, I want to tell you very quickly what SonarQube do here in our these cases. So those who by chance know Jenkins and how to write a pipeline or pipeline as a code in Jenkins, they can integrate this tool to have a better pipeline in your build pipeline or CI pipeline. Okay, and Jenkins is the one, guys, finally will push this code. So right now we are pushing the code. Okay, pushing the code from a local computer. Particularly, who will update this code? Who will update my new version of my app? Is actually this file is also created by Jenkins, and Jenkins is the one who will push the code to my GitHub. So this is not we will do, for example. Okay, and as soon as the Jenkins upload it to GitHub, then Argo CD I show you already, they will automatically kick in. So that is, guys, the complete end-to-end flow. I show you very some of the part very quickly as a conceptual perspective how it works. Okay, because that's not so much plan. This not we plan for this workshop of Jenkins. But I just want to tell you this is the kind of complete flow we use from end to end to be to be done. Okay, so we can use many tools. So Trivi is one of those tool. um, we can use Sync is also one of the tools. So if you check image vulnerabilities checking tool, Trivi, Scout, or Sync, or you can find many other tool also that can do almost same thing. Only difference is they have a different feature, they have a different CVE, CVE uh, format, guys. Okay, so multiple tools we have depend upon which one you use. So container vulnerability scanner tools list, if you see, so you can find a sync also in some of the list. Okay, this one. Okay, sysdig also we have. TV, what I was talking about. Felco also we have. Claire's is also good tool, and that is the one thing. Otherwise, because we have Istio now, so Istio give you a lot many capability. If you even though if you go and check in the Kiali dashboard, okay. So Kiali does not do anything. Kiali give you some simple way to send the instruction to the Istio. So from but by then from the Kiali, we can do traffic routing. That's what I show you, through which we can do blue-green deployment and canary release that I show you as a practical. But we can do many things also. We can do fault injections. We can do circuit breaking. That is again come under the category of chaos engineering. So if you want to do some chaos from a side, especially for testing purpose, maybe if something goes down, so how your system will behave, are your system resilient or not? So we are doing intensely the braking system or injection some fault to test the system behavior. If some of the component does not work, then then how my system will behave, just to check for real world scenario, because in the real world something break, then it is go down or it still work. So how resilient your setup would be. So we can do a lot of chaos engineering testing. That what is to give you capability, is to can do something in the Istio file, or we can do with Kiali. We can see the lot of options there in the details. You can do by, so very simple. The lot of options available they have, or we have a lot of tools available in the market for chaos testing, chaos mesh. We have those also we can use, or you can use service Istio mesh. They also give the same thing almost to to achieve this. Okay. So guys, I think lot of things we have discussed. If you try to count and calculate in just in 8 hours almost plus, uh, tons of tool we have discussed today. We have given the idea and the use case and tons of topics. We also implemented tons of topic we have integrated in one day. Okay, so what we have done today, just complete this. We will provide the entire kind of this flow reference doc to you soon. Commands and things are given to you, and whatever you know extra from your knowledge, okay, uh, try to integrate. If you know Jenkins, and try to integrate Jenkins to complete this flow. So more and more tool you add, bigger your architecture or pipeline could be. Okay, that's what we can do. Or if you know generative AI also, then why not? So when we create a Kubernetes cluster today, you can write a prompt. They will automatically go and launch the cluster. That's also we can add, depend upon what knowledge extra you have or you will have in the future. Keep on adding a lot of tools. Every tool will do something in your pipeline. So it is not like this. We have to miss one thing. Everything we have to check and test or deploy. Okay. So, but which what you want for this, you should have a clarity. If it does not know, okay, this could be possible, then obviously you miss. So that's what I'm trying to touch as much as possible in this project training. So almost guys, every part we have done with practical. Some part I explained you very quickly, just to give you the idea this could be possible. Otherwise, we have done everything practical. So this is a kind of first edition of this project-based learning where I cover these many tools. Next project-based learning, guys, we will come soon with a new tool set and new use case of the industries. We also rotate the form. If anyone has some better idea in the mind or use case in the mind that you feel we want you to be covered, so we'll try to definitely inculcate this thing in the next project-based learning. Okay, but complete this project. Create a Medium post, create a LinkedIn post, share to everyone. Okay, so other guys can also learn from you. Okay, they also give a comment, and this is the right way to to showcase your knowledge to everyone. That will give you a lead in getting the better job and better promotions in the hike. Is very very critical. Do this, and I think Preeti is the one who normally announce, but is a normal pattern in the Linux world. So for from our side, from our side, uh, um, from our side, the uh, uh, what we use the normal normal pattern. Normal pattern um, is we will normally ask this training or this workshop to be complete when you create the complete blog post or medium post or LinkedIn post. Okay, so my team will update you guys the process of completing this training from your side, so you guys will be eligible for the certificate. Okay, that's what we can do. So I tried to cover, guys, almost all the topic we have asked in the agenda. Some of the topic might be small untouched. For example, multi-region deployment. So it is more about AWS thing. We might have write somewhere in the agenda, maybe possible. Okay, multi-region means we have a Kubernetes, some of the node running in in Mumbai, some of the node is running in Singapore. That's called multi-region deployment of the Kubernetes. And obviously, if one node running in Mumbai, one node is running in Singapore. So what we can do while launching the pod in the YML file, we can tag the pod that, hey, this pod you will go and launch in Mumbai. So there's a node selection keyword we can write in the YML file of the of the Kubernetes. Okay, so this pod will run in India or Singapore. And why we want this? Because we have some applications, we have some security compliance and government rules or regulatory that this pod is collecting some data of the customer, and you can't run the pod outside India. So to launch this pod only in India region or Singapore region or European regions. Okay, so that's what we can do. So the way you create the Kubernetes cluster, only thing is when you launch a node, some node launch in Mumbai, some node you launch in European region, for example. And because we have a network connectivity given by AWS VPC, so there's nothing new we have to do. Only thing is you have to tell the Terraform code or your EKCTL code, and they have the options that which all regions or AGs you would like to use. But this is the use case. One of the use cases of multi region deployment. Okay, and and the CI part, what I'm talking about here. Okay, you can do with GitHub Actions also we can use if you know. Otherwise, you can use Jenkins. So for CI part, uh, you can use any of this tool or Argo. Sorry, not Argo. Sorry, Circle CI or Team City. So any of this tool, whichever you guys comfortable. Command this Argo City command to sync and auto sync the Argo City app. But what I told you, Jenkins is only going to push the code in GitHub. That's all. And then the Jenkins role is complete. Okay. And then Argo City auto may come up that I show you already to GitHub and get the code. Right. So that is the so we don't need Jenkins integrate with Argo City. They can work individual, or if you want, we can integrate also, because Jenkins can run a command and Argo City have the command Argo City. So Jenkins also call Argo City also if you want. Okay. Jirako, are you from India, Jira, or from somewhere else? So I'm saying, just want to say thank you very much, sir. You are just inspiration. Thank you very much. So can you suggest low cost LLM model APIs? And then a lot of open source LLM models also available, free open source model available. You can host in your own system. Obviously, there will be no price available. Otherwise, in ChatGPT also, Open AI, there is a lot of cheap model available in the terms of cost. Okay, that's you can check. Otherwise, every company has own LLM. Just quickly go and check the cost. But If you want a kind of free, then then you have to know how to make your prompt optimized. That is would you should know, so cost will lower. That would be I can suggest. Himanshu, distributed tracing, Kiali is example of distributed tracing. What you are showing you in the Kiali is what distributed tracing. That's what they're doing tracing, right? For you from the graphical way. Behind the scene, they use Jagger. So Jagger also have portal. The way you can see the portal of Prometheus, you can see the portal of Agar. Okay, that's what you can do. But Kiali is again the tool that is helping you in tracing in the in the visual way. So it's a wonderful thing, a lot of things to learn. Thank you very much. After this, guys, you can go and delete the cluster. We create a cluster of ekctl create command. Same command run with the delete keyword. Okay. So after we practice, delete the keyword. Otherwise, they will charge you per hourly basis. Is Argo City, we can multiple cluster we can manage. Okay. And good thing is, it's not EKS, you can AKS and other OpenShift also. So multiple cluster can be run multi-cloud or hybrid cloud. You can manage with Argo City. Okay. Yes, Harshvardhan, this the setup what I've explained today. So my team will create a reference node with all the step by step, and soon within 1 or 2 days from this class, you will get it. By the meantime, all the command I shared with you already, you can use this command also. For better reference document, my team will give you in 1 or 2 days. Is any way to resume our work from here? Technically, right now you have to delete the cluster. You can do so also if you want to resume work from here. For this, you have to do some kind of snapshots of the VMs. It could be complex for me, for you, maybe, I don't know. So you can create a snapshot of the VM where cluster running. Then when you relaunch, you can start from there. Uh, that could be a way to delete the cluster and relaunch and start from the where you started. And for this, you have to do many more other things also. Kind of master node will be again big deal, but we can do so. But right now, everything is a command. Launch the cluster, run the command as a script. One click, everything will be set up. This could be done as second option. What DLS you're talking about? In which pipeline we have to put the tree to scan. I told you, Pratik, in the Jenkins or any tool like Jenkins, like GitHub Actions. Okay. Uh, you don't need to do manually if you want to do. Mostly we don't do manually. So after image create, Docker image, then we write one more stage where the tree command to scan the image. Okay, and this image scan, we can further filter with the tree. They have option filter what you want to scan, severity level critical. Okay, and then output we store in the file. They write some script on the top of this to get some relevant data from the script, and we can write a conditions. And based on condition, we can ask to continue the pipeline or to stop the pipeline. Okay. Thank Handle Projects. Thank Grateful for this session. Thank you. Can you show the command to so any other program where we cover Jenkins or actually we have an entire DevOps training. If you want to learn every tool from very basic to all the possible options, maybe of Sonar Cube or Jenkins or Argo CD or Kubernetes, so you guys can join. uh, uh, My DevOps specialized program. Okay, it's very big program of 3 to 400 hours. Cover everything about DevOps. That's what you can join if you want like to join. Okay, but how to delete the cluster? The way we have created, so EKSCTL delete cluster, and then whatever name you have given. I think I've given the name DevOps cluster, I believe, in the morning. So this is the command you can use if you forgot the name. So you can use AWS EKS command and ask for list cluster. So they will tell you the name of the cluster if you forget the name. So then this is what I write is not cluster. In my case, the name of the cluster is project. Now they start deleting. It takes 5 minutes, almost 5 to 10 minutes to delete the entire cluster. So Sumit, we use a content in a lot of area. So testing is one thing. Otherwise, we have lot. If you are part of my one of my Docker training, so we cover this concept in very detail, where we use container almost in every part of our engineering. We use uh, uh, the container to be used. Okay. So that's all, guys. From my side, my team update you in a respective group. What are the next process, especially for the project certificate, and that's part. Yeah, Prasad, you are asking something. You're saying I have 7 year experience in Linux, Apache, JBoss, IIS, admin, infra support, patching. It is good to move DevOps, Ansible, OpenShift now. Obviously, 100%. 100%. Okay, because and that's one thing. Whatever you're doing, Apache or JBoss or Linux or network devices, patching. Nowadays, we are doing all the things with Ansible, right? So Ansible we using for doing, even though network patching also we use Ansible, network Ansible module available. And again, management of the app we're doing OpenShift. So if you're running JBoss app, where you're deploying OpenShift, right? And almost all the infrastructure we're running AWS. So typically, I'm not saying only OpenShift, only Ansible. I'm talking about the entire DevOps bundle used should be moved, and this is very high time or the right time. Okay, to move to DevOps. Right now, I don't know, have you noticed or not? Last couple months, we are getting huge job in the LinkedIn. Almost every company asking for fresher, for the experienced guys with different levels of experience for the DevOps. So it's a huge migration happening in DevOps and SRE jobs. So it's very high time before the market saturate a lot. Thank you, sir. You care for us a lot. Always, I'll care for you guys always. Can you get idea about where to fit Ansible in the practice? Obviously, any configuration when you talk about, we use Ansible. So wherever in the pipeline, if you want to launch any OS, launching the OS can be done by a Terraform. But inside the OS, you want to configure something, test something, upgrade something. So who will do this thing for you automatically? Ansible. So Ansible will do this part for you. I can't able to join my personal journal. So Sumit, I don't know if you're talking about 7 days program for the fresher we are conducting for the job. Okay, so if you miss something, so maybe ask some of the technical team member who can help you in learning the Jenkins part, what we cover in my last class. So they can help you. But we cover a lot in the classroom. So if you miss the entire day, so it could be, I think you're asking for the Deloitte preparation, right? So it would be harder than now to, you could be a pair for the Deloitte. Okay. but learn the new things. Maybe next company you could be eligible. Okay. So that's all, guys, from my side. I believe in one day, just try to reflect unlimited thing we touch, learn, and implement. That's all, guys. Good day. Take care. Bye. See you. Yes, Mitesh, it could be good practice. We have a separate repo for main app and for Kubernetes. Or instead of separate repo, we can create multiple folders to differentiate. So that could be again one practice you can use. That's all. Bye. Good day, guys. See you. Take care. All the best and see you in the next training. Bye.